Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Shadowverse. So, we should finish today as far as the solo story mode, which will be the end of the series as far as playing Shadowverse, since I've moved over to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Master, at least at the moment. Who knows, by the time this airs, I may have already moved over to the second dinner Marvel card game that is still in development as I speak. Um, Entropy's Abyss really feels like it was just a total waste of time. And sometimes it definitely does come out like that is the case. Um, like the Seeds of Conflict, uh, Chapter 8 and Chapter 7 here also felt like a pretty large waste of time because it really was just stalling until you got back to Invasion of the World Reaver as you started to deal with the Gears of Rebellion characters that you kind of cared about a little bit more. Inherently, the way stories normally go is you're introduced to characters in like the prologue, the first point, and that would be the original 8 characters in the story. And then if any new characters, like characters introduced in the Guild War, are introduced, they're going to be secondary characters, not as important, and you just naturally are not going to care about them as much, and that's exactly what happened. Unfortunately, then in Gears of Rebellion, they add third tertiary characters, and then fourth level characters in Seeds of Conflict, and then fifth level characters in Fate's Trigger. So we're at like 6 level characters when you hit Entropy's Abyss as far as just really not caring about them. Meanwhile, the main characters, while they did play a role up until Fate's Trigger, uh, 7 out of the 8 main characters have not been seen since Chapter 9. And we're doing Chapter 14 here. I don't need to recap from memory, we can just read this. Realizing the time is looping endlessly in Velzar, Sekka and the others search for one person who seemed to know the truth about the world. Alizar, although it takes some effort, man, it took like an hour of dialogue. They convince him to attempt one last time, one to attempt one last desperate gamble. The party challenges Flauis, who possesses godlike power. By some miracle, they manage to defeat her. Having borne witness to the party's deed, Flauis reveals that Velsar is the future of Ryvale and sends them back to the past to fix the mistakes that turned their world into what it is today. Like, ironically, you would almost think if there was better writing here, Flauis sending 4 monsters to Ryvale, which is a world that seemed to not really have any monsters, could be the beginning of creating Velsar. Because if you sent a vampire into Ryvale, a world with no vampires, he could easily bite and turn people into vampires. But they didn't send a werewolf, and we see werewolves in the future. And I don't think that the Sword Spirit or Sekka particularly have any reason why they, as far as we know, since they're unique beings, they don't seem to have any way to create more yokai, uh, which would really just leave a bunch of dragon newts. And I don't know if dragon newts can turn humans into dragon newts. So that's probably not what's going to happen. And frankly, I just don't trust the authors to be that good. Now you may notice that this wasn't marked as finished, and the reason for that is because I skipped some of the battles that I could skip. You can see this is going to be incredibly long, which I guess was Chapter 10, Chapter 7, Chapter 6. And so there's like 3 battles, and then there is a massive 28 chapters here. So we need to move through this very fast. Hopefully we have voice acting, but also take note how long the voice acting must be. At 14 megabytes, that's like 3 times, probably 4 or 5 times the average. Yeah, it's closer to 5 times the average space.
The world was an empty plain, a great expanse of nothingness.
And
No wood, no single blade of grass grew
This
there
doesn't quite
until a
sound like
miracle rolled
Flowey's.
forth in the shape of a
This might be
lone pebble.
Bunny.
A god descended from on high, and with that rock, cast it into the lonesome
They're pretty
void.
much having to go back
Life
and
sprang
remind
forth.
you of
There
what
were
happened
woods
3-4
and
chapters
trees and
ago.
grass, and mankind too. And so, to look over humanity and its toils, the gods split itself into 3 incarnates. The Titan of Force, who served as bane to the weak and the wicked through sheer martial might.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna bring back the other
The
Titans for
Titan of Order,
some
who
amount.
stood to quell blight and blighted through serenity and sense.
You could pretty well guess
The Titan
that
of Prosperity, who sought an end
that
to
the
falsity and
reason why this
foolishness
has so many
through what
chapters
succor the
is
realm
because they're
might
going to try
provide.
and bring back a ton of
They
characters.
were the Titans,
But
made
clearly,
so that the
they're not
gods'
even going to bring
blessing
back
passed from
characters
one
for
fragile
card
generation
game
to the
fights,
next.
since there's only 3 out of 28 chapters.
But
Oh.
though the divine may
Well,
taste
there was probably a
eternity,
couple more
mankind
fights, but
is not so fortunate.
at most it would
Thus,
probably have been 5.
I had one choice: to recur such humble lives without fail, time and time again. No matter how many years I saw pass, the little critters would tumble right into the same fate.
So this is the
So
fortune
of
teller,
course the lot
Flowey's
never
talking.
changed, even as the
Although it
fate-piercing
sounds like it
bullet
may very
traveled
well
from
have
hand to hand,
been
the world never changed.
a different voice
I
actress.
suppose most fortunes sound abstract at first. This might bring things into focus for you later.
Yeah, hearing this flashback,
A bullet?
it does seem like
Think of it as a
it might be a
good
different
job.
voice
Do
that
try
she's
to.
doing at the very least.
Oh, right. I think someone lost this. Can I give it to you?
Sure, let's see. This is a bullet.
Is Is
So they
that
keep
what it's called?
chasing
A girl with
this
red
bullet.
hair dropped it after telling me to ask the law for help.
And she was right to do that. I'll take it off your hands.
And we have to, of course, remember all these characters.
That a bullet? This is
I've
what Miles
had
was
totally
saying.
forgotten about Selena as a character.
That man would forget his head if it weren't screwed on right. Think I'll keep it. He owes me anyway. Hold on now. I've still got Miser's bullet tucked away right here.
Yeah, she had some kind of
When I
like
hit her in the head,
magical.
she froze for 2 blinks. All right, it's do or die, Selena. Lights out, beast.
And I'd totally forgotten about this
Someone who
Ilganu
understands my sins.
character. Like,
Who could it be?
I can't
Who
imagine
knows sin like mine?
anybody would really remember this story
What is this?
because, like,
Bullet.
I was
But it's time
very
for
consistently playing Shadowverse. Like every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I was playing Shadowverse for months and months and months, if not a year or two.
What could have possibly repelled my knife?
And yet,
How ironic.
because the
See,
multiplayer
bullets tend to
part
be
of
in the business
Shadowverse,
taking lives, but it seems this one saved
Like,
yours.
since the multiplayer part of Shadowverse doesn't have anything to do with the
saved
solo
nothing.
story,
Fate is a
I
distant
have totally
monster,
forgotten all of this.
forever out of reach of
There's
humanity.
no way anybody would
Judgment
remember all of
is a
this unless you
looming
were just
specter,
watching this on YouTube
threatening to crush
in a
mankind.
row, just watching all the story, or you were just playing all the
Heroes
story
still rise,
in a row.
despite the eternities of despair,
And if you're playing
futility,
all of the story in a row, you probably don't need this
They
recap.
are hope's last remnants, glimmering
And
silently as they
by
face where
adding
others
and forcing
cannot.
in the recap, of
From a
course I
place
could
where
click the
others
skip
dare
button.
not tread.
You're wasting
Alas, what is to be done
people's
but to pray
time,
for them?
the vast majority
What
of
else can I
players'
do
time
but
who would be
pray they
playing this.
succeed?
But also
All
it'd be
this will be
fairly
for you,
insane to just
Nexus. All this
sit
has been for
through
you, Keeper.
what is probably close to
world will
30
rise
hours of
once
single
again.
player content of Shadowverse. Like, it stops becoming a sales piece to say, oh, there's 30 hours of content of single player visual novel content in a collectible card game, and it starts just to be a joke or a ridiculous statement. Yeah, and see, if that was 14 megs and this is 4 megs, then perhaps there's room for shorter
It was
cutscenes.
you who killed my family. You are evil incarnate, and you will pay dearly for your sins.
Yeah,
Oh,
and it's not like they can
traditions don't
even
cost more than a penny round
recap.
these parts, but you're welcome to try and collect.
His voice is not, his mouth isn't moving.
And that's cut. Oh, how feeble an existence you lead. Expungible in
I
an
do remember
instant.
Cecil say
No.
being able to take over people's
Not
bodies or
like
dead
this.
bodies and
Why
copy
can't I?
himself
Why must
as if he
I?
was going to be a big bad guy,
Not
but
an
then
iota of purpose to your
they kind of forget
senseless
about him
demise.
existing.
Baron? Baron! Baron! Baron!
They're not even showing Baron.
Where? Who are you? Which one of you is Baron? He ain't never left me with no wiser house before. But it's all gone
I think
now.
Baron
You took him from me.
did have the ability to go invisible, but
Every
I think he's
moment I've
probably
spent with
dead.
him by my
And I
side,
imagine they just
feeling
didn't want to
low,
bring back the voice
flying
actor.
high. Give it back. My everything. Damn it.
I don't want to do it, Miser. I don't want to have to pull the trigger. So for the love of it all, please, not like this.
Selena, going's hard for me too, you know?
You doofus.
So it's,
You
let's see,
damn fool.
1,
Witless,
2,
heartless idiot.
3, 4,
Really
5,
makes you wonder how
6,
things
7,
ended up
8,
this way.
9,
Hey,
10, 11, 12,
Yeah, you
13.
said it, Miser. How things
Yeah.
get all mucked up like
There
this
is
at the
no
end.
less than 13 main
Damn it all.
characters in this story.
Inside and out.
You
This
have
world
the
deserves
4
to burn.
from the previous chapter, plus the fortune teller makes 5.
No.
You have the 3
You
titans, which
should
makes
be
8.
dead, damn it.
And then you have
Worthless.
Bunny
Your power
and
amounts to
Selena
nothing
and
in the
Miser
end.
and
When
Ilwong
will
and
these plebeians stop
and
disappointing
the
me?
other assassin guy
How is it you're
Zisho
still
Lies
standing? Why won't you
and
just...
Arissa.
Time's up. The plan shall now come into fruition.
So if there's 13 now and they brought
The hell are
in
you cooking?
potentially
What indeed?
the
No one in
7
your
other
shoes
main
has the right to
characters,
ask that question, I'm afraid.
that would be
Not
20
when you don't even
characters.
have the strength to save me from my own unsalvageable cage. I am a diseased god. The greatness of my power is
See,
matched
apparently
only
he
by
couldn't
my
leave his
pains.
body
Thanks to
on
your
his own
failure,
desire. He had to have
shan't
somebody
be any
kill
more
him.
than that.
Reset, restart. You could also throw in like the nun and the kids in Reveal.
I've avenged you all.
What's that roaring sound
What?
supposed to be?
Naive,
I guess there's
ain't you?
supposed to be some
This
secret
corpus
there.
was made to be undying. It knows nothing but triumph, not of defeat.
Die already, damn it! How much lead you gotta eat before your belly explodes, huh?
Most of what we're seeing here should have been just in that previous chapter. And there we see Baron,
It's done jumped into another body.
and then all he does is make a
Pitiful as just
groan
as the
sound,
self you
which
are,
any voice actor could
fumbling
do that.
blind in the dark so admirably.
Screw you! Screw
I
you!
guess
screw
this
you!
Zisa-wise
The only
character could have been the
salvation I ever
first
wanted to bring to this
monster.
earth was yours, Miser. So, if that's what you want me to do,
Shoot
What's funny
now.
is Selena
what are...
is,
Sheriff,
I think, more of a
howdy.
Havencraft character
you've
than
seen
you'd
better days
realize.
too, huh?
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Could barely drag my boots over here. But before I go, I wanted to answer your final prayer, Miser.
Please,
These other
don't do
two
this.
titans,
Miser,
like
Selena,
the
your sin is my sin. And those are crosses I'm happy to bear into the
by
afterlife.
introducing three
So rest
titans,
easy now.
there is
It's all gonna be
a
okay.
door that should not be really opened
Please,
in the
stop.
idea
Even you're
that
trying to take him away from me too?
there could be a different timeline
Vincent,
where
I
Vincent
can't.
wins and he creates a
I
completely
know, son.
different world,
I know.
or the other Titan girl wins
Rest,
and
thy
she creates a
weary
different
soul.
kind of world.
Why must these leeches be so impotent? Why can none of them free me from this feeble cradle of flesh? Deplorables, all of them. Will my suffering never end? Or do I have to remake this whole damn world to find myself a sliver of peace?
Reset, restart. When they use phrases like reset and restart, it definitely feels like
Black words. Pray, kill, slay, kill, kill.
it does make it almost feel like it's just a computer program.
All I
And that would be
can
the
hear is
ultimate
faces and
irony,
noise. I don't know
is
who
that
they are,
actually
Bear.
this is
I
a
don't know
computer
who you are.
program,
Where'd you spring off
happening
to, leaving me
like a
here?
virtual reality program that's happening just to Arissa, for who is the
Save
only
me,
real
please.
character.
Don't make me
And
render judgment on myself.
there are some elements that would lean towards that thought.
Watch as he bled out. Where's my favorite hound, little rabbit? Speak, or forever hold your peace from within a coffin.
Ain't a word left in this whole wide world I owe you, tyrant. If you think losing him's hurt you more than it's hurt me.
Yeah. But you could certainly make the argument
You did that to Miser, Selena?
that all of this is potentially happening in a dream or a
It's still
program,
not too late.
and
We can save him.
literally
If I heal him with
it
my
is in
powers.
a dream or program.
Selena,
Mm.
why?
I mean, literally it is in a computer program in a video game.
Only I get to grant him salvation.
The one you called a wretch. She knew Miser's name. She was
I
his
guess
acquaintance
maybe what they're trying to show is that
and deliverance.
Reveal, even though that was not the story that was told to
I
us,
didn't. That's wrong.
uh,
I didn't mean to. I didn't know.
like,
Couldn't possibly have known.
We've all sinned, sister. But a demon like you can't be permitted to live.
yeah, what am I even trying to say? I'm just becoming a stuttering fool here.
You
Yeah,
know,
the Reveal
maybe
story
yours
was
is
not
starting to
about
grow
time
on
loops,
me.
and now they're showing us all these different time loops that
Just say something like
are
that
kind of
now,
pointless.
Bear.
We could have
maybe
just
I should
said
be
that
thankful for this dang
they've been
hole
through a
in
bunch of
chest.
time loops and a lot of bad endings
Only way I'd ever
also.
bare my heart to
But
you.
we had already seen the most
stupid,
important bad ending
All
to
I wanna do now
to
is
happen
laugh.
in the previous chapters,
Laugh, you
uh,
dumb son of a buck.
with
Laugh all
like
you
3 or
want.
4 chapters
I'll be
ago.
right here laughing with you.
So they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. Meanwhile, they're adding a ton of time.
In a better tomorrow.
Like, and this was a 4
Sorry,
megabyte
Bear.
download, and yet
Can't
it's still
promise you
taking forever.
Not when I can finally blow this dumb world to smithereens.
Hmm.
Mom?
I think it would be kind of cool to make a collectible card game
So pretty.
that did have visual novel elements. that unlocked as you collected the cards,
You were behind everything,
but
playing us like fleas on a fiddle.
I know you'd have to be
All
very
for the sake
careful
of the
as to
world,
how those
Don't
cutscenes
say crap you know I
unlocked
can't
and
understand.
played.
You think the world means anything to me
It'd have to be
anymore?
very piffy
The rules ain't
sequences.
mine, darling.
You'd
All
probably
I
have to
do is
just be
dole
like
out the
a
cards,
teaser,
and you're
4 or
the
5
only
seconds
ones
of
who can play
animation,
your
and
hands.
then
What did I just say?
some indication that you've unlocked a
Oh,
longer
my.
cutscene
Heaven
later.
help your little heart. Help all our hearts. It seems this bullet was never gonna pierce that god after all.
So they even tried the magic bullet on the fortune teller, which seems to indicate that no matter what happens, the magic bullet wouldn't actually be that good. Reset, restart, reset, restart.
Anywho, Bear, I was just thinking, how about we drop by spurred on after today's job? Got a
This was
hankering
like
for
the
steak.
beginning of that chapter
Fair
with
enough.
Rydo.
But you want that old awful? Nothing fancier?
Do I look like a princess? Spurred on's all I need.
Well, all right then, Your Highness.
I'd totally forgotten that
Bear,
part of
it really will be all over, won't it? Once we take
part
down
of
Ice.
the Revel's
Well, in a way,
story was to introduce
after we take him
cars
out, we'll be the new
into the cars and like electrical
Can't get her
horses
beside your
into
poem?
the card
It's
set,
been a while since I heard it.
which is
No, we're good for now.
easily forgotten now.
Feels like I'll have to say it 1,000 more times before we're through.
Interesting, it restarted just because she didn't say the poem. Or maybe that wasn't the reason for the restart, but whatever. So, yeah, that was longer than it should have been. Let's keep on going. I may very well have to just pause this recording after about an hour and take a break.
We're here for Schillendrig's head, and y'all can join him.
All right, put those hands up and no one gets home safe tonight.
Bunny and Baron.
I
Guessed you crooks were behind this.
half wonder if Shadowverse literally just copies concepts and ideas from other collectible card games, which wouldn't be a terrible thought, frankly. I would definitely be looking at Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon card games, and every time there's a new concept or expansion.
Apparate. Just gotta give it a good hard think. Boo! Here comes hot death walking, or some such.
Oh. The hell's happening?
Gave you a gift is all. Looks like I ain't the only specter around these parts no more.
Ah, that's what you had me fussing around all morning for.
Now,
So now she has the ability to, like, teleport. Yeah, this whole expansion was focused around guns, which just feels weird, and vehicles, which kind of feels weird.
hasn't shown himself yet.
So I wouldn't be surprised if
Cecil Vinci.
there is
the
some
hound
expansion
I
of something like
Schillendrig's
Yu-Gi-Oh!
kept
Or
fed.
Magic the Gathering that
Oh, that walking, talking
does
pile
the
of
same
nightmares?
type of card
Nobody don't die
effects,
when he's killed.
but they've changed the art and they've
If he
changed
bleeds, we can sure
the
kill him.
weapons.
First, we find what keeps him ticking.
Of course, I would also believe if they just became obsessed on a concept and
Hold your
wrote
fire,
a story, or maybe weren't even that obsessed on the concept and they just paid somebody to write a story and didn't really care what the
Identify
story was.
yourself, and we can talk.
Ilgano is who I believe I am. I am here for our Schillendrig and no more.
I guess the question
So we
here
don't have to shoot her, Bear?
would
Enemy
be,
of my enemy,
could it
pal
be
and all that?
that
Best
the
check to be
monsters
safe.
have reincarnated
Ilganol, huh?
into these
The way we
characters.
see it, you got two choices.
Hmm.
You can keep that pretty head on straight and join our hunt
Because you
for
could
Icy.
potentially think
Or
that
we can
Selena
relieve you of it.
might
Icy
be
dies
the
regardless.
reincarnate of the fox girl.
Hell yeah, Bear! Tell her!
If our
But the
Shadowverse is who you
numbers,
seek, our cause is alive.
I don't think the numbers add up there.
What quaint little heart-to-heart
'Cause
have I
there's
stumbled upon?
5 main good guys in this story, and only 4 main good guys
Cecil
in the
Vinci, here at last.
in the
Were y'all waiting
Revell
long? I didn't want to
group.
be late for my greatest victory yet, killing all y'all in one fell swoop.
No reason we all gotta waste our time on this fella. Y'all get.
I certainly don't
I said
feel
get.
good
Don't go
about
tussling with
revisiting
Icy
this
alone.
content a second
Won't
time.
do if the Spectre
Like
ain't
I
gonna
wouldn't
kill
have actively gone back and
As you
played any
wish.
of the single player content a second
die on
time.
me,
I
Bear.
didn't like it in the
Can't kill
first
a
run.
ghost, can ya? Now remember, hit and run.
And I don't think this
Soon as
is really
chaos
teaching me
descends,
that I
strike
just
his
generally
mission.
don't like visual novel
Huh.
like
Only 'cause
visual
you remind
novels
me of
because I
State
do like
Actor.
good stories. And I think good visual novels can tell good stories.
But if you wind up at table for
I've
one,
certainly seen plenty of
then so be it.
animes that have been based off of like mangas, which are effectively the same as visual novels, or very similar at least.
I must take his life. I swore I would.
And what happens after? Will you be fulfilled, content?
I'm not sure we
die.
ever got Ilgano's story.
You're crazier than me.
You don't have the right to say that. Not when your whole existence is naught but stained with blood.
I could
I
see
am ever so
Ilgano being
charmed you noticed.
Alazard,
You are my foe.
but really all that
Oh, I've
probably
been
is
your
just
foe
that
for a while now. Ever since I
that they
stabbed you
write the
dead.
characters exactly the same
You
over and over
killed
again.
me.
Oh, Miss... Did you forget me? That's right, mean spirited.
See, they
of
keep
you.
growling,
I
so you
remember it
can't
like
know
it
her
was
name.
yesterday. The way the birds sang, the way your parents screamed.
No. No, this is more of your madness.
I guess if you had
So something did
5
break in your head
characters,
when you died.
5
Your
good
parents,
characters in
your
Revell,
sister, your
4
throat,
good characters
your world. The one
in
who cut them all asunder was me. The
in
boss
the
wanted to
monster
test me,
world,
put me through
Belsar.
calibration. And I got a lot of calibrating done out of your clan.
That would be kind of too many if
Good
each
shot.
of these characters were supposed to
You
actually
killed
be
me.
reincarnations
killed
of the
my
main
family.
characters. Although
I killed
Ilgano
them.
is a Portal
I
Craft
killed
character
all
and
of them.
Selena is like a Havencraft character. It would be kind of funny if it turns out all this was a story, a virtual reality game, and each character was being played by the main characters from the first chapter.
Make me pay 1,000 times over?
That's
for their worthless lives?
what I suggested a long time ago when covering this
Family
story,
means
is
nothing.
roughly
It's your mortal ties
if
that make you weak.
they had introduced the
Even when flop that
the 8
weakness,
original
you still
characters
think
in
victory's
chapter 1.
within your grasp.
And once they jumped to another reality,
You slay
if
me,
it was a case
sweetheart.
that they had to jump into the bodies and effectively quantum leap
Does it
into
hurt?
other
It
bodies
seems the same magic courses
and
through our
control it
veins.
that way,
The
that would
pain
have been
you feel, I've savored it before too.
an easier way to tell different
Why did you
stories
kill my family?
while having
Why
a
me?
very loose connecting thread, where there is basically no connecting
So
thread with
many
this story,
questions.
other than Arissa shows up at
Did
some
you
point.
think there had to be a reason to their deaths, to your suffering? No. Your despair is as deep as it is meaningless. Their deaths were hollow. taken by the sheer whims of malice, cruelty, and spite, just as this world intended. Do you see now? No matter how many times you ask or plead or beg, nothing matters. And it ain't ever gonna make sense. So, die already.
Oh, this is so slow because they're repeating parts.
A bullet. Wait, it shouldn't be here.
Well, luck be a lady tonight. That bullet in your pocket deflected my blade and saved you from a right pitiable death. Ain't that funny?
Seems like the bullet's only good enough to potentially keep people from dying
No
once.
bullet here. Guess Lady Luck's done had her way with you. Now seems Death himself is due for a visit. Gasp for him, so he'll hear, scream, and curse it all. Life's so unfair.
I don't think they really
Let 'em know
even
how much
found
you've suffered
a way to
with
kill
your
this
pathetic
Cecil Winch
lamentations.
character when she...
No hopes are coming. No salvation awaits. Die knowing no validation, knowing no
You have to
relief.
point out the localization
You are
mistake
not
there.
without reason. This world is insensate, where choice and consequence come to a head.
It would make a lot more sense to have just
Yet there is no path but forward.
localized his name down to Cecil,
afar
or
have I
even
come,
Z.
And upon my arrival, here my blade and body find themselves anew. Though I am no benefactor, allow me to assist you.
Look at what we have
I
here.
bet
More
Cecil
prey for the slaughter.
will try and jump into the Kagura's
what you
body and realize he doesn't have a body to really control.
No, a weapon is a hunter, not prey.
Well, it seems like he may have...
Cut me without cleaving this meat sack? What are you?
I am the blade and the spirit within. I am Kagero.
Oh, he can actually cut him without hurting the bodies he's
I am
possessing.
better understood as one hope for this land.
Well, we can see where this is going to go. There's going to probably be a long setup now, showing the other 3 characters. And yes, we will continue to skip battles. This could play as a Portal Crafter, Shadowcraft character. And we're back up to 7 megabytes of voice files. But clearly you could have shown the time loops, like shown one very quick repeat
Just
of bad
once.
things
I
happening,
can only do this once.
and
There'll not be a second time.
then shown
Understand that
these guys come and change rivals.
We will
Bad
save
ending.
this world.
Now we're
Trials
just
and
throwing back
crises.
to
I don't get it, but we'll
seeing
be
what we've
along.
already saw, or
That's right.
where the last chapter ended.
As a blade, it is my duty to cut through the
Which
way
again,
Very well.
it more than likely
Those
would have been
chosen
months
by
and
fate.
months between the
No.
point in which this was
Those that
released
have risen up
for
and
this
won
chapter
against fate.
and when this happened at the end of the previous
The destiny of a world
section,
stuck in
previous
endless
chapter.
Mistakes, despairs, and impossibilities is now in your
And that
hands.
would be the only reason you would have
Finally,
the recap,
great strife
like
culminates
this.
into a turning point where the scales
which also
will tip
means
and the world
even if I
will
had been
tremble.
playing Shadowverse
Only
very
mastery
regularly
of
like I had
time
been,
and space
and
can
if
avoid
I had
this
been playing
oft-repeated fate.
the solo content as soon as it had come out, I still probably wouldn't have been able to remember what was going on because there are artificial pauses and breaks as they write more content and make more content. And there's the only way you get around that is you wait for the entire story to be done and then watch it from beginning to end for 30 plus hours.
Is this the place she called Reveal?
I do not know.
The fact that we see
At the
them
very
in their
least,
bodies,
This place does not seem like Velsar.
then we know it's going to be fairly
She loves to blabber, but
generic
she never actually tells us the important things.
as far as what we expect to happen.
You haven't told
These
us what
four
we're
people
supposed to do.
are going to split up and meet up with the other people.
She won't answer.
You gotta be kidding me.
She said she would only meddle once. It is not prudent to expect any further help from her.
How shall we proceed?
We start by identifying the pivotal moment which led to Reveal's transformation into Velsar. Then, we correct the mistakes that led to such a moment. It is a simple endeavor. We have but one problem.
So
we
is
don't got the slightest clue on what's messed
the
up to
question
begin with, huh?
here's, will they now be trapped in the loops of
Come on, my choir of
of
riders.
resetting
Your
in
conductor has pulled
Ryvale,
the trigger. Now let
or
the
do they
heavens
have
hear
only
your
one
roars.
chance, and if they fail it just ends then?
Are they fighting?
It seems so. This wind carries the familiar scent of battle.
Now none of them should be
Looks
able to
like people are
recognize
stupid no matter the
any
time.
of the magic or
So what are we gonna
bullets.
do? Jump in and start punching?
I agree with blending in. We shall use the chaos to search for clues about this land. Somewhere across this arid desert are wrongs we must correct. Our trial does not end until we find them.
Say any idiots get in our way. It okay to send them flying?
Only if you must. Now then, let us separate. Time is of the essence.
Understood.
We are gonna meet again, right?
Taking
Get it all
forever.
plumb for? Come on, Foxy, laugh it up.
See, you could have just had a shootout and bullets should just be flying across their faces, and then that should separate them. Because you could easily just have had a shootout start and Alzard saying, "Flee, we'll meet again later."
Sky here's a lot brighter than I thought it would be.
Well, gotta get going. Don't get yourselves killed now.
I shall take my leave as well.
So when he jumps up in the sky ridiculously like that,
Godspeed.
I wonder if that's supposed to be him flying. I guess it might be.
A world steeped in blood, with no future ahead. All that resounds is fury. But this time, I stand with renewed purpose to deliver a fallen world.
They still don't really have a way to defeat the Lord of Darkness.
Will be delivered.
Seems like the only way you could really defeat him is by not killing him. And just leaving him in his body.
How baffling. How very curious. I have no memory nor experience of this land, and yet it reverberates within my steel. This is a land I know well indeed. What fate could have transpired here? To turn Reveal's arid air into Velsar's miasma.
It almost seems like the monsters may be caused by Zishal Lynch mutating.
Am I drawn to her?
Would have had to have been over the course of hundreds, if not thousands of years.
From my very beginning, it has been my fate to walk a path of no direction. I am guided by the cruel edge of intuition, and for that reason, I will go to her aid.
No hopes are
We're
coming.
about 40 minutes into the story, and just now it's starting to actually tell you anything new.
You are not without.
Imagine you went to a movie and then there was 40 minutes of recap to that movie. Would you actually sit through all of that?
Yet there is no path but forward. No way but through.
They're definitely not being generous with
afar
with the
have I
player's
come.
time.
And upon my arrival, here my blade and body find themselves in
And generally, I would have to assume visual novels don't recap things, that it's all new content.
me to assist you.
The Nonary games, 999 for instance,
Look at what we have
has some repeated
More prey
content
for the
certainly,
slaughter.
and way too much repeated content honestly,
Is
but
that what you think of me?
I would still say the vast majority of it is
No.
still slightly new content. Things change even in the parts that get repeated
Without
in the
cleaving this
Nonary
meat
games.
sack? What are you?
I am the blade.
Plus, they let you, with a
I am
decent
Kako,
interface system, skip
Though
parts
perhaps I am better understood as one
while
hope
still
for
kind
this
of
land.
knowing what's going on.
What for this land? One chicken short of a coop, ain't you, stranger? Let me tell you now, there's no hope for anybody in this world. Unless by hope you mean sweet, succulent despair.
You have confirmed my suspicion. This world hangs at the precipice. This moment is the turning point. Whether it falls to hope or despair, that burden falls upon our shoulders.
You are not my enemy, are you?
It would seem not. My blade bids me aid you. Stand now upon your 2 feet.
It's not a lot to say.
Draws not to a close
Once
just yet.
again, this game is exhausting me both mentally and physically and emotionally.
Outrage. I've never had victory ripped from my clutches like this before.
It's just
lust for battle.
too
I am
slow.
no stranger to this disposition.
And collectible card games already are slow, but it's a whole different scale of slowness when you've got what I can only describe it as a bad visual novel going on. So this might be a point where you fight Cecil when she again, although we did fight him several chapters
My body
previously.
is made of infinite vessels. So long as there are more to infest, you won't prevail.
There is no infinity within the bounds of reality, unless you defy reality. Though it seems reality governs you as well.
How do you keep doing that? Cutting only my magic, leaving the vessel unharmed. I've never seen your type of sorcery.
I mean, if you're
Blade
cutting
cuts
him,
only what should be cut. I understood your essence at first sight.
if you keep cutting him, then you assume you're hurting him, and eventually he'll die, even if it would be death by 1,000 paper
There ain't a
cuts.
fool alive who understands me.
How fateful then that we are cut from the same cloth.
Huh?
And therefore, I am enough to oppose you. Though some bones are sure to shatter in the process. I am a spirit that haunts the blade. He is an infestation that haunts the body. A blow to his spirit core should prove effective for at least some time. The art of rejuvenation, then. All that
And
is
notice how
left
they're
is to create an
putting this in parentheses as he's thinking to himself or talking to himself.
I'll do the honors.
No, he was just thinking to himself, really.
Well.
Oh, y'all love to chatter
So
on,
why didn't
don't
they
you?
voice
Well, don't
any
leave
of the
me
internal dialogue that happened a couple chapters ago,
Come on now. You must shake this habit
instead of
hiding
having
in
a
the
whole
shadows.
bunch of text that you had to read out loud?
reason do you
Or I
care?
felt the need to read out loud.
all had lives of their
Although
own.
at this point I'm not really
They were
reading
all
most of the unvoiced
No reason
elements
at
out
all.
loud.
How many times do I have to repeat myself?
Honestly, I probably would have just rage
And
quit
I will give your
this
victims'
whole
lives
solo
meaning.
story if it didn't have the
your
auto
execution.
transition forward and the voice acting. I would have gotten really frustrated with this, and I am fairly frustrated with it anyways.
I can hear them. Your innermost thoughts. They burst
this also highlights the problem of trying to be a video game critic and playing something that's so linear and generic as this visual novel gameplay style, game mechanic. Because I'm just like spending hours with my hands off the controller. I'm not clicking the button to go forward. I'm not doing anything to interact.
That's real cute that you think good and evil exist.
I would often say that you're in part creating a very unique to you experience when playing a video game because of the interactions with your hands and the controller and your choices. Even if it is a case that the makers of the game that sold it to you made all the different possibilities, they aren't making every single variety a variation of the possibilities. It's the idea of a chicken makes an egg, but a cook can decide to turn that egg into an omelet or scrambled eggs or a cake or something else. So particularly when you start to think about like fair use as how it should be actually applied, not just how it's defined legally in different countries.
Never mind.
A video game creator may be the chicken making the egg, but at some level, the player is the one choosing to turn the egg into an omelet or scramble it. And so, at some level, it would be the player that owns the omelet, not the chicken.
Or more precisely, a spirit becomes blade. A blade becomes spirit.
Of course, that's not how the law is written. The law is written that, for the most part, if you have enough money, you can argue that a game developer owns everything, unless it's fair use. And then you have to fight with lawyers and lots of money to prove it's fair use, with that being a nebulous and sometimes changing stance.
Allow me a final moment, unsolicited though it may be.
And definitely it's a different standard in different countries.
Our devilish opponent and I share a common nature, ceaseless battle. But you and I share too a commonality. We are ceaseless wanderers.
I am a murderer. I have blood on my hands. My sister's blood. Is this your nature too?
Indeed. I too have dealt my fair share of death.
I wonder if Elgano is going to be just completely wiped from the story at this point, now that she's been saved.
Many times over.
It kind of makes sense to just wrap up the story with Elgano and Kagero and have them not really show up until a final battle.
From a tragic fate.
I must be on my way.
See, I guess it might be a case that Elgano's body might be undead, as it were. So, by keeping her alive, if she might very well.
Mysterious object she possessed. A bullet, was it? That was most peculiar. What meaning holds such a small clump of steel? Even speculation defies me.
Yeah,
however,
her dead body might be the body that the Lord of Darkness tries to jump into, and that might affect things.
Or mere wishful thinking. We have possibilities.
I have to say, it's going to be pretty pathetic if it turns out that this bullet really is just going to be the beacon, the light that sends all of these new characters towards their destinations. That very well may be the case of what happens. Then next we have a fight you with Forcecraft and Swordcraft. Of course, yeah. When you have your hands off the controller, when you're not doing anything at all. I really want to try to be critical of the story, but I also don't want to become repetitive and just say, oh, this story is repetitive or this story is bad. I can point out how the ridiculous angle on his gun, and it definitely feels like they may have drawn his gun to have been a much shorter one at first, and then they drew a much larger one, longer one over him, over a smaller drawing. Almost certainly they had ideas for characters for the cards, and then they picked some cards and said, write some story around these character models.
But listen, friend.
Which, that's not that hard to do either.
Well, that's what makes you vulnerable. I got no guts of my own, you see. No weaknesses here.
Again, it sounds like it might be a different voice actor for Cecil Lynch.
A gift from your friend.
Now we've got the shadow wretches.
You know, I learned how wretches are made after I infested that woman. They're dead humans. Isn't that grand?
So, Ilgano, I think, may have been the one making the wretches, whether she realized it or not.
Fast suckers, ain't they?
She may be a wretch. Which I totally forgot about the wretches.
Was that a vision?
And so, if Baron is starting to see
Now's my chance.
If Baron is starting to see the past, that makes it seem like they may have been through these loops really, really long amounts of time also.
Curse that pissant.
Because that was the general idea around why the vampire could start seeing other timelines, is because he was just so long-lived in the multiple loops.
Bastard slithered away again. At least that's one problem done and dusted. But
and I guess that guy
have to whittle down the pawns to make room for the queen's entrance.
Looks like
Once upon a time, a man used to own his own life.
Cecil,
and I won't
or
stop
Cecil,
till I
whatever
get
his
those
name
lives
is,
back.
he was injured by one of his clones being attacked, but not defeated.
It burns.
Ugh. You okay, Hoss? You started screaming bloody murder out of nowhere.
This must be a damn joke. Tell me, Rabbit, is that swordsman a friend of yours?
Swordsman? Why the hell would I be friends with a swordsman?
You don't really see any swordsmen in this whole world.
Everything about you's all kooky. You don't make sense, you won't stay dead, and worst of all, you don't shut up.
It wasn't supposed to be like this. Now was my moment to taste victory. Why do I have to lose?
I don't know
yet
which
again?
one's talking. I guess the one on the left. Like his lips barely move sometimes and don't move at all
So
other
you're
times.
okay with dying?
Nah, that's more your specialty.
This dialogue is awful.
Help but laugh. A man who can cut my core. Lord Icy would never allow such a liability to live. What
I forgot
is
they called him
happening to
Lord
this
Icy.
world? Despair consumes us all. That's always been enough.
There's more to this world than despair alone.
And see, when you get these nice full screen animations, that you run into the problem of no real voice acting with the lips moving, with no lip movement.
You're you? What's it to you? I didn't ask for no help.
Another one? What is with all the damn
What's funny
fanfare
is
today?
Ninetales,
What's your name?
Sekka may very well
Bunny.
just
Have a
take
bunny
the
berry.
role of Orisa.
Surely you've heard of us. I'm sorry. That doesn't ring any bells. Huh? Well, then why'd you stick your neck out for me? I guess because he seemed like a creep.
Oh, my insides are on fire, but I can't just ignore the arrival of fresh entertainment.
So I guess the question will be, can the Ninetales attack
Have myself a rest
just the
afterward.
core of Zessel also?
So was it? Help me out, Toots. Just don't jump in front of my crosshairs. Right. I won't cross a single hair.
Again, they don't know what guns are or bullets are, although they should figure it out pretty fast.
Foxfire!
What was that? Some kind of fire trick? No, it was more than that. Who are you now?
You can't tell? Well, I can see right through you. You and I are similar. We're magic itself.
Whoa, come on now. You always spoil the ending.
We're similar, but we're not the same. All I
Slow,
can smell
move it
is the
faster.
stench of rot. Like someone's pieced you together with a mishmash of nightmares.
Magnificent. Splendid. How much you know indeed. Shall I divulge the most crucial part of my construction? You see, I'm made.
Boy, he never shuts up. Couldn't stand his mumbo jumbo a second longer.
You know what? I appreciate that. Just kill the guy and cut the monologue. Who cares what he's made of? Like, he's not an important character.
Guardian angel? I don't know anyone in this world. In fact, you're the first person I've talked to. Come again? You don't know nobody at all? Forget that for now. I need to know. Can you think of any trials this world might be facing? A trial? You with the law? There was a trial, and a choice was made. The wrong choice. And the world's been warped ever since. In fact, that mistake has happened
I almost
countless
wonder
times.
if the wrong choice
Trial and fix the mistake.
that the fortune teller is talking about
What happens
might
after?
be
We'll save the world from evil?
a very different choice
I'm
from
not
what
too sure
they
myself.
should be looking for.
Sounds like
You'd
a
almost
damn
think that the
fairy
fortune
tale to me.
teller, being a vessel of one of the
No, it's
keepers,
no story.
might say that the
I'm not
wrong
gonna
choice
lie,
was
sounds
to
pretty stupid.
for her to stop being the vessel of a keeper,
Please, just answer me. Even the
And-
smallest clue would help.
where the wrong choice of the
Fine.
game
I know plenty about trials.
was
Revale is full of them.
choosing who to shoot
To everybody.
with the magic bullet.
Nope, no happiness here. Look for yourself. Look at all these bodies. These horrible things will keep on repeating. To you, to me, and to everyone. Well, it'll all end when we're pushing up daisies, won't it? I'm afraid not. It starts all over, from the beginning. Boy, howdy. Now that would be a real pain in the ass if it were true.
Over here! Watch out for that weird one. Uses some kind of funny
Slow,
witchcraft.
so slow.
Let me tell you, I hope it does end, or else blowing it to bits ain't gonna matter. Once upon a time, a gal used to own her own life. That's all in the past now. But you know what? If I can't have my life, nobody else can have theirs either. Bunny, are you alone here? Not anymore. How about yourself? Same here. I was alone before, but I've met
So
others.
did she just shoot those people and kill them, or did she just knock them down? I think she kind of knocked them down,
Lump on a log.
but
But we're gonna go out together.
I wouldn't have believed,
Blaze of glory.
wouldn't be surprised if this is supposed to
And
be
good
that she's
riddance.
killing him.
And this Baron man, he agreed to do that? Surefire he did. Well, I think at least. He doesn't sound like a friend. Friends walk with you, hand in hand, helping you overcome any challenge. The way I see it, they also take leaps of faith together. And Baron and I are looking over a pretty tall cliff. Look,
All
a
of
while
this is
back,
supposed to just be
this
like
fortune-telling
Bonnie and
bluebird
Clyde.
told me something, and it ain't left my mind since.
Care to have your fortune told? Only takes a moment.
The devil's peekaboo, eh? What kind of stuff can you see?
Oh, where
Devil's
the wind might
peekaboo.
take
That's a
you
funny
and
phrase.
where it might not.
Sounds boring, but I ain't got nothing better to do, so let it rip, pal.
Very well. After a time of great strife, you will face a turning point. The scales will begin to tip, and the world will begin to tremble.
A lot of this content is
Sounds like how
just
pie
being
if you ask
reused
me.
from
Well,
previous
I've had me a
chapters,
lot of
so
great strife, and more than one turning point.
it is kind of a
Wheels are tipping, world is
catch-22
trembling.
weird issue here
I think
where
I finally understand what
both
she meant.
this chapter is too long and
The trial.
it's reusing things
Whoa,
unnecessarily.
This is my lecture we're talking about. Don't worry your pretty little head over it. Haven't you been listening
Which
to
makes
me
it
at
too
all?
long.
Huh? This world repeats itself over and over. Your fate repeats itself
At
over
least
and over.
in comic books, there would be like footnotes that say go back to this previous chapter to see what they're referencing. Comic books inherently have the problem of being too short and taking way too long to come out on a monthly basis, if not longer. But there's gotta be a nice middle ground.
A bullet between the eyes and they'll never trouble
Like,
us
I would
again.
say probably the weekly or monthly mangas are probably the right amount of animation and story that come out that people can actually keep up with.
I've got me a job to do. Kiss the hand that feeds you. Fear the gaze that leads you.
This is her
Marry the bride that needs you. Sweeter
Her
words
rhyme.
bind us. Careful they don't bleed you.
which I
Hey,
don't
Seth,
think means
I give
anything at
you
all.
permission to recite my little poem. I always say it before I might die. Our lives might end here, you know. And then we can meet up in the next one and have us some ribeyes at the great big spurt-on in the sky. I want to end it all too. History has no business repeating itself like this. We could blow it all up, like you said. After all, the most beautiful sparks burn out the fastest. But we won't burn out that easily, will we? Now, tell this
Man.
world your name!
It's just slow.
It's Bunny! One half of the meanest pair of bandits that ever walked Revale? It's Bunny, damn it! I won't forget who you are, Bunny! Thanks, Sek. Looks like our dance partners won't wait any longer. It's a dead gal's jig we're dancing.
If anything, it feels like this whole chapter was just, they had no idea what to do with these two characters, and they needed to do something with them. Like, it definitely feels like that story could have ended after they fought Cecil and just moved on. And here we have a Runecraft Havencraft chapter. It looks like there's gonna be a third character.
What's he on about?
Obviously, that shows up. Probably,
Though it sure don't look like it's our
I would
bullets
guess the
making
Dragon Newt character, if I was to guess.
Oh, damn that pissant. Reduced me from victor to sniveling wretch.
No understanding a loon like him. But we best strike while the iron's hot.
Huh?
It's always ridiculous with Miser having the coat over his shoulders,
I sure have.
just
and you can be
floating
sure
like
as
a
hell it's
cape.
hot. I won't ever miss again.
Totally
Never.
unnecessary. You can see it blocking the face of Selena.
With all my heart, rapid fire! What the?
Who's there?
Sorry, did you guys have dibs on this creep? He was giving off such a messed up vibe, his face was practically begging to be punched.
Who the hell are you? I won't
I'm not
ask
surprised by his look at all, apparently.
Dry.
Nobody seems to be any surprised by the
We're
appearance
ones
at
with
all.
the guns, pal.
Whoa, Selena! Loosen your holster, this guy...
Shut up, miser. I don't want us getting dragged into more trouble. And judging by the sight of, well, whatever he is, he's got problems too.
Whoa, lady, who pissed on your pyre?
Well, of course she's angry. Look at all these fresh corpses littering the alley.
You still standing?
Seeing all these heroes fly in out of nowhere is getting real old.
Even the
But
game
what's
is
life without a
admitting
little
that,
spice?
again, you have to be careful about using the phrase real
The
old,
devil will have
because
his due soon enough.
I agree. Like,
No,
the
stop.
story is getting
I'll cut
really
this neck
old.
Right open. Spill this poor woman's blood. You'll hate that, won't you? You all deserve what's coming to you.
And they go to black to indicate that they weren't willing to show
That bastard did this.
gore when they would have
Neck. Why?
shown the gore anyways.
Miser, turn your eyes away.
They've never shown any kind of blood
I
or
don't
gore
understand. Why did he... How could he...
in any of the single player story.
Get it together, Miser. It's an illusion. It isn't real. Don't lose focus now. Don't let him fool you.
But look at her.
The
Miser!
problem here is
Miser, look at me.
they probably should show
It's
the
no
blood and
illusion.
gore.
She was a person. Nothing fake about a corpse.
Um,
Damn, look at all these bodies. Did he cause this massacre?
yeah, this might as well be like rated M for mature or even adults only. That would at least give
What are you
them
going to do with that? Little
give
tip
them
with a handle?
more
Is that even a weapon?
I
more
said not another
opportunity
hand.
to tell different
You
stories.
come between us and
Although I
won't
don't think it
hesitate to
matters because
You know,
clearly
that's
they
words to
have
you,
a mandate
but I don't
and a
wanna fight
desire
you.
that
I have a good feeling that I shouldn't
only
fight you.
pushes them to telling
Then take it
stories
back.
about fights
Take
and
what
violence, but mediocre,
Those aren't
kind of
bodies.
watered down
what are
violence.
You just don't understand.
Selena, stop it.
No. He's lying through his teeth. Those aren't bodies. They're illusions. You've got nothing to worry about, Miser. The people of this town are safe.
You're funny. Can't you see what's in front of your eyes?
Nobody asked you. There's only one thing. One person worthy of my belief.
Selena, quit it already.
You shut the hell up too. Why can't you stay quiet? Why can't you just have faith in me?
So she's trying to convince him that they're
I don't know
not
who you
bodies
are. Frankly, I don't give a damn.
because it's,
But I'll tell you
if we
something. You're
barely
standing
could
at a
remember
crossroads,
Miser's
stranger.
personality, he really hated to
Take
see
it
dead
back.
people.
Not sure why a few words are so important to you. But I don't back down.
Your funeral.
Whoa.
Stop!
He's our enemy, Miser. He chose his path, his lies.
Selena, what's possessed you?
Fury, Miser. Fury that you won't see reason.
But Selena, if I'm responsible for the deaths of all these people, then I deserve what's coming.
Idiot. For heaven's sake, none of this was your fault. You might be the only God's damned person in Revale who truly cares about justice.
It's kind of funny that they would use God's damn as a phrase and then not show even a little bit of blood around the neck.
If you've got any faith in me
Of course,
at all,
it could also just be laziness that they didn't want to animate blood.
have faith, Miser.
So she's offering a false belief, a false faith.
People, right? Odd, however, that you tremble when you hold it. You know, you remind me of myself back then.
Hush up! This is your last chance. Take your words back or die.
Terrifying. You've got me shaking with fear. Oh wait, never mind. This is anger. I come all this way, not even a hint from that stupid witch, and now I'm tangled up with a pair of two-wielding fools. Lies, justice, none of that matters. I was sent here to clean up your mistakes, wrongs of the past you all made. Go ahead, tell me to shut my mouth. Command me to explain myself. I prefer to talk with my fists anyway.
On your toes, Miser.
Got it.
Yeah, once again, this is just a scenario that is 100% contrived for another fight.
You're in the business of dealing death. You can't lose your head over a few bodies.
I'm glad that animes kind of get away from this, too. Very rarely in newer anime series do you have just hot-headed, for lack of a better term, teenagers that they'll fight at the drop of a hat to do the smallest misunderstanding or disagreement. This feels very old school to just potentially have people willing to fight. And I guess when you're talking about like Yu-Gi-Oh! As an anime, the fights there are card games anyway, so you don't need to write overtly hostile characters like Drock. And then if you think of something like a Monster of a Week show like Sailor Moon or something, usually most of those bad guy characters are so monstrous that there's a justification for characters like Sailor Moon to attack each week and defeat them. Although I would also point out something like Cardcaptor Sakura, where they really went out of their way to not have a monster of the week that is actually a bad guy, instead of making each card from the cloud cards more of a mischievous character. And often she didn't Sakura of Cardcaptor Sakura didn't even have to actually fight them as much as just
that creep that was just here,
just
Cecil Vanchi,
convince them to join
somehow
her.
or other he infests the townsfolk. No idea how he does it though. And to beat him, I shot so many. Had to lay so many to rest.
Clearly, I'm not really paying attention to this story,
Be, Selena.
though. I'm just talking about animes instead.
Selena!
It wasn't your fault. Please believe me, Miser.
I guess One Punch Man might be an also interesting Monster of a Week concept, where they fairly quickly introduce the real bad guys who have to be defeated and show them to be real bad guys. So very rarely do you have
I punched you, you shot at me. Let's call it even.
Good guys fighting against good guys.
I've seen quarrels like this, and I know better than to jump in between a pair of scorned lovers.
Scorned what? It's not like that.
Selena, hold your fire. Sorry you had to see that. I always knew I needed to get my act together.
Way too
but something
long.
deep inside me was just kind of broken. Forgive her. She was trying to look after me. I'm real sorry about all this.
Today the first time you killed?
Huh?
Is today the first time you killed someone?
No, it wasn't. That's why I froze.
What?
Yeah, I
Guess
guess
we built
this is
such
supposed to be a
peaceful place where
story.
single death means something.
You hit your head. Horse, it's not.
Like
Then why
it's
is
kind of
the
a
little
story
buggy
of
here shaking?
PTSD
That's not
for
you,
Miser,
no.
but
I
if you
shot
wanted to
someone way
tell that
back.
tale,
Someone innocent.
you really had to
Everybody
be
knew it, but no
a
one
much
blamed
better
me for the
writer
mistake.
and
I had to live with that
really
sin,
just focus on him
and it got
as a
heavier
character.
by the day.
I killed two.
You
All
could
the
have
happy
made an
fools who
entire
raised me.
chapter that just told
Burned 'em to
Miser's
ash.
tale and focused on him.
I even killed the person who was most like a father to me.
Hmm.
I'm not the same person now, but that memory is still burned into my mind.
That's not the same.
I'm aware. No reason to get worked up again over a little conversation. So, since you're apparently the only person who cares about justice here, is it forgiveness you're looking for?
No, forgiveness isn't justice. I need to be judged.
Huh? How's that different? Sounds like you want to pass the hard work off to someone else.
No!
You want someone to sentence you. Get it all done and over with. How is that different from being forgiven?
How dare you?
It's an interesting
I
concept.
haven't even started with you. You don't have a clue how to protect this wealth.
You have no right to talk about Miser.
Suppose there is.
How much he's suffered. How much he's hurt.
It is a lot harder to judge yourself than to let someone else judge you.
Not you.
It's not like I've come
And
to
just
debate your
accepting
feelings,
someone else's
but when I
judgment.
saw the half-assed way you two go about life, I couldn't help myself. Sins aren't meant to be judged or forgiven. They're supposed to be a burden.
But what if that sin crushes you?
Ah, shut it already! I
And
wasn't
Selena
talking
has
to
some kind of thing also.
Pathetic really is the word, isn't it? Guess it's no surprise these idiots failed the trial. Whatever. I've said my piece. I didn't come to get lip from two punks.
Then why did you come?
A trial. You know anything?
Thanks for being specific. How am I supposed to tell you anything with information like that?
Actually, we're after a fella named Schillendrick.
That's a name?
He's one of the three rulers of this world, the Titans. You've got the Titan of Prosperity, Schillendrick, the Titan of Force, Not, and then there's the Sheriff, the Titan of Order, Vincent. We, the law, that is, we take our orders from Vincent. But I guess that doesn't make much sense to you.
Nope, not a bit. But more about this ice chilled on a stick guy. Is he strong or what?
Enough to make your neck hair curl up, that's for sure. And he uses some real mean magic, reclaiming whatever you take from him.
Seems fun.
You heard enough yet? Scram already.
It was weird about Revel that everybody seems to have their own unique style of magic.
Losers, whether you're fighting for lies or for justice, just make sure you do it right.
Hold on a second.
And it doesn't make a lot of sense that they would defeat
with the lives
Vincent and Not.
Wouldn't be here if
also.
Actually, I'd still be back home, drowning my sorrows in the tavern.
But they may
That's
do it
why you have
anyways.
to face your past, head on. That goes for you too, lady. All this sappy talk. I sound like Greats. Makes me want to vomit.
I thought it was Greets. I wouldn't be surprised if the voice actors don't even know how to pronounce their own words.
Miser. Yeah.
That would be a voice director's fault.
Why didn't you
Though.
say something?
Voice actors often are just given text on a screen or on a piece of paper.
Never took you as
It's
a
the voice
crier,
director
Selena.
that has to know what it really means. Make sure it sounds the way he wants it to sound.
How could I show you weakness when you were so weak yourself?
I'm sorry.
Damn it! We ain't got time for this. Forget it. Need to focus on Shadowverse.
Yeah.
Nothing ain't ever gonna change.
Selena and Miser would be an interesting couple.
We'll get them together.
Particularly if they had just merged Bunny and Baron
don't even know you anymore.
together with
face it
these
all
two
alone.
characters.
Not with all those wounds.
That would certainly make more sense. If there was just 3 Titans, honestly, no, get rid of 2 of the Titans. If there was just Icy, Mazer, and Selena, and Ilmongo
I'm so
and
sorry.
Zeshawise,
I'll bear this sin
probably
as
could
long
be
as I
just
can.
completely remove these
But until
characters.
then, I've got to be ready to help my guardian angel.
Or you make
Because if I
Ilmongo
don't, well,
seem
who
like a
else is
bad
going
guy, and Zessel show up as a bad guy a lot less often. I definitely remember in the previous chapters where we were seeing Zessel that he would just constantly show up, and it would just be another fight, and another fight, and another fight. And yeah, because I've skipped this, I'm skipping getting 80 gold, which is an incredibly small amount. And here I'm skipping this one, so I'm not going to get a card back and 50 gold. But who cares? This is a Bloodcraft battle, so obviously Alizard's going to show up as the final character.
No indication here. Though I cannot deny.
Although I don't even know if he's going to meet up with anybody. He may just end up fighting. No, he's gonna meet up with Arissa. Remember, this is Arissa in her new outfit, because each character got these new outfits that are only slight variations on their original outfits.
Lord? No.
Of course,
I am a god.
he actually remembers fighting the Lord of
You all are
Darkness.
sheep in my fold. Now I will keep you as long as there's any profit in it.
So, at this point,
lose your value
he
to
should be down the path
Ye shall
of
be led to the slaughter.
figuring out that the Lord of Darkness defeats Arissa and takes her body, but he's probably going to attack her first.
Hi?
Your past self is different, Lord of Darkness.
Huh?
Him killing her
That if you fall here, no calamity shall befall the world.
may actually solve some things.
Whoa! What gives?
Allow me to ask.
I mean, it's a messy solution, but it potentially is a solution.
Velsar? I don't even know what that is.
Let me rephrase myself. What do you wish to attain here?
I want to save this world. That's my one mission. You're not an evil person, are you? I sense some good in you, at least.
Might she truly be the Lord of Darkness? And though her form remains much the same, it is as if her very being were different.
Yeah, I figured this would probably lead to a fight. It would kind of make sense to
Don't call me that scary name. I'm Arissa.
to actually fight the
Judging between
original
good and evil is how you
characters.
save worlds, isn't it? How would you do it?
And like I said, it would be a very interesting twist if all the solo single player content was each chapter you played as the bad guy and you defeated the 8 character classes of the good guys, and then I guess inevitably there might be a cutscene where they all band together and defeat you. Or maybe not. Maybe every story would just be a tragedy
Saving the world
in which the bad guy wins.
I sense a great magical capacity within her, but she does not seem impervious. One strike from my blood arts should do the job. No. If killing her now proves to be a mistake, then there would be no coming back from this point. Perhaps I am the one with the superficial understanding. Forgive my poor manners. You called yourself Orisa?
Yes, that's me.
You say you want to save this world. Elaborate.
There's an evil man by the name of Ishilindrig. I'm going to go pay him a visit. If he really turns out to be as wicked as he sounds, then I'll have to defeat him.
Is that
So we know there's like 23 chapters here, so we should take a break.
So why did you come here?
Probably at
Well,
16 or 7. No,
well, you don't seem like the locals,
Like
that's for sure.
11 or 12 chapters.
Anyway, I'm sure you're here for a reason.
If I can do math.
Maybe I could help you out?
Because this is going to be long. It's already been an hour and
It seems
25
I owe
minutes.
you an apology.
And we're moving forward, but we're moving forward incredibly slowly.
Without even realizing it, I had underestimated you. But you are far more astute than you appear. The details of my mission are vast, so I shall summarize. I have come from Velsar, the future of Reveil.
Whoa, the future?
For reasons yet unknown, this world has been trapped in a cruel cycle. What begins as Reveil becomes Velsar, which restarts as Reveil once more. I have come to this time to put an end to this repetition.
Believe it or not, I've seen crazier stuff happen. But, why did you call me the Lord of Darkness?
You are fated to hold dominion over Velsar, just as the title implies.
What?
At least something wearing your form claims the throne. As to whether it is you yourself, we are none the wiser.
Me? A ruler? That's not who I am at all. I've been trailing these powerful beings known as Keepers. They invade worlds and put them through all sorts of trouble.
This would be the first time
I've helped save
the
Asunia,
Keepers have even
Terra.
been mentioned to her.
There's no way I'd ever try to take over a world after all of that. You came to this time to save your world, right? Then that's why I'm here too. You don't trust me, do you?
I shall not pass judgment yet. At the very least, I have no intention of slaying you.
Good enough for me. It's always a shame when potential allies start to fight.
Indeed.
Of course,
If
the
she
danger.
masks her true intentions, she does so unnervingly well. Then again, her presence at all is equally disconcerting.
Like, the danger here is Orisa
Separated
could
from all
get
of my other allies.
irritating
I
again.
wasn't sure what I was going to do. But now that you're here, I think I can save this world.
Other allies?
Oh, right. There were others that traveled with me to find the Keepers.
I also would say it would
I think we got
be
separated when we
nicer,
were
certainly,
teleporting. Oh, I bet this
if
Keeper named
they
Nerva
just
was
zoomed in
behind it.
these characters.
How hypocritical of me,
Just
time
focus
traveler,
on
to
the
suggest
heads and the
this, but
face.
Your story comes across as nonsense.
Sometimes even I have a hard time keeping up with everything that's happened.
Again, the game is just pointing out how convoluted
my
the
forest
story
home.
is.
That was too tough for me then, so to think I'm rescuing whole worlds now? Before this all began, I had just started to be able to hit the target too. Ah, life's sure full of surprises.
What is it that drives you to save these worlds, Orisa?
A cherished friend was taken from me, so I have to save her. Everything else, well, I won't stand for wrong when I see it. If someone is suffering, you help them. That's only natural.
Oh? I wonder.
Hey!
Very
I was
slow.
being serious.
Very,
You
very
have
slow.
honest eyes. They remind me of a boy I know.
Which again,
Careful when you approach the gal. She controls the wind somehow.
it would not be too slow if you were actually just reading this.
Watch your butts.
But it's way too slow as far as
It would seem
it being
I have intruded
voiced.
upon your mission. Do forgive me.
Not at all. I'm happy I was finally able to talk to someone. I'll clean up here, so...
We shall make short work of them.
Really? Thank you.
Oh, you pathetic creatures. How you forfeit your lives.
I guess they are just gonna kill him. They seem to gloss over that.
Yeah.
They seem to be more than willing to murder random low-level characters.
You are not to be underestimated yourself. That wind of yours is no mere parlor trick.
A goddess named Viridia Magna gave me these powers. I never wanted to hurt people with them. But with all the crazy fighting everywhere, pushing the wind around comes in handy. We can blow right past Ishilindrig's forces.
This really is just throwing remember berries and callbacks to previous chapters.
Make sense. Weaklings. Barely babes. Let us assume that Ishilindrig is the root of evil in this timeline. One that the forces of this world would join hands to overcome. Why are his underlings so frail? Does he employ no fitting champions? One posits he should take to the field of battle himself and finish things efficiently.
Huh, I never thought of it like that. He has a creepy helper named Zesselvenshi, but I haven't seen him for a bit. Maybe you're just stronger than most of the people from this time?
Prematurely optimistic. This world stands at the abyss. Preventing its fall would not come so easily.
Again, I'm not really saying anything.
More to it.
Orisa, Ishilindrig aside, what else can you tell me of Reveil?
I heard how this world was created, if that's helpful. First there was this rock, and then a god came down and...
And divided into three.
Yeah, exactly. And those three became known as the Titans. Ishilindrig is one of those Titans, as far as I know.
So how is Velsar's
the other two?
Story?
There's Not. She's fighting with
world
us against
creation
Ishilindrig.
story.
I guess she's an ally? As for the other one, I'm not sure who it is. I haven't had a run-in with them yet.
Excellent. I understand the particulars.
The particulars?
The world is caught in an endless cycle. Reveil is lost, time and time again. But never to this degree. Look around, Orisa. At first glance, we see only two sides vying for victory. Killing.
I guess these were just bad guys on the left.
But if we examine the two forces independently, we find that Ishilindrig's underlings are outmatched. Almost comically so.
What is Ishilindrig after?
Yes. What is he after? If your creation myth is to be believed, then the Titans harbor the power of their progenitor god. Does this battlefront appear almighty to you? No. This is a conflict between humanity. Should gods go to war, the destruction would be far greater. Friend, foe,
I wonder if we're gonna find out that Ishilindrig
the Titans are biding their time. If what I
like the Lord of Darkness isn't just gonna be Icy, but it's gonna be all three of the Titans. And they're working together.
An opening farce. For the trial we seek has yet to come.
So he's basically just saying, oh yeah, everything we've seen up until this point doesn't matter. And actually there's a whole lot more. Oh, I guess what happens is you just end up traveling back and forth, back and forth. 28, so we need to go to 14 as which one were we on? We were probably on encounters across time. Yeah. So we need to go to 14. We're at 8 now. And then I am definitely going to have to take a break. Because I don't really want to break up the recording, but it arguably should be broken up. It's incredibly long.
They're storming in earlier than expected. Not a bad thing, all considered.
You called Lord Icy?
Tell me, how is Zessel holding up?
Reports say that Cecil Venci has suffered fatal wounds.
The question is,
The cursed queen or the cowardly sheriff?
I guess the question is,
Neither, my lord.
what happens after Icy takes over Arissa's body?
This ruckus would have exploded into hellfire had they stepped into the fray.
It sounded like Icy.
That no regular old mortal could take out Cecil Venci. How delightful to be proven wrong.
Don't worry, my lord. We've got all eyes on deck searching for the varmints who killed him.
We do know that there is
Seems
his
that
secondary
won't be necessary.
strategy.
Will it, Zessel?
Sorry, Lord Icy. Seems I'm a bit tardy.
And a bit shaken.
Yeah, he was. He has like this backup plan to turn everybody into wretches.
The price one pays for glorious defeat. All at the hands of a few unidentified challengers.
Come again? Anyone capable of dancing with my finest masterwork is bound to be troublesome.
Why, yes. One fellow was able to cut clean through me without harming my host.
I don't recall ever
What's
creating
funny
such a specimen.
Is this is probably the first time these two characters have even been in the same room.
With unabashed victory.
Don't you have gumption? But I think it best if I did my own field research. You sit here. Doesn't look like you could handle any more scrapes regardless.
Do call if you need me.
Only as a last resort.
Indeed.
If Zessel can inhabit a body,
Someone was capable of routing Zessel. What a blessed miscalculation.
I wonder if Zessel could take over Icy's body after it's empty.
Which means the front can't be left to its own devices. Lest this situation grows
Although,
beyond my control.
what does that really do?
It's time to release the seal.
Like, there's a lot of opportunities to tell a lot of stories here, certainly, but we know they're not going to take any of those opportunities. We know it's going to be Route 1. It's just going to be the most basic story they can tell.
The second act. I can feel it. It's all going to play out just fine.
Sheriff, we can't just sit here like a bunch of frogs on a log.
We assume that the releasing of the seals starts to turn people into monsters, and maybe that's where Velsar comes from.
What's happened to the deputy, Sheriff?
I don't think this deputy character has ever shown up before. Of course, you just called him an officer instead of a deputy.
When violence comes knocking. The law exists to protect order. If now ain't the time to act, when is?
Know that if we fail, the whole of Reveil will fall under a greater tyranny.
You know what? I think
we will prevail.
It's probably smarter to take
our
a
place
break
in this conflict.
after
But
this
Sheriff,
story.
if Shillendrig wins, that's just a whole nother bag of worms.
Because then we could take
Silence
another
yourself.
break after chapter 16.
We proceed as normal.
And then
Whether not or Shillendrig
potentially that
triumphs,
means this will be
it
a
don't
6-hour
matter.
video, but
Reality bends to my word. Though I can't affect those with similar magical reserves, I could easily muzzle the masses of Reveal. Speak. Call me yellow-bellied, call me a sapsucker. The plan is more important than whatever you think of me.
Then at the very least, couldn't we try to find Miser?
Perhaps it is for fear that I let him run loose. Fear, because he reminds me of myself before I came to be called a Titan. Maybe it's silly of me to be hanging my hope on him like I do, but that
it would be
boy,
funny if they actually
he's
aren't
just different.
created from a god and the creation myth is just totally a lie.
No need to be so
It kind of
grim
feels
now.
like that very possibly is the case. The fact that they're using spells and breaking seals definitely implies that there's a magical power stronger than them. The fact that they aren't all powerful as demigods, or at least a lot closer to being all powerful, is
Bunny and Baron
kind
have
of
broken
questionable
into the
too.
Golden Hills. They made short work of a lot of Icy's mercs.
My. Never pair to drag their feet, are they?
Yeah.
More than that, we've got some strange interlopers headed for us. Word is nobody
That is a
recognizes
very
who they
weird
are
voice
or what
actor
they
for
want.
this character.
Don't that sound fun? Some petty scheme from Vincent, no doubt.
I wonder if it wouldn't have been
Hard to
better.
say, ma'am. As the sheriff
Yeah,
makes
it
that
almost
foot
certainly would have been
outside his
better
office.
to not do any recap on the
Don't
Titans
change things
until
either way.
either this subchapter or the
absolutely
previous
right.
subchapter
With
where the
Icy's
Titans
forces
start
taken
to
care
show up
of, we
again.
got this battle licked clean.
After Alizar had met with
Well,
Orisa
that's
and she
clean.
starts talking about the Titans would have been the perfect time
Bless your
for
heart.
us to have like a
So
flashback
we
and
ain't winning?
remind the player about the
Advantage,
Titans
disadvantage. It's a game of cat
when
and
they're
mouse.
actually going to
Only
play
we're
into the
still shuffling
content
round unsure if
instead
we're
of
feline
kind
or
of
rodent.
mentioning them here
Any
and
lies
there
lost so far,
in the
well,
first
that's
subchapter
just spilt
and the
kitty
recaps.
litter. Bunch of mess that's already served its purpose. Even if
It's
my
just
own
so long,
cowpoke
though.
dies, so what? So long as their beloved queen keeps standing, we've lost nothing. Even if the
too
townsfolk
much.
die, so what? So long as their peace-loving sheriff utters a word, they'll come to heel. And even if Icy's ducklings die, so what? So long as that rotten fool sits on his throne, this battle rages on. When the cats are separated from the mice, then and only then will the real fighting begin.
When do you figure it'll start?
Ooh,
That's
I
just an
reckon.
awful, awful voice acting.
Anytime now.
Icy's Wretches? This looks new. I don't think I've seen these characters before. Weird. Either I've completely forgotten about these character models, or they've added some new character models. Although arguably, I would say it's probably a waste of time to have a male wretch and a female wretch character animated, because all that makes it seem like you're just going to end up fighting these wretches multiple times or seeing them in the story multiple times, and there's just not room to introduce new enemies. Yeah, if there's 23, if we stop now and take a break at an hour and 45 minutes in, then 8 more would be 16. Then we could take another break And then 8 more would be about 24. 7 more would be 23. And I think that makes a lot of sense. So, I'm going to pause the recording here. I'm going to recommend everybody else do the same thing. This is really, really long. Just pause, take a break, come back. That doesn't hurt anything as far as YouTube. As far as I know, you can pause a video and then unpause it. What hurts is when people stop watching. Alright, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. After taking an hour and a half break, let's jump in here and hope that this is the right chapter. Yep. This looks new. Somewhat new. It's not really
all right,
new.
darling. We did everything proper.
Let's see.
Your business assets and prospects all check out. You've got good resources.
Do you mean?
Indeed. You've passed.
So he was giving,
You mean
and
it?
you really would have to have remembered this. He was giving seals
Lord Icy.
that were supposed to
No thanks
protect
necessary. You
rich
worked,
people
earned, and proliferated. If anything, I owe
from the seal being opened and turning them
Give us
at
your
people in them.
I'll bestow your seals immediately.
Some kind of magical seals, but
Of course.
clearly it was a lie.
There. Welcome to life everlasting.
The idea that they were supposed to, I guess, maybe live forever.
That's right. You've got eternity to spend together. And I
You
guarantee
almost
that
would wonder
you've got nothing to fear from death now.
if this is going to
It
be
holds no power over you.
the parents of Ilmongo. So you have these wretches, which I don't recognize these characters. These single-eyed or multi-eyed, maybe,
Strange
wretches.
creature. Forgive me.
They really don't look like any kind of other kind of monster.
How peculiar. Solid, like stone. But rock cannot
So I
stand up to
guess
steel.
it's not the parents of Ilmongo. It's just two wealthy people.
You have nothing more to fear.
Help me! Please, save me!
And you're gonna see them turn
The
into
soul
monsters.
has been greatly addled.
Save me! My insides are screaming. I can't take it.
It doesn't really feel like, though, that these rich people did enough as far as we can figure out
Wonders never cease.
to deserve to be turned into monsters. And again, I just don't think it was worth it for them to make two of a male and female version of the monsters. It should have just been, you know, you lose all your individuality when you get turned into a monster and they become
One or two, abandoned
genderless
would be
creatures.
paralyzed. 5 or 6, even more so. And judging by the circumstances, it seems they are present in other locales.
In a lot of ways, these monsters feel like they would be weaker monsters than
Still breathing.
the other Cecil character, who was taken down fairly easy.
I am in your debt.
But if it becomes a zombie situation where there's just hundreds of them,
Grateful as well.
although I don't know how many people actually lived in Ryville, it could have been in the low thousands or hundreds.
What happened?
Mortals who have been transformed. Result of some foul magic, I posit.
Every time we go a step forward, some new mystery flies in out of nowhere.
I take it that you also have not had much luck.
It definitely feels
Not
like
at all.
they're
Though I
just
did
showing
run into
us
someone who met Floette.
something we kind of already knew, or something we could have just
Maybe.
assumed.
Before I could get the details, they vanished like a ghost.
Like
This
they're
person
taking
could be a valuable path forward.
their sweet time to get to the
Guess
point
so.
where
What have you
Arissa
found?
potentially kills
This.
Icy.
A pebble? No, it's too shiny.
I am told it is called a bullet. Its aura strikes me as uncanny. Thus I
None of
claimed
the
it from its
people
former
from
owner.
Velsar would be able to use a gun, I
Does feel
assume.
strange now that you mention it. Maybe it's another clue.
They're still focusing in
red
on the
fire.
bullet, which
These
is kind of
creatures
ridiculous.
move in a strange manner, as if they are being controlled for a greater purpose.
What kind of purpose? All they do is fight. I'll scorch them, so stand.
No, take the bullet and flee.
Whoa, hey!
I shall handle them. Elazard must examine this artifact. He may glean something useful. A courier as nimble as you may slip through our enemies like wind through grass. But please, be cautious.
You would potentially make the argument that the samurai guy would move as fast or as nimbly as the fox lady.
At the very least, I shall do my utmost.
I would believe maybe she's faster or smaller, but I would assume as yokai they both probably move pretty well.
The real battle begins.
At least that's something that hasn't been established up until this point.
That's what you were waiting for, right?
No, the embers are yet tepid. We have passed the moment where the fires rise. Now, we wait for their spread.
I'll hold these guys off here. You
I
go on
just
ahead.
don't remember Arissa fighting these characters though.
Grand offer.
It feels
but I
like
must
the story
decline.
is just branched.
Fate has a greater
And now we're
bargain
seeing
store for you.
sort of new
And I would
story,
not
but
rob you of
it's
that
still
destiny.
being anchored and dragged down by
No need to
what we've
worry.
already seen.
This frame is not so weak to be undone by walking corpses. Not anymore.
If you say so, take care of yourself, okay?
Take care.
Probably what you would have wanted to
Use
do
your wish in a place like this.
is
Innocence is her strength. Perhaps
bring
even the root of her power.
the narrative and the focus to Velsar for the final story, so you don't have to just repeat the events again.
While menacing, these
I think it is also worth
are
pointing
not
out that this
insurmountable.
chapter is called the
So the
final
true
loop,
trial eludes
and they
us yet.
started by not showing us the final
What
loop.
does it hold?
That they
What must
reset
we overcome?
multiple times
It
and
is as if
restarted
the
multiple
future was
times.
shrouded in fog, a haze that masks the challenge ahead.
But yeah,
Though the answer
if we had
to all
gone through the
world's perils
events
must be
of the
there.
story through
Must
Velsar, and we had brought these characters
And when we find it,
from
we
Rival
will sever the
to
bonds of
Velsar,
fate.
and then we wouldn't have repeated content, but clearly they want repeated content. They could have also just had them go back in time, but not go so far back in time. So at chapter 1, it would have started. This one's the Dragoncraft fight. They could have started at chapter 1 with the fight with Lord Ishildrig, instead of having to do kind of flashbacks and setup, and then more flashbacks and more repetition.
Gonna work on me. Work them brains a little more.
I really think, sorry, I just hit the microphone, that when this story was first told in the previous chapter, that the monsters just looked like the monsters from Serenity and from the prologue.
I'm getting sick of dancing alone.
In fact, it definitely felt like that was the intention, was to imply that these are the exact same monsters and that this was possibly Serenity's power. where these wretches clearly aren't Serenities.
There. Now stay down.
Situations change.
And certainly,
Keep
they
your
could have
eyes peeled.
established that the bad guys in the prologue
Tell
are
me
just
how things
generic bad guys you always run into.
You're really here, Bear?
Whoa,
She
steady
just
there, bud.
threw herself into his chest,
You're
I assume. Unless that's supposed to be a hug.
Why the celebration? You're not the sentimental type.
Damn, Skippy. What the hell was I doing? Lost my mind for a second.
You miss me that much?
Heck no. No idea why my eyes are leaking. I guess your face just reminded me. Yeah, my partner.
Really hard to care about Bunny and Baron now. As characters.
Sorry.
They
Really?
just didn't have enough
What's our next move?
screen time to make themselves the
Knock-knocks
important
took control
characters
of
to
this
care
area,
about.
So I expect we'll see some fireworks any. Yep, right on cue.
Oh yeah, I'll live for this stuff.
Our favorite queen's job is to establish the front line. Then we ride in like two bats out of hell and cut deep into the enemy ranks.
And murder Shillandrig?
You got it.
Yahoo! I'm down for that.
It still doesn't even really feel like Vincent is going to do anything.
All our wishes.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we run into yet another subchapter here that brings back Selena and Mason and Vincent.
Seems like we need to have ourselves a little warm up.
They're not on our to-do list, Bun. Can't waste time on varmints what won't stay dead. Victory comes first.
And I assume this art is not
You
new.
really think we can beat Shillandrig?
With Knob behind our backs? Why not? And then once the scales are tipped, see? The other Titan will be forced to come out and face us.
Yeah, Bunny and Baron are,
Just keep that
for one
guard up,
reason or
bud.
another, I barely even remember fighting for Not, so if they win, Not wins.
What's going on?
And
What's happening?
Mason and Selena are working for Vincent.
Somebody help!
So if they win,
Why am I always the one taking
theoretically
care of somebody
Vincent
else's
wins.
problem?
Up there! Flying in there! It's not another monster, is he?
Do I look like a monster?
So he
to
does
you?
fly.
Get the hell out of here!
He is a monster. By most definitions.
Look at all this commotion. Guess it's finally begun, huh? Not much of a threat, but no pushovers either. They just keep getting back up. If it came to it, they'd probably just wear down my claws. Let's see what to do. Letting off some steam around here could be fun, but it's about time I meet up with the others.
Fly! Foxfire! Shiratori!
For a small girl, she's sure got a big voice.
Burn!
Yeah, and there's not a lot to say, is you're just
Better get
watching
going.
the
It'll
action
just get up
happen.
If I don't hoof it.
Hey, Foxy, lively as always.
It's kind of a shame, though, that you don't get any of these backgrounds unlocked to use in the actual collectible card game or any kind of CG gallery to see them and just zoom in and look at them.
These freaks started
I
popping
mean, clearly somebody spent some effort to make these backgrounds, and that would have been a free reward you could have given for finishing more of the chapters, subchapters.
For a bit. But he gave this thingy to me and told me to run for it.
There's a lack of generosity that tends to run in free-to-play games like CCGs. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel kind of has that same feeling too, where it could get fairly greedy if you're not careful. Shadowverse definitely, if they're gonna have you spend 30 minutes, 30 hours potentially going through the single player story.
You can fly now?
My wings have been itching for a while. Didn't think I'd ever see a sky like this.
So apparently he couldn't fly in Velsar.
Stand down! Retreat! Don't get near her!
But yeah, you do occasionally get a card back or a little bit of gold during the single player stuff, but they could easily have given you 100 gold for every sub-chapter, and that still wouldn't really be enough for as many cards that are available now. And so particularly as collectible card games and free-to-play games in general open up and get more content over the years, they need to be even more generous for new players so that they can get the old cards, or at least some of them. Suppose it is slightly worth it to mention that Not seems to be able to trap people into these boxes and then collapse the boxes on top of them.
You ladies lovely? Did y'all find a lick of confidence somewhere?
Darn it.
Then
I keep
turn up the heat
hitting the thing. The problem here is I'm sitting here drinking water to try and talk, and every time I swing my glass, my mug of water, it is hitting the noise dampener around my microphone. I have a curved soundproof thing. I don't know if it ever actually does much of anything, because the microphone's pretty good anyways. But it is big and in the way. And clearly I'm not really paying attention to whatever Not saying, because I A, find her voice a little annoying, and B, she's just reminding us that she's a sadistic, crazy demigod who's somewhat powerful.
Far too slow.
This would be interesting, I suppose, if these two characters do manage to take out Not.
Heaven bite me on the ass. It's our strange interlopers. Never seen faces like y'all's before. Not from around here, are y'all? I do hope you enjoy your stay. Now, who exactly are you?
She's strong.
If these two do defeat Not and the other two defeat Vincent, and then all four of them have to get together to defeat Icy.
I've never met anyone as powerful as her. She's a monster.
Now, ain't that unkind? You should address a gorgeous flower like me with a little more respect.
Yeah, maybe it will go down that way. That would be almost balanced.
Ha! You're one of those titans, aren't you?
We've got ourselves a bona fide detective. How cute.
I find the southern drawl here and the southern accent really annoying also.
Fine, I'll start.
It's very questionable why a Japanese company would want to tell this story.
We didn't come here to fight you. There's
particularly when you consider like the history of like spaghetti and westerns, and how they often were just cheap rip-offs of more feudal era Japanese movies and shows and stories.
You think we'll just stand here and take it?
Even a decent amount of Star Wars Episode 4 is just copied and stolen from some, like, I think 13 Samurai is the accusation. But there's definitely a Japanese influences, Japanese movies that were just copied.
She shut your flame in a box?
Let me clarify. I'm the one wasting my time on y'all. Here I am, going about my business when these miscreants get in my way.
Yep.
Woe is me. What's a queen gotta do to reaffirm her dominion? Crush everything
It is
in her
very odd that none of the single player story modes do take place in any environment that feels even slightly Japanese. Belsar's architecture and construction feels a little Japanese, and yokai
Go ahead and give
clearly
me
are a
those
Japanese
sweet
concept.
screams. Raise
But
your head to the heavens and wail your hearts out.
every other environment has been more of a Western environment, or just straight up a fantasy environment, with no direct connection. Except for this, which is clearly a cowboy Western environment.
Screw you! But your technique needs a little work. You ain't had much experience.
It would be surprising that if somebody spent the effort to reskin this, and if I was playing on the Japanese language in the Japanese version of Shadowverse,
They're being put away for a better time.
then it would be really surprising if all of a sudden this character is what was Japanese and was wearing like a kimono, and all the background was more Japanese style.
Anything you see, even more you can't. It's all mine to hoard as I please.
I find it very annoying that in this world, the Titans seem to be completely allowed to steal and just claim ownership of anything around them.
It ain't because he's afraid to get his hands dirty. No, Shug. He's afraid of moi. It's a hoot, ain't it? He sends all these people to their graves just to slow me down. But that's fine by me. My precious dog, who I trained since he was a little pup, is gonna tear his throat out when he least expects it.
Foxy, can you stand?
So, who's the precious dog?
I think so.
Is that Baron?
Where do y'all stand? With Icy or with Victory?
Doesn't matter how we answer.
Ha! I like that gall. But
Yeah,
no,
just
it
going
doesn't.
quiet.
Y'all
Just
being
listen
here
to
is
it.
an element I hadn't accounted for. Best to
We are
eradicate
like
the
up
loose
to the
threads,
third
or
time
else
they've
the
used this
whole
single
tapestry
image
could unravel.
in this
And what a
chapter
tapestry I've
alone.
been a-weaving. The
Probably closer to the
violence,
fourth
the
or fifth
pain,
time they've used this image
agony,
overall.
the sheer screams. Learn this. Power is paramount. Nothing else
And we are
matters
at
when
the
it
2-hour
comes to
mark now, past 2 hours, as far as this story.
That didn't kill you? After
It
y'all
definitely
died,
is a
come
way
back,
this could have been
come see me.
half as
I'd love
long.
to have pups like you in my kennel.
Like, you could have started this whole final loop with them being dropped right next to Not and having the fight, or very quickly running into Not and having the fight, instead of in the 10th subchapter.
Die, okay? I'm tougher than I look.
No, you should go.
What?
You're the one with wings. It's easy for you to escape.
I wonder if the idea here is that each of the people are going to touch the fate bullet, and only after each of the main character good guys touching the bullet.
Why? Just go! I promise I can handle myself.
It becomes empowered in some way to possibly kill the Cylindrig.
Some little girl. And you've got a clan to live for. Trust me. Alizard has to see that bullet. You have to make sure it reaches him. Tell him someone knows about Floessa's message. Her name's Bunny, and she hangs around with someone named Baron.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're supposed to shoot Alizard with a bullet and kill him.
I'll get you some space.
Although I don't know how that really fixes anything.
Oh, your regular spot of sunshine, bright enough to burn my eyes. But how come you didn't scutter off yourself?
I guess the question is, why did the main story never really get to a point where Vincent and Not made it to
Got me by the
Icy?
tail, have you?
Diversions are my specialty.
Go on then. Show me what you got. I'll trample it all, sure.
I'll make you sorry. The world
If
has
she can
repeated
put
itself hundreds of
spells
times,
and
and it's all
attacks
led up to this. We didn't come this
in
far
the
to fail
box,
now.
then she would, if she had some kind of spell that would hurt herself, and then she stole it and then released it, she would potentially hurt herself. But if you were a magic user, I don't know if you would actually spend the effort to learn some self-inflicting damage, suicide type spell. Let's try and maintain momentum and keep on going.
Smoke and mirrors.
There seems to be no actual point to this tower, no actual point to these rocks. If anything, they're just being used as markers to show you that you're on the same planet and where you are in the same place.
Careful now. That monster ain't the only thing we've got to worry about.
Remember, there was a whole train that got them from this kind of poor country town, downtown area, and the
Yet another
richer
district falls.
uptown.
It should be enough time bought for a reset. No need for any further brutality on my part. First, I must rendezvous with the group, though I am certain such strong combatants have made out fine on their own.
Thou
Hurry up.
shalt recall.
I guess he's finally going to run into Vincent.
Sent into my mind. Is this some form of magic?
I don't think we even really saw. I don't think we really
My calling becomes
have seen Vincent fight.
Oh! He lost your damn marbles?
No, this is Vincent. He's finally making his move.
There are few who bear such power in this realm. Another Titan appears.
Thou shalt recall thy true self. Thou shalt forget thine own words.
It's almost as if he's quoting some kind of Bible, right?
Thou art the bearer of my word, the engineer of my will.
But I don't think this is actually a quote from
steel, the
like
unsilenceable
a Christian Bible.
I have given thee purpose. I have given thee words. Recall thyself. Thou art bound by the chain of my command. All
Then of course
hands disperse. You are to support my
they flip
deputies
the
on
image all the time, so
Now then,
it's just like, yeah, look at him just mirror the
good
image.
evening, stranger. You ain't from around here, are you?
Ah, the Titan in question.
That's me. No more, no less. Kneel. No effect then.
My body is heavy as lead. What powers he holds.
You're a strong
Seems
fella.
like he's not going to be able to
many
really
can
fight
stand
him.
stock still in the face of my magic. You thought about a career in law enforcement?
I'm very satisfied with my current position.
He still feels like he's a bad guy
I
too,
have not come to fight,
even though he pretends like he
rather,
isn't.
I do
We
not
kind of know
if
he's a
fighting me was
bad guy.
necessary
Vincent
as
is a
it
bad
is.
guy because he
Good
was
call.
sending out
No one survives a tunnel with
Selena
me.
to assassinate
Nobody
people.
except the cursed queen, of course. Unfortunately for her, I've decided this conflict's gone on long enough. This war is over.
They keep mentioning the
I have
cursed
seen
queen.
more than
And I
enough.
assume that's Ilmango,
From
but
my
I'm not
vantage, it
sure.
seems that it has just begun.
It was over from the moment it started. Not ain't got a plan. All she does is crush whatever's in front of her. And stranger, that ain't a winning play around these parts. Shillandrig won't submit to muscle alone. He's the winning horse. I'll hedge my bets with him.
Even knowing the extent of his evil,
You never heard of necessary evil? Speaking of, just who are you? Speak true.
it feels like a million snakes crawling through my mind. I am losing myself.
Plum astounding. My magic really doesn't affect you much.
My sentiments exactly. Not a scratch. Even after unleashing my full power.
Well, this
You're
fight
not a
looks like
fella
it's going to
I can
be
just let be.
finished.
Best to eradicate the loose threads.
We
or
would have
else the
thought that
whole
Alzard would
tapestry
have
could unravel.
been able to hold his
I intend to
own a
create
little bit
pure
more.
peace. And if that means only silence remains, so be it. You will disappear to fulfill that vision.
Regrettably, that is not something I can let pass. I must save this world.
Didn't take you for the benevolent sort. So what are you doing to save this world? I've done
At this
more than
rate,
my
I
fair
might
share,
fall
you
asleep
know.
before this
Even now,
chapter
all
finishes.
this was the result of my planning. Carved every order I needed into the townsfolk, that my words might awaken them when the time came. Wasn't easy. Never is.
So Vincent
Can you
caused
measure
all the
up to that?
fighting?
You talk a big talk.
Apparently.
But let's see you try to walk.
That's kind of a
My
huge,
arms becometh blades.
huge revelation, and they just throw it out there like it's nothing.
Take aim. Fire.
Like every scoundrel and every underling
My breath becometh flame.
was actually brainwashed by him.
Never seen a god's power up close before.
Not
You
so
should've.
grand as a god, son. I'd never claim anything more than Titanhood. But from y'all's perspective, I see it. An ant probably sees a man and thinks it divine. Enough! My feet becometh as the gale. My arms enraptured with ice. Ah, don't fuss. I ain't gonna kill you. Just had to cool you off for a bit.
These
so we
would
could
be
have
cool
ourselves a chat
effects if they actually had any connection to the card game, but they don't, so. And the fights are so poorly animated.
break free of that spell.
Like,
I tire of repeating myself. I have come to save
this
this world.
visual novel story
not
would
seek to
probably play
destroy
out a
it.
lot better if they weren't
Unleashing
trying
my
to
full powers would
to
be
put
counterproductive
high
to their
action
So I'd hoped to
depictions and fights
But you've
into the
left me no
story.
choice.
Well, well.
If it literally
wolf casts off the
just
wolf,
always
and that's quite a bite you've
went
got.
the first swing
managed to scratch.
kind of freezes the screen, and then you have to play the card game
I'm
to
glad to confirm
represent the
that
fight,
Titans
and then
can bleed.
when this card game is done, the swing
This will do
like
nicely.
finishes and the person dies. That would save time and look better. because having two paper cardboard cutouts just smashed themselves into each other with animations over it does not look good. It may have looked good as an idea to start with, but it's been used as a gimmick far too much.
All that remains is a soul bolstered through camaraderie and tempered through willpower.
Clearly they're talking too much because I'm not paying attention again.
If I were truly an ant, I would not have crossed realms to face you. Now, sate my thirst, blood arts!
If he was capable of drinking Vincent's blood, maybe that would change things.
Truly astonishing. Who knew there'd be a hound out there with magic that surpasses even that of Ices?
It is but a difference of years, nothing more. Fear not. I shall not kill you. But I will blunt your magic, as your powers may prove to be an unpredictable element going forward.
Can't say I'm too eager to let that happen. Plus,
Yeah, I suppose if he were to really drink a Titan's blood, though, or just get stronger anyways, the risk is that Alizard would be the new Lord of Darkness.
On you, sure. But them, they listen real well. Now, mana reserves are a big deal, but they ain't everything. See, I figured you're as powerful as a Titan. But if I've learned anything from our much-feared queen, it's that you box your enemies and you nail them dead.
So is not the Dark Queen?
To fight me. He was only buying time. If I am stalled now, the future will stall with me.
It's just too many characters. Far too many characters.
Of course. No longer am I alone.
This is probably the third time we've used this image in this chapter.
Keep those hands to yourself, Gramps. That's my buddy you're messing with. Yo, Alizard.
I'm surprised Draught still hasn't eaten the Sunstone.
You his friend?
Almost certainly he will at some point.
And you're one of them Titans, aren't you?
Vincent. Thought I'd build more of a reputation by now.
Ah, I've heard that name before. From some pitiful run who almost got his ass handed to him. What'd he call himself? Miser?
Yep. I sense the residue from his magic all over you. Get into a tussle, did you?
You're taking the news pretty well. Aren't you supposed to be his boss?
He ain't dead, is he? If he lost his pulse, I'd be the first to know.
Worried enough to keep tabs on his stupid heart, and you're wasting time here? The real fighting is back where
Just
your
a
laptop
lot of dialogue
where
again.
That pissed off queen is tearing the whole city to shreds. What if he dies in the crossfire?
I can tell you ain't the sharpest tack in the tool shed, but you got a point. You're right that Miser's my best man. And you're right that he's important to me. And you're even right that he might die. And you're right that I'll eventually have to go face Not sooner or later. Did you really think that's what I would say? Don't fight with your words, son. That's my gig.
Did I just get roasted by a god?
It would appear so.
It's funny how
Not the least bit
Draught
concerned about
all of a sudden has become the comedic
my job is a time to worry about him.
comedic relief, which
Sure, letting him run buck wild
yeah, that
might be a
idea
bit of a caprice,
as having a comedic relief
that's all
character
there is
makes a
to it.
great amount of
he
sense.
could turn
It's
himself into roadkill for all I care.
too
It'd be
little,
a
too
matter
late.
of going to
And
his
that's just
funeral,
going to be the
is all.
problem with any of this, is that
This guy's as cool as
if they were going to try and reset things,
Leave this fiend to
they
me.
basically would have to tell you don't even bother playing the previous chapters. We're just gonna reset everything and restart with a new chapter.
Some doohickey Kageto got his hands on. And Seka said to tell you a girl named Bunny knows about Floess. Hangs around with a dude named Baron. And finally a tip from me. That icy guy's got magic that lets him reclaim whatever's taken from him. If you got all that, take that shiny pebble and scram. I'll handle Mr. Mustache over here.
Alright, so Drott is fighting Vincent. Sarah is fighting Not Not.
Tore me a new one a little bit ago.
Gargoyle is not really fighting anybody.
Out there, and I've got my pride. If there's no way forward, I'll blaze
Alizard and Arissa, I guess, are slowly working their way towards Icy.
My thanks.
Basically, we need a map at this point. There's just so many characters in so many different places.
There he goes. He's bound to be a real cannonball on the battlefield.
What they need to do is just kill off some characters.
Nah, he's not here to wreck your world, despite his cheery disposition.
Like, very rarely is that the answer,
You're
but
probably right.
when you've got 13 characters to deal with,
Shillandrig met his match.
just get rid of
you sure you got time to
some
look
of
away
them.
from me, Gramps?
Ah, you fought with Not Not. Can smell her magic from a mile away. Bet you didn't even scratch her. So when you had to get this Titan to fight, all you could do was flap your gums? Am I right?
Halfway right. I couldn't hit
Come
her,
on,
yeah,
come
but I'm
on.
not into the whole talking thing. Guys like me, we get more done with our fists.
That's a mighty inferno in your eyes, son. I don't mind it one bit.
This is literally just leading me to become sleepy at this point. I don't think I would ever commit to doing a single player story. Because even when I had started playing Shadowverse, there was already 3 or 4 chapters to this story out. And I should have made the decision to just say, you know what, I'm not going to cover this. I'm just not going to care about it. It would definitely be my case. Now, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Master Duel, which is what I'm playing now, does have daily quests, and some of the daily quests are to play the... This feels like a new character. I don't feel like I've seen this.
Who knew such a treacherous serpent was lying in wait under that mild-mannered sheriff's skin? Y'all were in on this all along, weren't you?
Hey, we didn't get no memo neither. But if we can't trust Vincent, who can we trust?
Yeah, I've lost my trail of thought here. Yeah, I do suspect that
this is awful.
going further, even though Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel does have solo stories, they're keeping those very independent and very short. I don't think I would commit to any single player storyline that is going to be super long like this. This is really just trying to be a visual novel.
Well, the sheriff's on the move.
Whereas none of the other solo stories in Hearthstone, and there really is no solo stories in Magic Arena. And yeah, I definitely will not be playing too many visual novels going forward.
The sheriff's thrown his lot in with Icy.
I know I covered Danganronpa 1, so I'll want to play Danganronpa 2 and 3 and maybe the spin-offs. And I've played 2 of the Nonary games, and so I want to finish that trilogy.
Hang on. My head's in a tizzy trying to sort all
Again,
this out.
I'm not really paying attention.
Vincent the one who sent you after Icy in the first place? And now you're telling me he sided with that disease bag? That makes it...
A target, yeah. I don't think he wants me dead, but if push comes to shove, he won't hesitate to pull the trigger.
Again, bringing Selena and Miser into the story.
Well, I'm sure he's got
It's just too many characters.
told
They
me
should
don't
just
count,
merged
so
it with Bunny
Hell
and
with
Baron.
this. We're done here.
Or put Bunny and Baron
Wait,
together
Selena,
as a group.
weren't you after Icy too?
I was. The divine plan called for Icy's extermination. But I don't give a cow pie about any of that.
But you know,
Once the
if
Cursed
you
Queen
think
gets wind
about
of
it,
Vincent and Icy's alliance,
if this was
she's
a
gonna
story
throw
that really
biggest
cared
tantrum this
about
side of the veil.
romance or relationships and at any level,
be
putting
nothing but ashes when she's
Selena
done.
and Miser and Bunny and Baron together
Gotta stop her before it's
would
too late,
help
right?
them,
I hear you loud and clear.
would help both couples potentially grow if you could write that story.
You know I
Because
can't do that,
Selena and Miser completely refuse to admit that they even like each other and that they should be dating, where Bunny and Baron are pretty much in a romance whirlwind. And then Selena and Miser are obsessed about doing the right thing, where Bunny and Baron are not obsessed about doing the right thing. They don't care one bit. So if those two couples were stuck together, they could learn from each other and both become better people.
Pull the trigger on them? You know you can. You're an idiot, Miser. A goddamn fool. How could you be this dumb? Oh, knowing you'll step on every rattler's tail on the way before you reach your goal. So if this is what you really want, I'll go instead.
Selena's voice acting
I'll shoot
feels
whatever you can't shoot. I'll rain fire and
feels
brimstone down
a
on
little
Icy
rough
myself.
here.
But I am not letting you march off to meet your maker.
But you don't like killing people any more than I do, Selena.
And Miser comes off visually and audio wise as just a kind of cute looking anime boy, and then Selena comes off as an angry
Look, you've just gotta.
southern drawl
Thank you, Selena,
voice,
for everything.
and her face is drawn kind of angrily, but
You've always been watching my back, haven't you? In more
still
ways
it
than I
is
can imagine.
trying to go for
Stop spouting random
a
nonsense.
somewhat
bonehead.
anime face
Now that
with
I
the big
think about
eyes.
it all makes sense. You're a crack shot with a gun, and I've never seen you flinch when you pull the trigger. The church. You weren't just looking after orphans, were you?
So he's just now figuring out
Sister of the church, Miser.
that she was
Don't
actually
have
an
to shield me from
assassin.
the truth, Selena. You've got a bite more vicious than a cottonmouth's. But no one who's eaten your meals can doubt that you're a kind person.
Yeah, trying to, I guess, wrap up the story of these two characters.
It does. Make me happy, I mean. That's how I've always seen you. And not a thing about you has changed. I thought I was protecting you, but it was always you protecting me. That's why I wanted to say thank you. And I guess I should apologize for not realizing sooner. But I am going, Selena. I couldn't live with myself if I just sat back as the world burned.
This is good story. It's just not story that should be happening now. We're supposed to be rushing to the end of the story, defeating
I'm gonna stop the
Icy.
sheriff. Seems that's about the only thing I can do.
Have the chickens flown the coop in that bird brain of yours? You're talking about someone who can have you dancing to his tune with a single word.
Well, Not just as soon as coughing me as look at me. And getting to Icy is like running through a stampede of bulls. Even if I could reach him, I wouldn't make it in time to stop him. But I do stand a smidge of a chance with the sheriff.
I guess
He may
what
be a
we'll
tyrant,
probably
but
run
he's also
into
human. I don't think he'd come at me
is
the moment he sees me. I think he's at least
like
a little
4
fond of me.
characters fighting
Definitely. Probably.
Vincent at once.
Maybe.
You're asking for the impossible, Miser. You're betting the whole farm on a 7 of the dice.
It could happen.
Last I checked, you're a deputy, not a gambling man. A slow, stupid dunderhead oaf of a...
Sheesh, don't go too hard on those compliments, Selena.
Shut it. I'm putting my foot down on this harebrained scheme of yours. It's a fool's errand.
It's taking too
I
long.
guess it is easier said than done.
You should just run.
Look out! But I'm not
Maybe they're actually
Limp
going
Miser
to.
anymore.
Maybe they're actually going to kill off Miser. He is probably the
Remember what
least
that
important
winged kid said?
character.
The sins we've committed are ours to bear. When I heard that, I thought there's not a snowball's chance in hell I can do that. We're talking about human lives. One's heavy enough on its own.
Hey, that's the lawman Lord Icy mentioned.
And he's with his lady friend, too. So long as we keep an eye out for her, we don't have to worry. He never aims for the vitals, so we won't... Die.
But there
So
is one
apparently
thing
he
I'm
just
willing to
killed him.
shoulder, to support no matter what.
It is a very, very weird narrative here.
And
That
that's you.
so many of these good characters are
You said
totally
your hands are stained with blood.
not concerned with killing people, even when they're talking about being concerned with killing people.
You've done so much for me. Heck, back there,
You've got it all wrong, Miser.
you've been bearing that burden this whole time, haven't you? It must have hurt so much. But I was oblivious as a blindfolded bull in a china shop.
Idiot, this ain't nothing compared to what you've been through.
That's not even the right
Oh,
saying.
Selena, y'all can be honest with me. I can take it.
You fool. You were never supposed to know. You were supposed to keep on being happy-go-lucky, Miser.
You can lean on me, Selena. I'm strong enough. And if anything, knowing what you've been through has made me
Yeah,
stronger.
anytime I'm just
I'm not
having to
going
make
buckle
an
under the weight of
exhausted
my own sins
sigh.
when I think about the load you've carried.
I only really have the
my turn
attention
to
span,
protect
I
you
guess,
now.
of maybe 4 or 5 sentences, and then
Miser.
you've got to
What
say
are you
something to catch my
Well,
attention, say something
guess I've
new,
been blind to a
or
lot
just
of
move
things,
on to another
including my own
action.
heart.
My sins are mine to bear. They're nothing to
There's
do
a
with
certain idea around
Selena,
every like
back
22
when we were
minutes or
kids,
so.
do
You
you
should
remember
switch
why I
from a
wanted to
left
be
brain
alone?
activity to a right brain activity.
Cheer up, Selena.
Uh,
I'll take care of you. Come hell or high water.
because that's how we think the brain works as far as your
I'm gonna be a
consciousness.
lawman and protect darn
Moving
near
from left
everybody.
brain to right brain, activity increasing on one side versus
It
the
was
other
you who
lobe.
spurred me on back then.
And you're certainly
Leave
not
the rest to me. I'll find a
approaching
way to
any
make
of
things
that
work. And you can go back to being
in
a sister.
this
Do an
presentation,
average sisterly thing.
because reading
Cutting through that alley over
is
there
pretty
should
much
take
a
you
right
right to the
brain
church's doorstep.
activity.
Be careful on the way back, all
And
right?
being told a story is going to be pretty much a right
You
brain
might be as
activity.
prickly as a
Left
cactus.
brain would
You're
be
the same
thinking up
kind
an
woman
own
who could
your own
always spare me a
story
smile and a
or
warm
painting
meal.
a picture.
You can argue with me all you want, but I won't
At least
change my
that's how
mind on
I would
that.
guess it
I'm
goes.
not going to let those burdens keep weighing you down either.
And in all fairness, most games don't
See ya,
actively
Selena.
give you the
I'll be back in
opportunity
time for supper.
to do something slightly different every 22 minutes or so.
You simple-minded fool of a miser.
I think it's 22 minutes.
Talking about bearing my sins and taking down Icy like it's a
And
leisurely
certainly when
stroll
they
down.
get to the level of like school and
Attitude that
jobs,
attracts trouble like
that
fleas to
they
a
often
dog, stupid.
schedule your time in such a way that you couldn't switch between one activity and another.
Selena, is that you?
There are definitely games where you get to like a lockpicking mini
Selena,
game
Thank the
to break up
heavens
the
you're all right.
repetitive,
Abbas.
usually first-person
We
shooting
received word from Vincent
gameplay
that our
mechanics.
operation against our Schellendrig is a no-go. We're to remain on standby at the church. Now, quickly, the children are worried sick about you.
The Abbess getting some lines of
You know
dialogue
what?
here, which makes
I'm
her
sick and tired of being pushed around.
a
I'm done with
third-tier
this.
character
I'm done with all y'all.
that we
Selena,
unfortunately
what's
can't
gotten
forget
into
about
you?
it.
Y'all can do what you like, but I'm tired of being a good little soldier. Stay, attack, fall back. No one ever asks a grunt what they want to do or how they feel. Well, I'm done fighting for a cause I don't even believe in. From now on, I'm gonna do things my way.
She just walked away And they did the whole transition scene for her to say one line, one sentence. Let's keep on going. Maybe we'll make it through 2 more chapters, and I think I need to take a break again.
Oh boy. Looks like everyone got evacuated out in time, but
this is long.
at this rate, there ain't gonna be nothing left for the citizens to
And
come
since I
home
don't
to.
know what's going to be said or done, I can't skip any of it.
Hold it right there.
I could arbitrarily just skip
Where do you think you're going, Deputy?
a bunch, but that wouldn't be
Glad to
realistic.
see y'all alive and kicking.
A realistic
Don't play dumb
experience.
with me, Miser. I asked you a question.
Just thought I'd have a little chat with the sheriff is all.
No can do. He's past talking now, and you know it.
Shucks. I was afraid of that.
Say what you like about those bandits and Not-Not's crew, but they're human. They don't deserve to be strung along like puppets.
The sheriff's controlling them as easy as breathing. How long was he planning this? And why?
Whatever his reasons, we can't let you go any further, Miser. Don't make us do this.
There's no way I can sit back and watch. You know that.
Of course we know. We all know, Miser, but it's not like we got a choice here. We can't all be shining examples of justice like you.
It's
Me?
taking
I'm
forever.
not fit to be an example for anyone.
Says the guy who's looking unflinchingly at the barrel of my gun. You're not afraid of anything, are you?
If you're gonna say he's looking at the gun,
Of
then
course I am.
put a character that can actually
I
point a
can't be
gun.
lily-livered limp-holster miser anymore.
Miser!
I made a promise to bear the sins of everything she's done.
Effectively, they're
That's why
making
I
this
can't
look
afford
like
to
he's
stop
just
here.
gonna shoot an
I know
unarmed
what I
man,
have to do.
which
Listen to reason, Miser. At this
sounds
rate,
a
you're just
little
gonna
worse.
Get yourself killed.
Being a sitting duck ain't gonna paint less of a target on my back. If I'm gonna go out, then it's better to accelerate.
Ah, my gun!
Oh, I forgot he even had the
I'll make it up to you next time.
accelerate ability.
Well, hell. I get why Vincent's so fond of you, but you're biting off more than you can chew.
So could Miser's accelerate ability help Droct with his strong attacks?
Sitting there cool as ice, but no one knows better than me that every dragon's got a soft underbelly.
Just one thing, son. Let me ask you one thing.
I'll humor you. What do you want to know?
Why do you keep fighting, knowing full well that you're outmatched and outgunned? Now, the way
Vincent
I
is
see it,
basically
you're a
just stuttering
hare
him.
facing a wolf. For whatever reason, you aren't turning tail and running. Foolhardy, but admirable. What I don't understand is why you're baring your teeth and growling at a predator who can just as easily sink its jaws into your neck and tear you to pieces.
Predator? Don't make me laugh, old man. I've faced worse. I've been beaten down and even died more times than I can count. Besides, I'm used to dried up geezers trying to tell me what to do. I didn't listen then, and I'm not about to start listening now!
Dried up geezer. Not gonna lie, son. That hurt a little. Halt thy steps.
This crap
Again, I'm just sitting here listening.
I admire your
I
fortitude.
might as well just start
Looks like we're both starting
playing
to
on my
run
cell
low on
phone and
magic.
or
I guess it's
browsing
about
Reddit or
who
something,
uses
browsing
up
the
that
internet.
ammo first.
Still
Just-
not breaking a sweat, are you? You've
So
got a lot of
mentally
stamina
checked
for a
out.
Grandpa.
Why would I expend any more than the minimum energy required? From where I'm standing, the outcome's already been decided. You see, while we're here shooting the
They could
breeze,
show
my subordinates
cutscenes
are
like
sweeping
this
through the battlefield
to
and
give
setting
people
things to
hints
rights.
in the middle of a puzzle
You talk a big
card game.
but you know what they say? The higher you fly, the harder
For
you fall.
for instance, if
Kneel.
you saw a cutscene like
Take
this and then
thine
you were
own
given
life.
2 cards, one being Drocked and one being Vincent, and you saw in the cutscene that the Drocked won, then it would be fairly obvious to play Drocked as the card.
Oh, come on. Show me something I haven't seen yet.
And you could certainly expand that to not just playing specific character cards, but
I've seen that one too.
but playing specific action cards that represent things. Like Drock's Fireball, for instance, could be the name of a card, or Vincent's spells, or Vincent's words, or Vincent's command could be a name of it.
Yes'm. Sorry for causing y'all trouble. And thanks for holding down the fort here.
You always did have a knack for making friends, even out of the scrappiest varmints. You're a fine deputy, Miser.
A deputy on probation, if you'll recall, sir.
Doesn't take a detective to figure out why you're here. I'm afraid nothing you do will change the outcome, though.
You might be right, but I've still got to try. Because if Icy wins, there ain't a snowflake's chance in summer the world will have its happy ending. That's what I think, anyway.
I'd be there to keep the peace, Miser.
But he's
That
not
don't
there.
count for much, Sheriff. Not when you can get everyone into line by pulling a few strings.
Oddly,
I am the personification
Vincent
of
does
order,
not
son.
seem to
Ain't no need for
exist,
anything
and
else
neither
in a
does
society.
not seem to exist.
So you do know each other after all.
Oh, I know all about Miser. I practically raised the boy. He's my precious deputy. But I suppose that's all in the past. Perhaps you had in your heart the notion I would be merciful with you, given our history. And you would be correct. You're a good kid with potential, Miser. There's no one I trust more to do the right thing. Which is why I'm willing to let you walk out of this situation unscathed. All you have to do is apologize for your transgression.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't say what I don't mean.
You do know that this dance could be your last, don't you?
I do, sir.
Yep.
I also know I've got 2 left feet, but I'll do my best. Besides, if I die, you'll cry yourself a river. And I don't want anyone else shedding tears on my account.
I don't know if they really set up the idea that this fight was going to happen.
I'll do what I can as best as I can. That's all there is
It
to
does kind of just seem like it
A
is
fine sentiment, deputy. And I agree. We must all
not
do
really
what
the
needs to be
destiny
done.
of
It's just a shame
Miser
you're too
to end up fighting Vincent.
Shillandrig and I have already won. Reveal will know order once more. Not even the gods can change this outcome now. But young and idealistic bucks that you are, you don't see that the curtain.
And I guess it is just the case that in this universe, the
Let the curtain rise on this opening act.
there are just gods because the keepers are the gods of these multiverses. Unless there's some other gods that have just not been mentioned.
What do I have to do for you to go down?
Aw, aren't you just precious? A little vixen looking to take down the big prize all by herself.
It doesn't feel like anybody's gonna win here. Nor does it feel like we've gotten any closer to actually fighting Icy.
Where will the next
And we've pretty much, forgotten completely about
Is this a game to you?
Orisa.
You know what happens when you play with fire. Foxfire, Gokusai.
Such a bright blaze, almost as bewitching as the one in your eyes. It would be a shame if someone were to say, stuff it in a box and snuff it out.
No, that didn't work either.
I'm afraid you've brought sparks when you should have brought an inferno. All the world's a stage, and when the final curtain closes, all the players, the audience, the whole kit and caboodle will bow at my feet.
Oh, I was not expecting Ogano
Who are you?
to show up, but
Well, another player
I don't
enters
know
the
if
stage.
if she's all of a sudden going to become the important
Is that
character.
right? Sorry to disappoint you, Shug, but you've reached a dead end.
Are you my enemy?
As far as wanting to bury Shilindrig 6 feet under, our goals are aligned.
Then there is no need to stand in my way.
Need? Honey, I'll be the one to decide what I want and need. What an adorable pair of dolls you are, with your pain-warped face.
Seems like they may have tried a little too hard here to get 3 female characters together.
Adorable. In fact, that I'm
But
tempted to box you up and
I
add
guess
you
I
to my
probably wouldn't make a big deal about that because there's just so many characters. It feels like the odds are high that would have happened randomly.
Oh, what's this?
My apologies for the brusque greeting. I sense that you are a most
But I don't know if
foe,
3 of these characters are still going to be strong enough to defeat Not.
Well, this is turning into a regular old garden party.
Really, this is
Did
just
you come all this
has
way
become
for
a
little
game
old
of
me?
musical
I see you're
chairs where people are just moving around all over the place.
But surely even you must feel the strain of having to fight so many.
Not at all. I have quite the reputation for throwing the most explosive parties. A few unexpected guests aren't going to change that. You're not the first folks to try and ruin the festivities, but I'm a generous host, so I'll indulge y'all. Strike up the music and let the chorus of cannons resound. Blast away the tedium with each beat of the paean. Fires of war roar your crescendo.
I don't know what a paean is.
If you like to fight
Is
so
that
much,
some kind of
why
war
don't you
drum?
fight that icy person instead?
We're in agreement there, little fox. Vincent and Icy are doing everything they can to put me in a pine box. Look around. The rabble are surrounding us as we speak, closing in for the kill. We Titans are a delicately balanced triumvirate, but they forget, if toppling one was that easy, Revale would have burned to ash long ago. How positively infuriating.
You know, it would
Vincent's
be
nuts have shaken off the
really,
fear that
really
leashes
annoying
them
if
and
it turned
run
out the way
far
this
too
story
bold.
ends, is that they have to
Then
let
what
the
is it you plan
Titans
to do?
stay in charge
Why,
and
fulfill my
maintain the
God-given role,
balance.
of course. The Titan of Force, ruler of might, stands before you. Now, let me do you sweet young things a favor and teach y'all some decorum. For example, those raised in polite society know not to stand in the way of their betters.
Nothing we do is getting through to her.
Some things never change, even in a new world.
What about you? Are you with us or not?
I do not know.
Not you too. Why is everyone in this world so hard to get through to? Whatever. You're with us now. Got it?
That does make things easier for me.
Oh, y'all are a
Just how many different visual effects can they put on the screen at once?
shoes on. This stage has no audience, but no matter. We all have our roles, so let the play commence. And while you caper and twirl, my bullets will rain down their verdict, bringing an end to it all. Fly, my bullets, fly into the heart of the target. Farewell, fellow Titans. Parting is such
So I guess
sorrow.
Bunny and Baron might still be going towards
This world is a stage. Then the
Icy.
end is inevitable. The day the curtain closes on this tragedy is upon us. But for the curtain to fall, this world must overcome its trial. Else we are doomed to dance for all eternity.
Again, this feels like this is basically a wrap up where there may have been several weeks to several months between this chapter coming out and more chapters. And if anything, it definitely feels like the final loop should have been the final loop and the final loop ending, and they've just merged the story together. Right, storyline wise, we should do 3 more chapters. I don't know if I can bear 3 more chapters though. We may just end up having to take a 4th break. But I still don't really want to wrap up like this recording and have a part 1 and part 2 and then have to label that on YouTube. These videos are already going to be ridiculously long, so for that reason, I am just going to pause it. Again, I recommend you pause the video and take a break too, because I'll pause the recording, take a few hours of a break, an hour break probably, and then come back to it. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully, with any luck, we can finish up without having to take a 4th break. It's long, to say the least. I mean, I'm just repeating myself, but maybe this will get a bit more action-y. But it's got to be kind of the right kind of action, too. Like,
Even with all the ruckus, we've still come pretty far.
what might be interesting, certainly, is if they just showed us...
More like a big bad she-wolf, bun. She's
they
meant to
just
be
showed
a
us the
decoy. That's what's brought us this
fighting between the different Titans, because
Guess that was the plan.
that would be something different, but that's not what they're setting up for, obviously.
how smoothly
We
everything's
probably
gone
won't
so
ever
far,
see
maybe
the
we shouldn't
Titans
discount luck
fighting each other.
Right? Even that, Zessel Banshee? Whatever. He wouldn't stop popping up. And now he's as silent as a tomb.
The wind's finally blowing in our favor.
Shillendrig's a tough nut to crack, though.
Baron's voice actor for the anime boy face he has doesn't
Got plenty of
quite
bullets
match
he can
either.
cast right here. Anything else might not scratch him, but these will do the trick all right.
I wouldn't be surprised if actually the faces were different, but the bodies were the same
That's mighty
in
generous
the
of her.
Japanese version, but
course.
that wouldn't make a lot of
She
sense
knows
either,
as well
because
as we do that it'll
I
take
could
more
definitely
than a
see
pea-shooter to bring down
Japanese
this
people
Goliath.
looking at the face of Baron, for instance, and going, oh yeah, that's a Japanese guy.
Don't y'all worry none, bud.
Because that's the way it kind of works in anime, is that Japanese people animate the anime characters to look like they're Japanese, and people in the West and America go, oh no, that's actually a Western white person, and it's like, no, that's
was stolen from us back.
just kind of how they do it.
You and me are gonna be
It's a matter of perception.
We'll be at the top of the pecking order, and everything we've ever wanted will be at our feet.
I think I'd like to try owning Spurred On. Then we could have all the gizzards we want.
I've seen you burn water, bun.
That's why I'm keeping the barkeep on.
Ain't a bad future, so long as you're happy. Looks like
So
it's
she's
finally time.
Bunny is talking about potentially having hope, whereas I imagine up until this point she hasn't really had a lot of hope.
we won't stop throwing our weight
and was
around
just
until
living
the
in the
scales
moment.
tip in our favor.
It is as you say. There is no reason for this world to remain stagnant.
Who's
A
this
realm filled
question
with
mark
uncertainty
person?
can only give birth to darkness. Yet a realm that cannot be protected from certain doom can only give birth to fear.
I mean, it just sounds like Alizard.
That is why we are here. To create a future free of darkness and fear.
This would be the first point where Alizard meets Bunny and Baron.
Baron, I presume.
Wow, I guess we're famous now. Or is it infamous?
Saves us an introduction at least. And who might you be?
Alizard.
Can't say that rings a bell. And a new face this late in the game don't bode so well for us.
After a time of
Again,
great
the
struggle,
giant gun.
you'll face
Just
a turning
weird
point.
forced perspective.
The scales will begin to tip, and the world will begin to tremble. Perhaps that rings some bells for you?
Can't say it does. Look, we're not here for fortunes, so if that's all you got, then we're done here.
You and your partner intend to fell Shilindrig.
Uh-huh.
And if I told you that is impossible?
Fine, I'll bite. The more you can tell us about what we're up against, the better.
Shilindrig commands magic that reclaims all that is taken from him.
That much I know.
The point
His
here
life be taken from him,
is he should really
will
explain
seize
that
yours
part.
in exchange. Do you understand what I am getting at? His magic renders him infallible. Were you to fell him, he would simply take your physical body as his new vessel.
And you know this because...
Taking forever to explain to get to this point.
I believe I have borne witness to his victory.
All right. Fair enough.
I was not expecting you to accept my word so easily.
Well, the jury's out on whether you're telling us the truth or it's all cow pie. But it sounds plenty plausible to me. If Shilindrig was a foe you could just beat into submission, Not would have crushed him beneath her boot heel ages ago. There's a reason she hired us. And now we know what it might be. So yeah, I'm inclined to believe you.
But would IC
Besides,
be any
we've run
easier
into
to
someone who can
defeat
jump from host
if
to
he
host
was in
like
a
a
younger
flea?
body?
Sounds pretty familiar if you think of it that way.
You mean that if we defeat
not
IC,
really.
he'll jump into one of us like Zesselvenshi did the townsfolk? Ugh! Just thinking about it gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Once he jumps into a new vessel, it will not just be the end of you, but the end of the world.
Baron?
Not to worry, Bun. I did say that we'd need more than a pea shooter, and that everything's been accounted for.
So you have a plan.
What
won't
is his
kill
plan?
But even Icy won't be able to do much without his limbs, his tongue, and his eyes. All that's left is to toss him in a cell and throw away the key.
Sounds like somewhat
As
of a
for
plan.
Vincent, he'll probably make like a tumbleweed and go where the wind blows. Ain't gonna be easy, but it's not impossible either.
Need I remind you that whatsoever you do to him will be done to you? You will crawl, limbless, dumb, and blind for all of eternity.
If that's the way it's gotta be, I'm willing to pay the price.
Huh?
Whatever happens to me, the Spectre can't die. The people don't need 3 Titans. They just need one who'll stand up for all the small folk of Reveal.
You're not making a lick
And
of
which
sense,
Titan
Baron.
is that?
What are you saying?
For as long as I've been the Spectre, I've kept my jamming up and running. I've never let it down, even in front of you. No one knows
Oh
my
yeah, I
face.
forgot
No one knows who I am.
that nobody
And that
knows what
means
he
you
looks
can
like.
become Spectre in my place, Bun.
So what? You're gonna die and leave me behind?
I'll still be around. You heard the gentleman. Assuming he's telling the truth, my death spells the end of the world, too.
Why do we gotta choose between two stupid choices? It ain't right.
Come on, Bunny.
It's a pretty dumb
Scales
plan,
ain't
but
gonna tip if we don't offer something to sway
it's
'em.
not.
I've seen plenty.
It's the
for
best
this
one
world.
they've offered so far.
I've also seen plenty for selfish reasons. Men, women, children. Their blood for my continued survival. I'm not gonna flinch now that my turn's come. I don't regret offering myself to give y'all a better future. After all, you were always the light brightening my dreary old world. Now that that's settled, you
So,
got anything else you'd like to share?
Theoretically, I would say if IC
Yes.
reclaims things,
This bullet. Do you recognize it?
then why not give him something instead of taking something
seems you
away?
Yeah. Some weird fortune teller gave it
Something
to me.
he perhaps can't
I see.
get rid of or
Then
refuse.
this belongs with you. I entrust it to your care.
I'm still not sure if
And
this
with
whole
that,
bullet
I have done all I
isn't
can.
just absorbing the energy somehow of everybody that touches it.
Thanks for the info. It's been mighty helpful. I just got one last favor I'd like to ask of you.
I will take care of these creatures.
Appreciate it, Hoss.
I, too, have something I would like you to do for me.
Go on.
I believe that with this, my companions and I have done as much as we can. The rest is up to
So
you.
it seems like,
Surpass
well,
the
that's
trial
an
that
all
awaits
of the
and
four
save this
characters
world.
are going to be once again removed from the story.
Time to get a move on, Bun.
Barely feels like they had any real effect at all.
Our destinies are intertwined.
You know, there are some
Whether their
Japanese tales
threads
that
unravel,
I think in the
or whether
original
they bind to
Japanese
create a new tapestry,
probably are very
only time will
complicated
tell.
and like extremely well
There is
written.
nothing to fear.
And then when they get
I have
localized
faith
and
that fate's
kind of
messenger
like
will bring us
translated
glad
or very
tidings.
liberally translated to English, they lose some of their intricacies and their details. But I also would argue that there's probably quite a few Japanese stories told in different medium that are actually just incredibly simplistic in Japanese, and they just come off as being cool because they're anime-esque, and then people read more into it than actually there is. The Japanese language generally is a very subtle language, so it's designed to have people read more into it,
We'll never have to feed from the
and
scraps we're
that can lead to people reading a lot more into it, more than really they should. I think Neon Genesis Evangelion is kind of an example of that,
Everything will change.
where on some levels there's a lot being said, but on some other levels you can, they're just
no shame for living the way we did either.
symbols for symbols' sake, or
You telling me I
references
was
for
the only
references'
one who
sake.
felt that way?
No, I enjoyed our time together too.
And of course, any smart creator would
we deserve
claim
better.
they intended everything everybody's ever read into their creation.
Aaron, I don't want to have to do this without you.
Like I said, you won't have to.
How are you gonna get by with half your parts missing? That ain't what I call living.
You'll just have to do everything I can. You'll just have to fill my spectral shoes.
It ain't right if we're not Bunny and Baron.
Can't argue with you there. All right, we're here. The time for talk is done. Let's find that son of a gun and get this over with.
It would make a little bit more sense if they catch him to have one person chop off his arm and one person chop off his other arm.
Put things right.
Like lose
That's not why I'm making
lose
this
one
face,
part
Baron.
per main hero character. That would also mean all the main hero characters
I don't know what I want to say.
maybe live forever.
We're at the end of the line. There's no turning back now.
Huh.
Let's go. Time to seize the future with our
It also
own 2 hands.
would seem if you were going to do the whole chop off all his limbs concept,
Do my eyes deceive me?
any of the monsters from Vassal chopping off his limbs
Been a long time
would
coming, Shillandrig.
then pretty much live forever and stop Vassal from happening, which might make a paradox and undo it, or it might just have them live forever and not destroy the world of Rydo.
Bunny and Baron.
Orissa's still completely missing from the story.
We're here to knock your ass off your throne and take your crown, Titan.
You, the most raggedy pair of misfits to ever blight Reveal.
You bet your last piece of gold. I got pockets full of shiny lead, all with your name.
I would think you probably wouldn't want to shoot him, having heard what you have been told.
I see now. Not and the rats have been scurrying behind my back, putting together this arsenal.
Didn't plan for that, did you? Well, here's something else you didn't plan for. I didn't come to kill you.
Well, don't just leave me in suspense. Go on.
The long and short of it is, we're gonna break you into pieces. And if destruction's what you'll exact from me in return, then so be it. Check and checkmate, Titan of Prosperity. You're out of moves.
Because they have to actually be able to do what you claim, which I don't think Bunny and Baron can do it.
Oh, a jester and a bandit. You truly are a man of many talents. Thought it through, have you? Got me
I will say, Icy is a better bad guy than
I must say,
the
that is a masterful strategy.
World Reaver bad guy.
Only you had the wherewithal to make that play.
And
unfortunately for
even
you, boy,
Nexus is not particularly a
I am an
good bad
existence
guy.
Far beyond your comprehension. It doesn't matter what moves you make. A pawn cannot dethrone a king.
But 2 pawns
Sure,
can.
you talk a big game, but if you were that almighty, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The fact that Not and Vincent still sit on their thrones is testament enough.
Are you implying that I'm weak?
Not at all. But I do think we're stronger. We ain't bandits no more. We're heroes, standing up to the villains of this world. We've towed the line between life and death many a time. One misstep, and we'd have tumbled straight into our graves. The way I see it, you should be asking if the likes of you can bring us down.
I would
Seeing as your
say,
ass has been glued to that seat.
while the music in the background is fine here, it's been the same music that they've been reusing for practically years. They really should put out at least one new soundtrack per chapter and heavily use it so that you're hearing something different. New would equal exciting, whereas familiarity is breeding contempt with this background music.
Elsewise, I will be your death, your pestilence, your god of despair.
That's why we're here. We got a healthy dose of lead just for you.
It's funny he
Let's
said
do this, bun.
God of
Scales of the gods have been
Despair
tipped too long the
when
other
they
way.
were calling him a Lord
It's
of
time to do
Darkness
some
before.
rebalancing.
Fine. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it right.
Bunny and Baron, the no-good outlaws turned heroes, here to tip the scales.
We'll take back from the haves and give back to the have-nots.
Everything we've lost, everything that was stolen from us.
We're gonna get everything back.
I feel like this is exactly what they said at the end of a previous chapter a long time ago. And that they're just reusing that scene, but now I just don't even remember it, so it seems like that was just unnecessary posturing.
You're wide open, friend.
Well, will you look at that? The dog does have some bite to him after all.
You'd think if Zessel is just hiding out in this area, in his office, he would show up and start fighting too. But maybe not. Maybe what's going to happen here is Zessel's going to take over Icy's body.
Keep it together, Bunny. It ain't time to pull the trigger yet.
I guess that might be the case.
My, but you're a soft touch when it comes to the ladies, aren't you? Doing all the heavy lifting while your partner watches. I can see how the cursed queen would be putty in your hands.
I wasn't hired to be a ladies' man, but I was paid to pull the trigger.
You certainly weren't lying about the efficaciousness of those bullets.
Consider them a parting gift, designed to part precious pieces of you from your body.
You would have to be shooting a gun with such a large caliber or size, or just a massive amount of force behind them to shoot off limbs and not just shoot bullets through limbs effectively and consistently. Like, certainly could randomly happen, but
Dread hand of death knocking at your
it would
door. It's
take
unbearable. What happens after?
way too much
What lies beyond that?
luck. It would take, yeah, way too much luck to try to blow off somebody's limbs instead of just cutting them off.
Will the world halt or keep turning? Insensate to my
There's also a question here. As far as reclaiming, doesn't that not mean that Icy's body would get working arms and legs by taking Baron's working arms and legs?
Just contemplating it fills me with foreboding. You cannot
Wouldn't you
imagine
have to
the
shoot
terror.
off your own arms and legs first,
It's your
and then
solitude
shoot
that
off
stokes
his?
the flames of fear, I Shillendrig. I ain't afeared to death myself, 'cause I know someone will carry out my will after I pass. I pity you. You're a diseased king sitting on your lonely throne, with no one to do the same for you.
What insolence. This is what I get for allowing mutts to become overbold with their master. A god, by definition, stands alone. I know you're not burdened by an overabundance of education, but that's common sense, boy.
Maybe for you.
Yep. And I guess I'm just
We're
back to
different, you and I.
playing games on my
Difference is gonna be
phone.
your downfall.
At this point, it's just taking too long. Like, this is supposed to be the big fight. This is supposed to be exciting.
And the bold.
But every extra sentence just drags it downward.
Your reign is over, I Shillendrig. Now step aside. It's time for a new king to ascend.
And I would hope, certainly, I wouldn't be so uninterested if it weren't for the fact that the game just exhausted me with all of the fluff in the middle.
A crying shame. Shame
But
indeed that you refuse
I'm not
to
100%
end me
sure.
and grant me new life.
Really, I might just be getting so ADD, for lack of a better term, that I can't pay attention to stories as much as I might have been able to in the past.
Such unwavering determination is worthy of respect, adulation even. So I'll do you the courtesy of telling you.
I don't know. I mean, I played all the Walking Dead Telltale games, and I was mostly paying attention to those and found those very well. And if anything, I guess being able to pick different lines of dialogue keeps you engaged a lot better in Telltale games than just a standard visual novel. And I guess that really highlights how, while the West really hasn't tried to make visual novels, instead they've made multiple dialogue options in RPG games.
Bunny.
I'll shoot too. We'll pull the trigger together. We're Bunny and Baron, ain't we?
Just be sure to avoid the vitals, else you'll be in a world of hurt.
Take your aim, for here stands your target. Take your aim, for there you stand, my executioners. And make your shot count, because it is going to be your last.
Don't you worry none. There's no way we're gonna miss.
So
your
it
big,
doesn't
ugly
seem
mug.
like she's gonna use the fate bullet.
Exactly. There's no way you can miss.
Bring in the fortune teller again.
You're that fortune teller.
There were many bumps along the way, but we're finally here. All you have to do now is pull the trigger.
I guess the idea here
Start talking sense,
might
damn
be,
it. What are you doing here?
maybe the idea is Orisa can't be involved because this story needs to actually play out with people who are actually supposed to exist in this reality.
This conversation's between you and I, honeysuckle.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the game just straight up makes you pick a bad mistake again here.
Excellent choice. In which case, I bid you adieu until next we meet.
So, she's remembering Orisa.
Come on, Risa. Get your arrow ready now. Good. Now just keep steady. Nobody knows what'll happen when he dies, but that doesn't matter. He has to pay. Do
So
your
even
thing
Bunny
now.
is seeing the future,
Here
which
goes.
hardly means everybody's seeing the future, though.
Come forth as verdant wind. Be my wings as I invoke thy name. Fly true.
The
What was that?
Orisa attack was literally from a god,
Palm of your hand. Just
and
load
yet
it into your chamber.
still
Take
not
aim and fire.
not powerful enough to fully kill.
Oh, what's going on? What's she even saying?
I see.
How the heck am I supposed to know what to do? There are all these memories flashing through my head. Things I'm sure I've never done, but they're all me, and my arms are moving on their own. Taking aim like I've done this before.
Now, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just the biggest trial this world's ever faced is all. If anyone should be trembling, it's me. After all, this is the last miracle. Well done. You've loaded the bullet. You know what comes next.
I still don't know if she's supposed to be a good guy or
I
not.
don't get any of this.
I don't
Nothing's making
really
any
believe that
sense.
she is. I think this is
Something's
just a
telling me I have
trick.
to pull the trigger. Is that what you want me to do?
Mm-hmm.
I know you. You ain't just some random fortune teller.
Well, that's to be expected. We have met before.
How many times have we gone through this?
I wonder. This here's the end, honeysuckle. But the end of what? There's only one way to find out.
I'd kind of prefer the game not to
After a
pop up
time of great
any
strife,
choices.
You will face a turning point.
I'd
The
kind of just like to
scales
see
will
Bunny
begin to
shoot
tip,
Flowers.
and the world will begin to tremble. So choose wisely. Who is your enemy? Who will you lay waste to?
My enemy? Then
Yeah,
I
this
gotta
is
shoot.
basically the same choice. Exactly. Shoot ... No one deserves to die. Shoot shoot Icy. Let's see. I don't think the bullet's gonna work with either one, so I'm gonna lean to nobody deserves to die. But that forced me against it. Shooting her, I think, forced me in a different direction. I think there's probably only one choice. And if I were to click shoot Icy, it probably would stop me there.
Wait, that can't be right, right? This is our last chance. Ain't no time to be turning tail, not when they've got a lot to answer for. And it's gotta be right here, right now. At least that's the feeling I'm getting.
And I still don't think it's gonna let you. If I was to click this, I bet it's not gonna show you any, like, special game over or anything.
My. Very well then.
Shoot Flowers. We shot Icy before, it didn't work. So why not shoot Flowers?
But why me?
That stuff that flashed through my head could all be lies. Or maybe I'm hallucinating. But I don't think it's either of those things. We've
Shooting
met
her
before,
would be funny
not
if
just
it
once or twice.
powered her up.
So how
And
many times
this
does
was her
this
plan the whole time.
I hate this stinking world. It's been nothing but cruel, taking away everything I've ever cared about. I just want to see it burn.
It'd be funny if I actually did
You're
just
the
trigger
one who
the
made this world the way it is, so it's all on you, ain't it?
this triggered
Me
a
that's
special
standing
ending.
here right now doesn't know what's right and what's wrong, but I am sure of one thing. You were behind everything, playing us like fleas on a fiddle.
All for the sake of the world, darling.
Don't say crap you know I can't understand. You think the world means anything to me anymore?
The rules ain't mine, darling. All I do is dole out the cards. And you're the only ones who can play your hands.
What did I just say?
Oh my. Heaven help your little heart. Help all our hearts. It seems this bullet was never gonna pierce that god after all.
I know that, damn it. The part of me that's lived through this already knows that.
What the? What have you done?
Be funny if she turns out to be the cursed queen.
Well played.
Or if
What are you
Icy
doing? That bullet was meant for me.
Icy
You had no
recognizes
right to deny me.
Flowers.
What in the blazes is going on, Bunny?
I don't know.
It'd be too funny if they start fighting.
Something was telling me this was the right choice.
You think you can rip destiny from my grasp? What have you done? What's going on? Answer me, Flois.
Oh, my sweet child. The long years have been unkind to you and your memory indeed, if you've forgotten about little old me.
What vile trick have you played on me?
In the beginning, the world was empty, but for a lone pebble. A god descended from on high and cast the rock into the lonesome void. Life sprang forth. And to look over humanity and its toils, the god split itself into 3 incarnates. I'm sure you're all too familiar with this tale. Now here comes the surprise. That god was me. I split my powers among the 3 titans. I am your maker, Shilendrig.
Not a huge surprise, really.
And as for you, O chosen one, that bullet you just fired off is none other than the stone in that creation myth, the embodiment of destiny. That stone is the only thing that my divine hand did not create. It's the only thing I could use to change the flow of this world, and so I forged it into the single bullet you just shot.
You think your
So is it gonna
story has any credence?
split her into 3
I'm
pieces
no mere
again?
creation of a half-wit charlatan. I am divinity manifest. I am a god.
Thank you for your eons of faithful service, but I'm afraid you've outlived your usefulness. Be gone.
Be gone?
Return to my love and embrace.
No, I cannot just disappear.
I think I'm woozy from all the blood loss. Because I could almost swear we beat Shilendrig.
Now she's gonna
This
go
is no fabrication.
grab the other 2
It's
titans
the hard-fought reality you grasp
and turn
with
into
your
a
own 2
bad guy.
hands.
Like
This
we still
world
got
is no
a ton
longer
of
an
chapters here.
illusion, nor is it a cradle for dreamers.
It really should have just
No,
the story probably
this
should have ended
world is
here.
now
And now that we
a
have
place where you must come face to face with the ugly truths behind the reality.
there's the
Don't
old
look like your run-of-the-mill wretch.
Serenity monsters.
This world has been targeted by an omnipotent entity known as a keeper. Her power is such that not even I could stand against her might. To keep her from interfering with this world, I enclosed it in a barrier and set it turning like an hourglass, hoping that one of these turns, the world
Wow,
would
this may
become
just be a
strong
really
enough.
long bad ending.
And finally, you have surpassed my trial by making the correct choice.
I guess that
You've
was the correct
proven
choice.
yourselves capable of taking on the Keeper. Ah, Nexus, this was all for you. If only I could see your face as they put an end to you.
Yeah, this would be like the point where the story should end and they should have another chapter.
What do we do now, Bear?
Sounds like
The
that
only
bullet
thing we
fell
can
to the
do,
ground.
Bun. Our work ain't done yet. You can hear them, can't you? Those groans and growls.
Yeah, it really feels like they're just completely gonna forget about Not and Vincent. Which,
And they mean to leap up and tear out our throats.
if that was the case, then
So don't
why
put your
even
gun away
remind
just
us?
yet. This ain't where
Why
fate
even
means
bother
for us to
reminding us that they
die.
exist? Why not recontextualize the story where it was
From here
only
on out
about
is uncharted territory.
I see.
What'll happen is anybody's guess.
All I hear is, we gotta stomp them sons of guns a little harder.
Kind of in the same way if you have like a multiple season of
Always got a quip
of
locked
a
and loaded, don't you?
like hero show, let's say Buffy the
I can be
Vampire
serious.
Slayer, for instance.
Sometimes.
Like
If I
the
want.
master vampire was
I
like
honestly
the
can't
one
tell
of the
the
first bad guys in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. But after about a season or two, they
Come on,
get
bud.
rid of the
We got a
master and they
world to save.
forget that he ever exists and replace him with somebody else who's
Do this, Bear.
even bigger and scarier. If you were to go back and do a recap episode near the end of the like 5th season of Buffy, for instance, you really wouldn't mention the master more than just in passing. You might say the name, but you wouldn't do a whole recap and involve them in the story. Yeah, we have until 23, but 16 would have been the perfect point to say, all right, now we're going to have another chapter that wraps things up.
Stagnation been broken. The world stirreth once more. I shall bring serenity unto this realm. By my hand shall ye know eternal slumber.
Where is the keeper of stagnation? Maybe it's already dead.
The gate to the garden may be open, but the path is still lined with thorns.
Inconsequential. What can a remnant accomplish?
And she just like absorbed Icy and it
I was
did.
struck by fate's bullet. What remains of this flower is a lonely stem,
Yeah.
waiting to be plucked out of existence. As a reward for clearing the trial, I gifted my children some words.
Yeah, she didn't seem like she got stronger by taking Icy.
That kept their souls cycling in perpetuity. My purpose has been fulfilled. Soon, I'll fade into nothingness.
The fact that she's just fading into
So
nothingness
as you say, there's nothing further I can accomplish.
is not really
If we're being
the way this should wrap up.
honest, it's not like I could
It should
do
be
much
that
even with the power I had. Because of you, Nexus. You and the other keepers possess power that far surpasses anything of mine. Oh, sure. I may have had a fraction of it, but nowhere near enough to truly be an obstacle. That's why I put in place a little insurance policy. I did it all for you, Nexus. All to bring an end to you. The world has
You would
been
just expect
unshamed,
Nexus here
and
to
it
kill her.
moves forward once
That
again.
would be better than her
Vessel
just
of stagnation.
fading.
By what precept dost thou ally thyself with mankind? Wherefore dost thou resist divine purpose?
What else is a girl to do when you appear out of the blue, huffing and puffing and threatening to blow my house down? I suppose it's beyond a keeper's understanding, but within mankind dwells unbridled potential. From that potential are miracles born.
They're talking about miracles as if
those
they're a thing that
miracles
should
are
have
the
been
shining glory of mankind.
talked about this whole time.
Purest, most revered thing in the universe.
Miracles are not but probability, mere happenstance. Thou hast cycled through countless iterations until probability finally granted thee this so-called miracle. But serenity is inevitable.
And it definitely feels like the only reason why Nexus of Serenity is the bad guy here instead of Nerva is just because they want to finally try and wrap up
They have lived
the story that was started in the prologue to some level.
Not that I could always be there for them, but that's why I left them a little gift. Probability and happenstance come but once in a blue moon. Their ephemeral
It also creates this
existence is the
weird
very
situation
definition of a
where
miracle.
if the stone existed,
Bless your heart,
who
Nexus.
created the stone?
For all your omnipotence, you lead
Was
quite a
it
blinkered
the
existence,
keeper
don't you? Fortune
of
favors the
stagnation?
bold,
Was
my
it
dear,
some other
and you've spent
god?
centuries just
Some other
watching and
keeper?
waiting.
Fate, predestination. That is the purview of the keepers.
Even the mightiest of gods can be brought low. Why, if I'm not mistaken, you've got quite the tenacious avenger thirsting for your downfall.
What can one insignificant speck do?
Yeah, I'm trying to pay attention here.
I'll be honest.
And this is
I
the
wasn't
important
expecting much
text.
either. But think about it, Nexus.
but it's
Icy
getting
gained a
along.
new vessel and became the Lord of Darkness. He remade the world into Velsar. Under normal circumstances, nothing should have stopped him from ruling with an iron fist. But his new form wasn't compatible. He was unable to gain dominion over it and holed up in his castle, waiting for a new host to arrive. The power of that insignificant speck was enough to freeze Icy in his tracks.
A vessel's avatar hath even less of a chance of defeating a keeper.
Oh, come now. Do I have to paint you a picture? It's because that sweet Daisy held Icy back that the Chosen Four could rise. And it's thanks to them Reveal could free itself
It's really
from the endless
convoluted and contrived explanation here, making Orisa look like she did a lot more than it seems like she really did.
Well, it's been a pleasure, but I've got some last-minute errands that need doing. Have yourself a pleasant day, Nexus. I do hope you enjoy what fate has in store for you.
It's crazy with all the violence that happens for all the other characters. It's shocking Nexus wouldn't attack her.
And rebirth come perforce to all worlds. All else is anathema.
Big words, certainly.
Opposition is futile. We are keepers. We carry the fate of all worlds in our bosom. All shall slumber.
And this looks like new art.
All shall sink.
I don't think we've seen this before.
Relinquish your forms. Embrace the dream. Fall into sleep eternal.
Of course, I kind of have to remind you that
Nexus of Serenity.
Nexus of Serenity makes everybody fall into a dream and hallucinate kind of a perfect living in that dream while they slowly, I guess, starve to death as the world gets destroyed around them. Or they just sleep as the world gets destroyed. Maybe they don't stay around that long that they're actually starving to death. Yeah, there was a whole point in either chapter 1, chapter 2, where everybody was given their perfect world, perfect wish.
Won't you die?
You still don't know who Ilgano is supposed to be.
Aren't you the saddest cloud of gloom that ever darkened Reveal's doorstep?
So there's supposed to be some surprise or twist that happens there. It's gonna happen later, I think. It may never happen, really. May have just been a red herring. Ilgano may have been a red herring.
Hear the symphony of your screams, darling.
It definitely feels kind of regressive, certainly, to go back to the Not fights and the Vincent fights. Unless Floris is just gonna show up and eat that Titan too, and eat all 3 Titans, just as a way of getting rid of them.
How strong is she?
I suppose that just leaves
Art of rejuvenation.
our knife-wielding friend here. Why, any paler and you'd be a ghost. A spot of sunlight would do you a world of good.
Is there some way that his attack being trapped in a box and then released later would somehow work?
Out unprepared, and these pretty little boxes can store anything, including attacks from that oversized butter knife of yours. And when I need something, I pop the box open, just like that. I can't remember the last time I had this much fun at a romping stomp. You see, most of my dancing partners fold
Just
like a cheap
feels
suit as
really
soon as I
weird
touch 'em.
to be fighting Not again when she
Here
was
y'all are,
clearly
still
not the strongest
prancing. I bet your
Titan.
magic's got something to do with it. Not even Vincent's orders could hold you down. Isn't war just intoxicating? Does a better job of adding luster to your eyes and color
And if
to
it
your
is the
cheeks
case
than
that
any
Floris is
vintage
just going
I
to appear
know
and eat Not, they should just have done it very quickly.
Rejoice, my lovelies. You've entertained me, and I know the perfect way to express my gratitude.
Like, Floris is not really giving these people their best chance of winning by having them continue to waste their energy fighting.
Ending for such esteemed heroes. There won't be a trace of you left when I'm done. Well, except in my memories. I promise I'll think of y'all every now and then. Yes, I'll look back fondly on your bravery in the face
It does
of
kind of feel like
futility.
Not could have trapped Vincent, Icy, in a box if she was capable of doing that.
Has it ended? No, not quite.
I guess they just jumped back in time.
Well, what have we here?
Yeah, if Not could have trapped Icy in a box without killing him, he wouldn't have been able to use his magic on her.
You're not more of Icy's machinations, are
And
you?
potentially she could have done the same
Since he's up
to Vincent also, if she could have actually accomplished that.
You are most unpleasant. I don't appreciate strangers cutting in for a dance, especially when they're not on my card. Report what the devil is going on here. No response.
Wait, where are you going? We're not done, in case you didn't notice.
Oh, don't you worry, darling. I'll be back to finish y'all off personally. Do try to stay alive till then, okay?
So she's just gonna straight up leave.
Back here!
She has gone. You must not exert yourself.
Look who's talking. You took a bunch of hits for me. How are you still standing?
I am not as affected by pain.
That doesn't change the fact that you're all beat up.
The danger before us has passed, though I fear it is no time for celebration.
Hurry up, get to the point.
I cannot hear these creatures' voices.
Oh yeah, and I guess you have to remember that Ilgano could hear the wretches. Because the wretches were like human souls. Ghosts.
It sure loves messing with us, doesn't it? I thought we passed the trial, so why is the world still falling to pieces?
The answer eludes me. However, one thing is clear. As much as it pains me to admit
I suppose I should applaud the fact
situation
that
calls for violence.
they didn't just have Serenity try and attack every single previous universe that we've seen. But the only reason why Serenity didn't attack the previous universes we've seen in previous chapters is because Nerva was attacking them and doing it in a slightly different way.
I've got nothing to do with it. I'm as much in the dark as you are.
Like hell you are! Why don't you start telling us the truth before I burn you to a crisp?
Our energy, yours and mine, would be better spent getting our troops together. This ain't a bull you can wrangle alone. With that being said, I'll take my leave. Well, what's your move, Miser? I'll do my duty as a Titan and see that order is restored to Reveil. Why not come with me?
Thanks for the offer, but this is something I've got to deal with on my own.
Again, I feel like the
enough.
Titans may just
Best of luck out
disappear
there, son.
from the story, and they could just disappear from the story. But it'd be kind of pathetic if they just ran away and you never saw them
Don't get
again.
in over your head, you hear?
I could say the same for you.
They're still writing
You watch
Vincent
yourself
like
out there.
you should really care about him as a character when really you shouldn't.
What was that all about?
Beats me. Truth be told, the sheriff's always been a bit of a mystery to me.
Whatever, it's none of my business. I'll leave the big brain plays to someone else.
Yep, it is a race of time, race for time now, as far as sitting through this visual novel. I want to finish it before I fall asleep.
Gonna get along just fine.
It's been
Will you look at that?
over 6 hours since I started recording, even though this recording has only gone 3 hours and 50
I do
minutes
have a mean right hook, and I intend to use it.
because of all the breaks.
That's what I like to hear. Let's show these losers how it's done.
You can see how it's also going to be
It has begun.
incredibly
The fact
boring
that
to
I
just
cannot remember
see
these events means
people, these heroes fighting
we have surpassed the trial
the
that Rydo
repetitive
spoke of.
ghouls.
Very astute. Yes, you did pass. With flying colors.
I suppose being trapped in an endless cycle does have its advantages after all. I can tell that this time, things are different.
I'm not long for this world, Sugar. But before I pass, I'd like to pass on some words of wisdom.
I thought you were done interfering.
Oh, this will be the last time. I promise.
I guess I'm gonna have to take
the
a short
veil's
break
end.
again.
Nexus waits.
What do you mean by end?
It's still a ways away yet. All the way on the other side. That's where you will find it. It was a miracle that changed Velsar. It
Be
was a
very
miracle that brought
irritating
you here.
if she throws everybody back
down a
to
god.
Velsar.
This is my dying wish. I want you to become the miracle that will put an
And she's
end to the
apparently
Keeper.
just talking to everybody at the
Put
same
an
time,
end to Nexus.
which frankly
I've broken the link that
she should have
chains
done
Reveal
several
and
times
Velsar together.
before.
They're now separate realms, running on different tracks. Once this final trial is concluded, I'll use the last of my power to send you all back to where you came from. There will be no past or future if you do not defeat the Keeper in the here and now. This is the ultimate battle. So I'm begging you, Alucard. End it.
Floes.
I suppose you've got a lot of choice words for me. Well, don't let me stop you. Just do me a favor and keep it short.
You and I are similar. Or at least, you remind me of the old me. I was able to change and grow. What of you? Can you accept that what has transpired is a miracle?
Asking the difficult questions, aren't you?
Hurry up,
I do
hurry up.
admit that the answer makes me feel abashed. I'll leave it to your imagination. Goodbye, my beloved child. Thank you for opening up a new possibility. I pray that the world knows victory.
Cryptic to the end. Farewell, Floes.
Remember, there's no
May
fights
the rest
happening here
us.
either, so we're going through like 3 or 4 chapters in a row
No.
that are
We
just dialogue.
forge a path to a new dawn.
There's no collectible card game to be played.
I finally caught up to you, Nexus. I couldn't do anything the
And
first time
Arissa is
around.
about the only person who should
Couldn't
even
save
know about
Rosaria
Nexus.
Or the world. Things are different now. I've become stronger. This time I will defeat you. Wait for me, Losaria. I'll save you no matter what.
Losaria being the body Nexus
What
inhabits.
now, Bear? I haven't got a clue what a keeper or a nexus is. And anyways, it don't look like this is our fight.
True, but it's not like we can mosey to spurt on while we wait for everything to blow over.
But Icy's bit the dust, hasn't he?
It don't matter none if he's in a coffin or dancing a jig if the world goes to pot bun.
I guess so.
Tell you what, you stay back. Ain't no call for the both of us to ride the Bronco.
Excuse me?
Far too many
Rendezvous with
characters.
Not and tell her what's happening. She'll be able to protect.
Get off your high horse, Baron.
Far too many characters creating.
That fortune teller was talking to me. If anyone's got to jump into the fray, it's
Far
yours
too
truly.
much conversation.
This ain't no time to be throwing a tantrum, Bun.
You're the one twisting things around to suit yourself.
Stubborn, ain't you?
That makes two of us, don't it?
Fine. We'll go together. Just don't overdo it, okay? Can't hear you over the sound of your moping.
I heard ya. Let's do this. Together.
Yep. Looks like our troubles ain't over yet. Not by a long shot.
Yeah, it almost feels like each one of these sub-chapters may have been released on almost a weekly basis. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, I'm going to have to once again pause and take another break. Hopefully this time it will be a shorter break. Again, you might want to take a break, so maybe pause now too. I'll be right back. Okay, back again. Yeah, unfortunately this is just taking so long, and I'm trying to talk and be a good video game critic while going through this, so I'm drinking a whole bunch of water so I don't actually have something to say. And that's sending me off to the toilet.
You sure?
This
Thought so.
seems like it feels like we're resetting yet again, but I don't believe that's the case. Remember, this is supposed to be the final loop.
That fortune teller talked about a nexus and keepers.
And really, this should have been the beginning of another chapter.
Them weird monsters must have something
Like,
to do with her, though.
if anything, this is a great example of why you shouldn't just add nonsense to writing a story, even if you're just doing it as like a school project, because they've painted themselves into this corner in which it's just overlong. I feel like, though, most schools probably don't point that out, though. They do want you just to write 500 words, and they don't care if it's 500 repetitive words, which is not really teaching people to be good writers as far as trying to write a story. Or even if you were just writing documentation, repeating the same thing is not effective. And we seem like we are kind of arbitrarily following Barry and Bunny specifically, as they're maybe going on the railroad from the rich part of town, the rich district of Rivale, to the poor district of Rivale, maybe. This might be the first indication of just how far the two districts actually are. I kind of got the feeling that they were probably really close to each other, and that there might even just be a wall between the rich district and the poor district. We did see at the very beginning, when we first saw Rivale, that they robbed a train, but there was... You could easily have taken it that...
We make that happen, and we'll be heroes. But circumstances ain't looking too good on that front, so our plans have changed. First, we blast Nexus.
So, yeah.
Easy as pie, right?
I was taking it as the train that Bunny and Baron robbed at the beginning when Revo was first introduced was moving people from one city to another city. Although it seems like Revel is actually the whole planet. The whole planet might as well be a city, though.
Being like what?
A sourpuss. Don't you want to be a Titan?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Wanna be a Titan?
Like, this is
Never
weird.
said nothing like that, Hoss.
Bun, now's not the time for jokes.
Who's joking? You recall me saying I want to be a Titan? Look, I'm not saying I'll double-cross you, or that I'll leave you on your own.
What is this? Some kind of weird flashback?
Do you think I'm yanking your chain? Leave
It
me
can't be
alone for
really
no
a flashback
reason? No, Bear, I ain't never done that.
when
I've just been waiting
we're
for our
seeing
end.
the enemies of the Serenity monsters.
What are you going on about?
They must be asleep.
You said we'd take it back.
This seems like this is just a dream Serenity is putting
This
them
world is
through.
ours. I promised we would take everything back, right?
No, you said we would blow it up together. Together, damn it.
Yeah, this
Bun, I think you're
really just feels like they're
Took the words right out of my mouth.
they're being written by a completely different person compared to the previous chapters.
All I've ever
Sub-chapters.
wanted is one thing. Become a Titan, so nobody can take what's yours away from you. So nobody can ever make you suffer again. Whatever you want, whatever you desire, it'll be yours for the picking.
Well, all I want and desire is a big going away boom with my bandit partner. And if you're not there after the fireworks, what's the point?
This whole section feels like it.
Take power, control the city, live happily
This conversation should have happened before they fought Icy.
Whether I'm dead or alive, that don't matter. You want a man? There's whole universities of fish in the sea, Bun. You hitch your wagon to one or two of them and you'll forget all about me in no time.
Universities? I think that was a mistranslation.
I can't believe you! You don't understand a goddamn thing!
Listen to yourself. What are you so
Why are we
afraid of?
hearing this fight?
You
Like,
are
we
impossible.
barely
I'm
have
trying to set you up to lead a life of happiness.
any
and you're just gonna throw
chapters
it away?
left, and we're hearing a
What are
fight
you
between
afraid
Bunny
of?
and Bear, and
You'll have
for
guns
like
to
no
protect
reason.
You, food to feed you. What else do you need?
I can't care about
just
these
want you to
characters
carry
enough
on and be happy.
to want to see this fight happen. Like, is this just a contrivance to have Bunny and Bear and
Finally gonna have us
fight
a
against each
discussion,
other?
Bunny. So what is it? You feel guilty because this plan is gonna cost me more than you?
No, of course not.
Then what? Open your damn jaw and talk.
It's just... I love you, you idiot.
It's just a ridiculous way
To be alone. Who says I
to
want all that
get
stuff
to that point,
you by my side?
which you could have gotten to this point before they fought Icy anyways.
I know how you feel. That's why it's gotta...
It ain't gotta be no one way. Don't sacrifice this now.
She doesn't even know what he looks like.
Not when I can finally admit it to myself. I love it when we laugh together. Fight together. Don't leave me.
Although, I guess you don't have to be superficial, and you could love somebody without even knowing what they look like.
Why can't I get through to you? Course I know how you feel. You're always saying that poem, ain't you?
What's that have to do with it?
Everything. How many times have you recited it in front of me?
And?
Well, it's about love, ain't it?
Come again?
Do I have to spell it out for you? Kiss the hand that feeds you. Fear the gaze that leads you. Marry the bride that needs you. Sweeter words bind us, careful they don't bleed you. Caress the love that guides you. Hold the heart that abides you. Cherish the whisper that tides you. Sweeter words heal us. Careful.
This really just is making Bunny look like a completely idiot.
All about getting swept away by passion. Even I know that much. It got me to thinking.
Just a completely naive idiot, apparently.
This murderer, this rotten son of a gun, then maybe he could afford you a little piece of happiness.
Was it Baron that maybe killed? No, it was Cecil that killed Ilmongo's family. So Baron killed somebody, but nobody important, apparently.
These words to my grave, but
like he may have killed the parents of the children in the abbey or something like that. But no, I think it was Miser that killed the parents of the children in the abbey.
That wasn't it.
What wasn't it?
That poem. It's about death.
Are you serious?
All that grim talk. It hangs in the air like a curse.
Even at a time like this, you'll talk out your ass. Didn't your own mother teach you that poem?
Of course she did. But Mama, she might have hated this world even more than me.
No, she would tell it to you because she wanted you to grow up, fall in love, and find a bit of happiness.
It'd be funny if Baron turns out to be her mom.
Does that even exist?
But that would be too big of a twist. Alright, so we're now at the medium-sized shades.
Don't piss on my head and tell me it's raining. You always sing.
I ain't lying to you. It's a song about death, I swear it.
How do you figure that?
Kiss the hand that feeds you. Fear the gaze that leads you. Marry the bride that needs you. Sweeter words bind us. Careful they don't bleed you. Kiss the lips that found you. Part the one that bound you. Leave the life that surrounds you. Sweeter words deceived us. Careless, they're gonna hound you.
So, almost certainly.
Oh, who gives a rat's ass what it means? Don't you feel?
Almost certainly that's being translated from Japanese, and that would make a lot more sense.
I feel like we're talking in circles.
Can you start making
I feel like
sense?
they're talking in circles too.
You start making sense.
I am. I'm trying to tell you what's really important.
So what is it? What's so important?
Baron Titan of Idiocy. That's gonna be your name.
Lot of fat lip on you, Bunny. Can't you just talk to me?
And they've even stopped fighting at this point. They're just letting the shades attack you. I guess they just had to.
Nothing far as I can see. Not enough by any count.
Felt a need or were required to wrap up the Bunny Baron story a little bit better.
3 little words, and this whole conversation would have its happily ever after.
What kind of rule is that? This mess is more complicated than a turn of phrase.
Is it now?
I can't make you happy. All I can do is murder, Bun.
I've hated everybody else I've ever met. You think I want to kiss some other lunatic?
Hogwash!
It ain't hogwash. You're just a coward. I told you I loved you. I said it.
Fine.
It's ironic I have said that this game has
love
been
to eat too
like
much.
way too much about violence and not about any other kinds of interactions. And here we have them struggling to write romance, and even in this case, the only way they can write something that's somewhat romantic is by having them fight not only shades at the same time, but also argue and fight with each other. These are clearly stories written by someone who just is not capable of writing a romance tale or has no interest in it.
Really been so clueless the whole time.
And when you get this like custom art here,
Who knows?
the
Embarrassing enough just thinking
characters feel off
We
model.
always misunderstood one another.
It looks slightly different.
Now drop it.
Way I see it, it ain't been no misunderstanding. I know I've loved you for the longest while. I just didn't realize it.
Timing's awful convenient.
I won't leave you. Never. And that's a promise.
This
It would
wasn't supposed to be a chat.
Probably be a nice way to
Just wanted
wrap
you to
up
know why
things
I'm
if
going
Bunny
through
and
with
Baron
this.
did end up being
That's
the
rich.
new
That's real rich.
gods of this world, but
This has always been a chat about love.
I don't think
You shouldn't
that's
depend on
what's
me.
going to happen, nor would
You
that
shouldn't
really do
love
much.
me.
I'm aware.
The stench of blood follows me wherever I wander.
What would be funny
Me too.
is if it turned out
You'll regret this.
for
Promise I won't.
it turned out that
Now hold me tight.
Bunny and Baron
That'll get you to shut
finally
up.
falling in love makes them the perfect vessels for the two new keepers to show up and take over. And
We got a job to do, Bun.
That's what you taste
that
like.
would be
You're a weird little nugget.
a very
That's what you
ironic
look
twist.
Sorry if I ain't the handsomest prince in the pond.
If characters
That's all right
just
there.
found some
Long as
level
you're
of
my
self-actualization and developed personally, and once they hit a certain level of personal development, they became susceptible to be taken over by the keepers. I mean, that would, like Nexus of Serenity taking over someone who was serene. That would be interesting, because that would also be terrifying. Like, instead of like a horror movie where the monster has to just physically get to you and kill you, a horror monster that can just sink into your soul and your brain based on an emotion you may not even know you shouldn't feel. Could be quite the twist.
I'm telling you, we can't hold them off forever.
You shoot one varmint, and two more pop up to replace.
Honestly, though, if they were going to bring in any more keepers, they might as well just bring them in as good guys and say Norva and Serenity are rogue.
I'm not the one to go after it.
And
I'm not exactly the knight in shining armor type.
but if you were going to bring in a keeper that was going to fight against Norva and Serenity, at most you could only bring in two more keepers, so it would be a one-on-one fight.
Same goes for you too, right?
You wouldn't want to bring in 20 or
You still feel weird
I
about
think
what
they
went
said there
down?
was 9 keepers,
over it
and we've seen 2 of them
ain't
over the
sure
course
how
of
to feel.
at least 5 years,
the hell are
which
you on
kind of means you'll never likely see all 9 of
Just
them.
smile, dumbass. Obsess over the past too much, and it'll mess with your head.
We have seen them mention
Someone else. That
the
never goes right. So put that mopey grin
Keeper
back on
of
your
Stagnation, but
Maybe you ain't half wrong.
we didn't see
Then where's
Stagnation.
that happy go?
Maybe it's a case that the keepers are dying, though, and that's why Flores is the broken vessel of Stagnation, and the Portalcraft character was a broken vessel of a different keeper. It could be that as the vessels break, the keepers themselves are destroyed or nearly killed or actually killed. We are now getting to the top tier, Shades.
Now things are getting heated up.
I guess the good news is here, Drocht and Miser are not likely to have too deep of a conversation.
Don't just stand there. You got some
But
place to be, so up to it.
I would not underestimate this game
What about this feller?
as far as
My body's not back to
writing
normal yet, so I'm going to use this pump for a
extra
little stretch.
dialogue for no reason.
Don't need your support. Not here, at least.
Oh, okay. You're a lifesaver.
That's a new one.
Don't you lose here. I'll haunt you if you do.
Huh. Guess I got through to him. He's looking better already. Now, as for you, big guy, you weren't taking one step past me. That
Again, these aren't fights,
like a
and they
rag
could have
doll,
been
but I'm
fights
fired
easily.
up. And after I'm finished with you, there won't be a speck of dust left.
That'd also be a waste of everybody's time fighting Shades again. If you want to fight Shades, just go back to the prologue. Seems weird that Serenity always follows the same pattern of starting with the weaker creatures and then summoning stronger characters. So perhaps it is a standard operating procedure of using the weaker characters to kill generic people, humans and civilians. And then she uses less energy to make the stronger ones because she makes fewer stronger ones. It might also very well be the case that Shades are made from humans who have succumbed to Serenity, so she's not able to make the bigger Shades until she's turned regular civilians into Shades. I don't remember how it actually worked.
If I run away now, it'll start walloping the church and them houses. In which case... rapid fire! Ha! That spooked him good. One more and I think I'll have him licked.
It's kind of pointless to throw a medium tier Shade at him after just fighting a big tier one.
Idiot. Selena?
Keep your eyes on
Bringing
your
Selena
target,
back.
Miser.
Now this is a bad omen because are we going to have yet another I love you speech between Selena and Miser?
Doing my best impression of your foolhardy ways. I made my rounds looking for anyone too slow to escape. Then I led them to safe ground, made sure they were all right. If I came across any unsavory sorts, I raked them across the coals. My latest round brought me here.
Oh, dang, Selena.
What? It's nothing you wouldn't have done.
It almost seems like
Thanks for being a friend to Justice.
if there were going to be new human kings to replace the Titans,
Trying to do good, you dummy. Didn't come
Selena
here
and
for
Miser would also be a good king and queen. But I don't know who would
selfish. Always
really
running off
replace
alone to
Icy.
solve the world's problems.
Like
That won't help
Bunny and
nobody.
Baron could replace Not Not,
Angry at me.
and Selena and Kyle can replace Vincent.
After the way you behaved.
But Ilmongo
Promise I had my reasons.
alone
I
would
had
have to
lots
be
of
the
own-
replacement for Icy.
You did.
Hmm.
Have you already forgotten who we were? I bet not. You never forget
You-
anything.
It
You
could
got a mind
get
like
to
a
something
steel
like
trap.
the Narnia books where there's
Who I am
just like
because of
4
you.
human
I stand
kings
before
in
you
Narnia
as
that
Selena
kings are queens.
Because I had to protect you.
Hmm.
And look at you. When did you get so hard, Miser? When did you stop relying on me?
Hmm.
It's the same for you, right?
You became a deputy for my sake.
The danger here is that they'll just get back to the guild system, where there's just 5 leaders of 5 different guilds.
So long as I got to see her smile, nothing else mattered. I know you appreciate a warm meal, so I learned to cook. And you were always going on and on about judgment, so I learned to shoot. So don't you dare suggest to me that you forgot.
I'm sorry.
I didn't come here to get an apology.
Again, it would make sense if Bunny and Baron and Miser and Selena were just together, and then we could listen to Bunny and Baron argue, and then Miser and Selena can just learn from that.
I'm not just saying that. I've known for a long time now. I wanted to tell you after the dust settled, but now seemed like the time, so... Ouch!
There you go with the selfish talk again.
Guess my timing was a little off.
You tried to introduce me to other guys.
I'm sorry.
You never said anything when I changed my recipes.
I noticed most of the time.
I was there too. I know you never noticed.
Oh boy, I'm sorry.
Shut up. Do you? Do you? Do you even appreciate how much I love you?
At least this is a shorter argument.
Say that now, when we're almost at the end?
When else would I say it? Who knows what's gonna happen next?
You know, in all fairness, it is very possible that in previous chapters there were more romance stories, and I've just forgotten about them.
We'd have both been happier that
But
way.
I can at least say, for the last couple of chapters, there hasn't been any romances up until this point.
What if I held you now? Would that help?
Don't ask me that.
Leave it to us to make a mountain.
They can't even animate these people hugging each other.
I guess it weren't.
I wanted to be the one who could judge you.
Lazy animation.
Look at me crying like this.
Kind of lazy writing.
Make woman more mortal.
You don't have to play it being God.
And I've already got so much blood on my hands.
You and me both.
I hate you.
For what it's worth, I've always thought you had real soft hands.
Don't mess with me, punk.
I know we've got a whole city, the world really, to look after. But you've always been my everything.
I probably would care way more about this scene
I don't know what
if I hadn't spent the 2 previous chapters
You say so.
forgetting about these characters.
Well, it's time to get back out there.
What?
Whoa now, you don't have to make that face. We'll pick this conversation back up later.
If that's a lie, I'll have your hide.
Yeesh, with fans like you, who needs enemies?
So all we've got to do is kill us these twisted creatures, right?
That's the gist, but let's run defense for a while.
So again, it just seems like they're wrapping up characters' stories.
The others can handle offense.
Now they're fighting even the even weaker shades.
Inspire my confidence.
I like to think confidence is just self-delusion.
Invite me to that delusion. I'll ignite all these wretched creatures if I have to.
Yeehaw! Not if I accelerate past them first.
They've kind of skipped over the part where she had like some candy that was either magical or it was just candy that she melted to a really high temperature as a bullet that would then burn people. Okay. So, what's weird here is that instead of it being a case where you select a polo craft or, I don't even know what craft this would be. This would be Bloodcraft, obviously. Yeah, I don't know what this would be either. Instead of, like, selecting the type of card, you're selecting a type of leader, so we may have to just double check and come back to this chapter and see if we get a different story selecting a different person. Like, obviously there is a battle.
We're getting close.
Yep. Starting to feel real spooky.
Of course, the real problem here is, it's if it is a split story,
More sinister.
it may be 90% similar with 10% differences.
I think I'm actually tired.
Yep. Not to mention, we've been beat up pretty bad.
Yeah, well.
It would be interesting if it was a branching path, but it's not going to be a real branching path. It's going to just be 3 different, at most it would be three different stories or perspectives on the same story, actually. And then it would be back to the regular linear story.
Talking out your ass, bun.
Sorry. It's my first time being someone's partner. Bet you figured that already, though. Ever since Mama was killed, I've been living like a mouse underfoot. Too busy dodging boots to worry about love. What about you, Bear?
The irony would be if he killed her mother.
I've never loved nor been loved.
What about Not? Whoa, saw your eyebrow twitch.
No, it didn't.
All I'm saying is, it's real weird how you're the only person she treats better than a dog.
It ain't what you're thinking. She's there for business, and business...
You hugged her. And kissed her. Uh-oh, caught the cheater red-handed. You're gonna pay for your sins, Buster.
Hey, that's before we ever were an item. I ain't done nothing wrong.
Fair enough.
Weird.
I forgive you. So, it's real. We are an item?
Don't look at me.
Then what are we?
I said don't look at me.
Doesn't seem like we're going very fast on this story.
You sure are.
You again?
I should have known Floess would lead you both here.
How much do you know?
No more than you do. Of that, I'm certain. I have only been cutting through the hordes.
Well, it's nice to have another pair of hands. We'll need them for Nexus.
Sure will.
Perhaps I need not mention this, but you both seem remarkably calm.
Uh-huh.
One assumes you would have regarded me with more suspicion.
No need. We ain't the sparkly clean type ourselves.
If anything,
so we don't pick and choose our
I wonder if the reason why you can pick one of the 3 different characters is to just fulfill a contractual obligation. That every chapter or every other chapter has to have a character selection option, and they've just done it in a very different way.
We're off to hunt ourselves a Nexus.
What in the...
Nexus. The Keeper has arrived.
Well, that music sounds different. And this may be a new animation, or just the old animation from like the first or second chapter that they don't use that often.
Such immense folly, that your confusion and rebellion bringeth you before me, lamentable beings.
There's a lot of echo every time she talks. It's a little surprising that the whole Shadowverse star pattern isn't in the sky.
Sure.
Of course, you see that star pattern on the back of the cards, and then it really doesn't play any role in the story.
Oh, I thought you'd be the one to do the thinking. You ain't got a strategy?
Forgive me. Since being flung to this time, I've been acting largely on instinct.
Then we'll just have to take her head
Pick one
off.
of these three characters and fight Nexus and probably fail.
No way! You're pulling
Or succeed only to a certain
I'm
level.
not the fooling type. You should know that.
I place my faith in you.
Curious decision, stranger. I know how this sounds right after I say I have a plan, but I'm not exactly the trustworthy type.
In my time, I have learned that blind faith can make for a powerful ally. Plus, I know I could behead you both in a single swipe.
Dang.
I like this guy.
Before we overcome our true trial, it seems we must pass this preliminary test. What a fickle world indeed.
Feels very weird that fighting Nexus would not be the final boss battle. But I can kind of say I don't think it actually is the final battle.
Stagnation. Nexus, you are far less threatening.
Let's hurry and get this over with. I want to get me some
It does
spurred on
feel
after.
very rushed and arbitrary if it turns out that all the heroes are now so strong that they could potentially defeat a keeper.
You hear that, Nexus? We got us some plans
And
now.
there is a danger certainly here that the
It's lights out for you.
7 other original characters, with the exception of Orisa, are not getting as strong as these new characters.
Blood arts!
Got her head in my sights.
I'm gonna just go ahead and assume that
limbs.
selecting a character there does not change the ending or change any of the
Primitive
dialogue.
wills. If you will not follow natural order, then you forfeit
Unless
your
we
right
see
to
something
exist.
here where Bunny specifically wins
Destruction and rebirth are
and
ordained for this
exclusively
world,
wins.
as they are for every world thusly. Raise your objections and face the consequences.
What's drivel?
You come here and mess our home up, and then act like it's your turf?
This is our world, and we can do whatever we want with it.
I don't know why he says this is
Foolish,
his
pitiable
world or their
mortals.
world. You get the
have
new
not
Nexus
the right.
cutscene.
We are the keepers. All worlds are within our domain. As the breath of life floweth through you, so too doth it floweth through worlds. And as the inevitability of death loometh over you, so too doth it loometh over worlds.
I don't think they really
keepers have
benefit
made it so.
a lot by
For we
making the
decide
keepers
when worlds shall
talk
expire.
so weird. And Nova talks even
It is
weirder.
irreversible truth, a mechanism of harmony beyond mortal comprehension.
Is it just me, or are we not even tickling her?
Floes, you challenge us to slay this beast? How easily you ask for the impossible.
Maybe she's got a weak spot. Anything glowing on her? Ah, F it. I'll just shoot
Video
every which
game
way.
reference. Yeah, there.
Wills who cannot but escape dreams of serenity.
They do
you
have the
shall
bullet.
not prevail. You follow the whims of a vessel broken. How can you hope to defy a keeper complete? Sleep. Sink. Rest in a world of serenity.
You really don't have time for everybody to fall into a dream's world.
Anon the morning star cometh, your souls will
Yeah,
know
that's the
peace,
star pattern they
and
call
the
it.
world shalt be
The
born
morning
anew.
star. You can see it slightly behind her, although it's being obscured quite a bit.
The hell is she doing? What's that weird stuff she's spitting out?
My body so heavy. She wields foul magic.
Damn it, Bear! If you got a plan, do it already!
Sorry, y'all gotta wait a little longer. I've only got one shot at this, so it's gotta be perfect.
So does he have the
We
bullet?
need to
I
injure her
guess he
more.
does.
Slow her down if we can.
Quite the tall order, my friend.
I don't think we can do this alone!
What are our chances of a hero coming along to save the day? Hate to say it, folks, but I think we're on our own.
Hold it! You've got me!
And so Orisa shows up, so
I remember thee.
then we know picking Bunny
The Lord
didn't
of
matter.
Darkness comes to our aid? No. Orisa, it is you!
Sorry I'm late. I had to shoot through wave after wave of shades.
I don't believe it. Speak of the Savior and she shall appear.
And her shots actually worked! I'm just glad I got here before it was too late. I've been in Reveal so long, time and time again. But
Like
I
the fact that she has this whole like Virga
everything's going to work out fine.
Magna, whatever it's called,
I see.
extra
So you too
godlike
are one of the
power,
chosen. I shall charge first.
still was
After
like
I
one
create an
world's
opening,
god
Orisa will loose
that
her
really
arrows.
wasn't a god compared to a keeper.
No need to spell
I
it out.
guess. Unless Virga Mega was supposed to be a keeper, and they just never told us that, or I don't remember that.
Sate my thirst! Blood arts!
It would kind of make more sense if Virga Mega was a keeper.
Please, I have gathered power for eons. I have whole reservoirs left to expend.
And now, I shall use them all!
And I guess Alzar just not thinking of drinking the blood of anybody for extra power.
Orisa!
I've got her! Come forth as verdant wind. Be my wings as I invoke thy name! I'll keep firing with everything I've got. Don't miss this chance!
Yep, not a problem.
Hurry up.
What do we do?
Use this, Bun.
Hey, it's that dang bullet! How did you...
Well...
What do we do now, Bear?
The only thing we can do, Bun. Our work ain't done yet. Guess I got a bad habit of picking up what ain't mine. Now, you ready, Bun?
So who's gonna shoot the bullet?
Skippy Bear!
I guess she is. Although
This world was once
he's
ours.
touching the gun also
And we finally got her back!
for
Kiss the
maybe
hand
a
that
magical
feeds you.
reason.
Fear the gaze that leads you.
Marry the bride that needs you. Sweeter words bind us. Careful they don't bleed you.
That was our love song, here.
But it's gonna be your dirge.
You
It's
pierce me.
it's gonna be
Foolish beings.
kind of shocking if they actually win. I mean, something has to win against Serenity
She's coming down.
eventually.
I am complete. I am a keeper.
Even a small wound seems to break
Felled
the vessel.
a stone.
Seems to break the vessels from the keepers.
No, she still stands. Stay alert.
No, not by a single stone. You cannot overcome a complete mechanism. I am Nexus of Serenity. In the face of ye mortals, in your world, I am order given form. Finality absolute.
Talking kind of like a computer.
You are not enough. Not by millennia.
What's she made of?
She is only trying to mask her pain with words.
Right! Our attacks are working! They gotta be!
Seems like it's working. The shades are disappearing.
The shades are disappearing! Keep going! We're almost across the finish line! I hope that's true! It is! You can believe me!
Well, that was the plan. Now all that's left
is full frontal assault.
Straightforward, just the way I like it.
We are in agreement.
We won't lose. We've got a world full of bright lives to protect. Just hold on a little longer, Losaria. I'll save you no matter what.
Well, that didn't fully end the story. But I kind of know that... like, we've got... what, 22 here. It goes to 28. Oh, yeah, we've got a lot to go through, so... and I am not going to bother to go back through this and see if playing as a different character would have done something different. I'm just assuming that the story is the same regardless of what character you select. Because I just got to get through this. It would have been so easy in retrospect to simply just give up on this story. And it's not like it's going to end on anything other than a slight conclusion. There still will be keepers. There still will be a to be continued. We know that because there's another chapter that was already added. Or at least part of another chapter has already been added.
Just when will this battle end?
Much longer, and surely our bodies will break.
My magic's barely hanging in there. I don't know if I can keep this up.
I kind of just feel like this group of people are going to show up and also end up fighting Nexus. Or Cecil shows up out of the blue, or Icy shows up out of the blue.
So, despite how far we've come,
Foxfire! Shiratori! My mana! It's all dried up!
I don't know what's going on with Vincent or what's going on with Not as far as whether they're going to show up in the story or not.
Please, stand down.
I don't know if the fortune teller Flowes is going to show up somehow. Now we're just getting growling sounds.
I asked you to stand down.
See, I have no idea if they've used that art before or not. They haven't used it recently.
we are ever in your debt.
But we've only got a minute. If this keeps up, we'll be dead meat.
Surely our foes have their limits as well. Though without him, we do find ourselves outmatched.
Alizard can do it. He'll save us all, and this world too. He has to.
Let us trust that he will succeed. Our might is his, and his
Come on.
ours.
I believe in him.
This is a great example where it feels like they're trying to do falling action, but really they aren't doing falling action. They're just doing lesser action. The action fell a little bit from the fight with Nexus to a less important fight to show the other characters. But it's still plateauing and leveling off at a very high level of action.
I fear not. The formidable presence still remains, though we may have escaped the worst for now.
Hooray? Guess it's no time to celebrate, huh? First, we've got to get Drock, then make our way over to Alizard. He has to be hurt too.
I guess the question is, how many people can Drock carry?
A prudent warrior conserves her strength in battle, so lengthy a skirmish must have worn on you.
I can keep going.
Arriving in such a state would serve only to impede our goal. For now, you must rest.
Sorry. I'm just riled up.
Your passion is support enough.
I guess you're right. Alizard can handle himself. And I am exhausted. I'm just glad that it's all almost over. I'm rooting for you, Alizard. You're going to save...
These miscreants. Why? How?
Icy is back somehow.
Insist on betraying me.
It seems weird.
To live.
It's weird to bring him back after you already killed him.
It's you. I feel it. That horrifying presence.
So what did
Sets my very skin ablaze.
what did Floas do?
I am a Shillendrig, god of this forsaken rock. My form was cleaved into three, and yet that was not punishment enough. Must everything I do be rendered futile?
Like, how can he be back when Floas seemingly
Not my plan.
just destroyed him?
You miscreant.
Maybe she just teleported him away, I guess.
Perverted fate.
Oh, ready to light the fireworks, Lord Icy?
I am loath to begin.
But you have to, don't you?
Indeed I do.
Then don't mind me as I dive back inside you. Hope you're ready for the show. Here's to our victory!
This is no time for frivolity, Zessel. This feeble body is racked with pain, agony that will last me an eternity.
So Zissel
Damn my lot.
jumps into the body,
Frail, decrepit shell, and damn
and
you
apparently that
interlopers.
was Icy's plan as a backup
A
plan.
being of my stature deserves more than mere subsistence. So I curse you with every breath. Do not think I shall die at your hands, though I fear death. Oh, how I do fear death. You see, I have prepared contingencies as only a god could, and I will be
There's a
treated
weird
with the
sound
respect
effect,
I
kind of a
deserve.
beeping note
Zesselvenci,
that plays
he's my crown jewel.
every now and then here.
Curse who infests mortals,
Almost like a slight
puppets them
ringing,
for a time,
but it is in the
saps
game.
their living energy upon exit. Till now, he has drank from the lifeblood of 1,543 gracious volunteers.
Interesting they put a specific number on it.
Ambrosia is now mine to imbibe. Now to mention my lesser creations. With every wound you inflicted on them, every scratch, they claimed your mana for my own.
See, it seems like they were very split here between wanting to make
debasing myself to
Icy,
hide from
the
my
main
lessons.
bad guy, versus Serenity, the
I had to
main
do
bad
it.
guy.
Ah, it's this wretched husk.
I almost
Decaying
wonder
with
if that
age,
is a
damaged
fear
by
of
use.
having you just
Does
fight
not
a
befit my
female
divinity.
bad character.
You
No, I don't
robbed me
think
of my
so.
replacement vessel.
I doubt that's the
I
case.
shall
There's
not
been
show
plenty
mercy.
of female
Vast shall be your
fighters,
terror,
both on the good and bad side.
painful shall be your death. Despair
He's still
shall be your
talking at
only
this point.
salvation.
It's just like,
Tremble now,
wrap it up,
my
Icy.
world, and worship your God. Ah, damnation! The pain! It's too much to bear.
So now we have a whole new version of
Come
these.
to face us.
What were these called?
These guys look like the things we faced
Monsters.
before.
But once again, they've
They're way
made a
stronger.
male
So
and a
it's supposed
female
to be
version
over,
of them.
right?
Naivety clouded our vision. We were not prepared.
A sinister wind calls.
What were these called? Wretches?
Where are you going?
I guess that's what
I
they're
must
supposed to be.
kill our Shillendrake. I promised I would.
By yourself?
Thank you for the assistance. You two have been most gracious.
It's a little weird that the female wretches have
Farewell.
long flowing
Though I
hair
doubt we
still.
shall ever meet again.
A word before you leave.
But whatever. I'm not going to complain too much about
remind
the
you,
art style.
You
When
cannot
there's
stay
just
as you are.
so
You
many
must change.
bad writing complaints to make.
Stand not in fear of your sins.
Minor
Lest you never face them.
laziness and
I
or
must be going now.
inconsistencies in the art style
How
I think
restless
should
your
just
soul,
be overlooked.
as if she were an itinerant ghost.
You're one to talk.
That we are alike was never in question.
In which case, I guess I don't need to worry about her, considering how strong you are.
I pray that you are right.
Kagero, how much more can you fight?
By a leaf's breadth or a hair. All beyond that is a matter of resolve, I fear.
What a coincidence! I'm barely holding on myself.
Then we need not fear death. Though the dull blade may break, the unwavering soul never departs.
Again, I'm yawning. It's just too much.
Lady Not Not, reports come in.
Took y'all long enough.
So is
The wretches around the city have disappeared into thin air. But, in their place, we got monsters of a different sort. We think Shillendrake's pulling their strings.
Damn me.
I wouldn't be surprised if Icy
Almost
just
turned
shows
his
up and kills
existence for one
Not at this
measly
point.
tired little second, and now he's back with cheap chicanery.
They tore through most of our troops, and what little of us are left are fatigued and
Again,
near
the
death.
underling's voice does not really make sense
Baron should have handled
for
this
the
mess.
animation
I
of
guess
that
whatever
character.
happens now is just a roll of the dice.
Lady Not Not, what do we do?
Shug, it's obvious. You will escort this lovely lady to her final cotillion.
I'm tired of all this song and dance. But if it's the gala they want, I guess we're beyond.
Far too
saving.
many extra characters.
again,
Particularly here, you can see, is there a need for 4 different character models of sheriffs? Particularly when you kind of just assume that the extra characters probably are pre-bought assets.
Sheriff, your orders? What's the law
And
gonna do?
the special characters like Vincent, I imagine is custom art, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is actually just a lot of pre-bought assets cutted and pasted together to make something look
We're about
unique.
to have us a dance between devils. A war between titans.
really just going in circles with the story. The Titans are about to fight each other. Then we forget about the Titans about to fight. Then we're back to the Titans about to fight. Now we're getting story based off the wretches making sounds. I really do have to think that there was either nobody listening to the quality assurance people who would have played through this, or there was no quality assurance people playing through this, really. Because, although it is kind of fair to say that QA people tend to play the same section of a game over and over again, so they can be very numb to the idea of something being too long and repetitive. But somebody should have sent back the message that, hey, this is too much. This is way too long. Why don't you leave some of this on the cutting room floor, or leave some of these concepts and some of this dialogue for the next chapter?
All that remains of me is hatred and the faint trace of a promise. So it is only natural that guide my every waking moment. This world is evil. I am a murderer. I have blood on my hands. My sister.
It'd be funny if Ilgano
Is this your nature too?
somehow was the aunt of Bunny. I mean, that might work if she murdered Bunny's mother.
You have fought that monster many times over. More times than you ever know.
But
now, you must
I bet they
forge a
just
new
never
path.
really
A new path.
reveal
Your efforts will spare this
more of
world from a
Ilgano's
tragic fate.
backstory.
This world is stained with sin. Shillendrig, you will meet death at my hand. I promise you that much.
It would kind of make more sense if
I'm getting close.
the magic that everybody had was coming from singular sources, a single source. Although it makes just as much sense that everybody in Rydo could have magic if they're lucky.
Shillendrig.
And this is the character you fight at the very end. And in the card game, I was only able to defeat him and get the last bit of the story was to have him literally run out of cards. It is also important to point out that when you do these single player story battles, they have gotten to the point where they totally are cheating, and they'll make cards appear in your hand to help you.
My memory is returning. I've seen that face before.
So,
You killed
it's
your
shown
sister to save your own skin.
Icy has like 40 health instead of 30, and
This fool laughter.
2 cards.
Try as I might, I haven't figured out how to suppress this body's more peculiar tics.
Don't you dare laugh.
It was his body.
Please, a moment. As I said, this husk won't obey me yet. I don't intend to laugh, but Zessel never was a good listener. Oh, my half-wretched defect. My comrade in monstrosity. How does one not laugh at the irony?
Go to hell!
So it's questionable whether Icy's really.
Got the hang of it? Excellent.
It's questionable whether it's Zessel or Icy really in charge here.
Here you stand, to avenge one lone death. I must say, lunacy does become you. But seeing as how you're here to dig up the past,
But apparently Icy does know her.
What choice do I have but to come out and play?
It's you!
Zesselvench, at your service. Glad to see you remember me.
Feels good to get him out of my system. I have you to thank for giving me the inspiration to craft this form. Here's a gift to repay your goodwill.
So I guess the question is, can he still do the reclaim magic?
Admit, this anatomy we've come to possess does feel off-kilter. But such imperfections are what make life interesting. As long as we emerge the victor, that is.
You should be gone from this world.
Oh, I was close.
They've taken way too long
greatest loss to date, which
to
makes
kill
today's inevitable victory
Zesselwench.
all the more delicious.
We had to fight him in previous chapters at least 5 times. Way too often.
World, aren't we, Lord Icy?
Not a bit, Zessel. I cannot wait to be rid of these pests. Had any one of you miscreants granted me the liberty of death, I would have no need for this terribly executed frame.
Are they trying to imply that Ilgano here is actually from a different world, too? It's a possibility.
You killed my family. You filled this world with pain. Yet, here you stand, overlooked by any kind of justice. Ma and Pa are dead. They'll never come home. Is dead.
It's still not telling you who that is.
Even the man who gave me a name. Gone from this world's cold embrace.
Be that as it may, what does your suffering matter?
Ilgano, though, is not really a Forcecraft character, so I wouldn't expect her to replace Orisa. I'm not really expecting anybody to replace Orisa in the story as it goes forward. No permanent character, at least. There will be random Forcecraft characters, but I think for the 8 original characters, they're going to just slowly wear down the group as each one gets their own successful. It's their desires.
Yeesh, tough crowd. Permission this, permission that. Everybody needs your permission. You can let dear old me slide just a little, right? See? You're not alone in your suffering. Come to think of it, you're alive. Isn't that enough? Everybody, every single man, woman, and child I infested, they're all dead, lost, gone, and made part of our whole.
You killed them! You killed them!
Oh, aren't we just a pair of apples in an asylum? Killers of men, mortals made monsters. Ah, I'm glad you didn't end up our host. Listen to how you drone on. We'd be bored to the moon and back.
Hurry up and just finish this fight. We still have like 2 more chapters after this. It's been going 5 hours now. I've been recording for nearly 8 hours. Off and on.
Time I remade this world.
Sounds good to me. Die. You're a fool putting on the airs of misfortune. The dead are the unfortunate ones, understand? Yet you live on, selfishly. Every moment you draw breath, that's a win. So why do you insist on coming before us for a sure defeat?
The only thing I could assume is that her sister didn't really die, and she is her sister.
You're
or her sister did die, and yet she is her sister. And she just doesn't realize that she didn't, that she is the the undead version of the person she keeps trying to name. That'd be the only thing that really makes sense to me. We're just back to the tired tropes of him almost winning, and the bad guy almost winning.
Tell you about poaching my prey.
Funny not. No matter how I look at it, seems like you're interfering with the law.
Excuse me. Have we forgotten Zessel's rightful owner? He was born of my flesh after all. Plus, I share his sense of pain. So I insist you both learn your rightful place.
We'll see what happens when the Titans fight each other.
You look dreadful.
The result of your twisted ritual, no doubt. On your feet, miss. Return to thy... not. Maybe ask first before you try to dance.
Apologies, Vince. I am a most wanton woman indeed. I just don't want you interfering in my business is all.
Must kill him.
Ooh, I absolutely adore that rage in your eyes.
Hurry up.
Mind you don't
Come
get
on,
drawn
move the
into
story
gal's
forward.
Pointless frenzy.
Nah, Shug, you gotta have a little fun or you'll go gray like a certain sheriff I know.
My lesser titans. Remind me why you think you can stand tall before your maker when you've inherited my power. Y'all may think yourselves divine, but I am divinity itself.
Let's devour them. We might get greater strength yet.
That is a most disgusting proposition, but one I must heed. Therefore, I shall think of you as offerings.
Hurry up.
Though I despair, I will have salvation.
Yuck! You wanna eat little old me? Be careful now, y'all. The sweetest berries bear the most effective poisons. You would be gone before you could cry out in pain. But if it's a feast you want, then Force herself shall partake by claiming every ounce
Of course, the problem with this is, even if this is like a nice setup for a Titan on Titan fight, you're not going to really get, you're not going to get to actually play as the Titans. And even if you could play the card game as the Titans, you wouldn't be able to play
My mission is to preserve
in
order
any way that would actually be similar to playing the actual card game.
This world.
They would just give you a bunch of overpowered cards, so that it would be a ridiculous
I
fight.
am so sick of it all. Everything. Everyone. This sullied slate must be wiped clean. Ilgano stands before you. You will know the lamentations of every soul slain by your hand.
They oddly are trying to make it seem like Ilgano is on level with the Titans as a character, and again, it's hard to believe that or remember that, considering so much has just happened. And at this point, you can play as 6 of the original 8 characters, classes. What you can't play as is Bloodcraft, or what is the other one? Well, there would be Bloodcraft, there would be the Soldiercraft, whatever that's actually called. Shadowcraft, Runecraft. Bottlecraft is there, Dragoncraft, Havencraft, and Forestcraft. But I'm fairly certain there are 8 character classes. Unless I'm wrong, maybe it is only 7. If there's only 6 here, there would be 3 missing, but I can't name them. And I don't care to name them. So it seems like what they're going to do is let you play as any character in this fight, even if the story is really just going to be a fight between Icy and the Titans and El Mango.
But my muscles burn like fire. Above all, though, is that incessant ache. Why was I the one? Entropy does not befit my station. I refuse this looming death. What's so wrong with that?
Nothing at all. But I would prefer death to the abomination you've become.
For once we agree, now.
It's such a shame, I see. You used to be such a strapping young rack of lamb.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Well, the issue here, of course, with this fight is this may just be like the first time you fight Icy, but you're not going to actually defeat him, so there's still a couple chapters after this.
His magic is overwhelming. I stand alone in my divinity. Y'all should expect nothing less. Now,
it is incredibly exhausting with all the Western slang. Even though they're not using it incessantly, it's still being used enough.
One thing I hate, it's undeserved pride.
I'll cast my words on you. That should give you a chance.
Aren't you a gentleman? But your little parlance ain't gonna do much. Lucky for us, I had a backup plan prepared.
Go on, then.
Every stage needs performance, and I've brought a whole troupe.
Stooping real low, not.
I wonder.
Look at your face.
I guess Not could have put a whole bunch of people in boxes, all the other heroes in the boxes, and then just release them. And if anything, that would have been kind of interesting if throughout this whole story, Not felt like she was working with Icy and capturing and defeating people. But really, she was just collecting them for this moment.
I'm part of Lord Icy now, obviously. Your powers pale in comparison to ours. Take this! Let me hear you scream!
I won't give you the satisfaction!
Oh, sweet.
Definitely feels like they're still not gonna just get rid of Cecil. Feels like they fell in love with this character.
You will have to find it elsewhere.
I'd be afraid if he might possibly show up in a future chapter even.
So much suffering. I will never understand.
Good thing I never asked to be understood. Though I find it quite silly you can't comprehend my intentions. After all, I was created to achieve victory. So long as I fulfill that prerogative, nothing else matters. Other tools of war are the same. Guns, bullets, knives. Every
Come
one a
on,
necessary
move
means
the
to
story
carve out a
forward.
little triumph.
But to brandish them to harm others.
Yeah, at this rate, I think I'm drinking so much water, or this recliner I'm sitting in is just squashing my stomach so much. It's sending me to the bathroom on the hour, every hour. I may very well have to just pause again. Take yet another
power
break.
to prolong your life, did you not? And now you're some half-living, half-dead phantom. Can you think of anything more evil than a ghost who commits sororicide?
That's a big word.
Oh, you are such an easy one to corral. Why, I fear I've already beaten you. I guess I can't bring you to Lord Icy. Not when you're such disappointing prey. No, it's best to strangle you now. Ah, made of tough stuff, are you? Owing to being half dead, no doubt.
Yeah, I don't think we're even
Try
gonna get
kill that
to
other half, shall we?
an end point here. I think I'm just gonna have to come over here, click this. Actually, we can just leave this paused here. And yeah, I'm gonna have to pause once again. This is getting ridiculous. Be right back. Okay, back again. Man, this is really getting down to the point where I'm effectively just recording what streaming on Twitch feels like. I don't stream on Twitch, but it certainly seems like that is the case for most people that try to make successful business ventures as being a Twitch streamer, is that they have to stream for hours upon hours nonstop. I suppose I could turn off the subtitles. I wouldn't do that. And also, I guess I could turn off the audio or turn down the voices, which some of these would be contradictory, but I guess I can't be upset about having options.
Deny your sins as many times as you please. They still stain your
there
soul.
is a scenario here, I guess, where you would have taken off this text,
following his nature.
and
What blame do I bear? That's where you and I are
then you would have just been
fundamentally
seeing hearing the audio and seeing the shaking characters, which that almost certainly makes it worse.
Is that the whisper of a prayer I hear on your lips? That'll do you no good, I'm afraid.
Because
after all, God's
at
busy
least
playing with his
with the
siblings at
subtitles, that gives something new for your eyes to look at, where it would be a lot of frames of the exact same thing being repeated if the subtitles weren't there. For a brief second there, when he asked, "Did you believe in miracles?" I thought for a second Zessel might turn on Icy and turn out to be a good guy for some reason now.
What? That's not how you die.
I must.
Huh?
I must.
And even though I've taken another break, I'm gonna just hope.
You speak the truth.
Hope we can make it to the end without having to take yet another break.
Of murdering my sister. But it did not stop with her. Istar, too, perished at my hands. For I could not protect what I should have.
Who's
there
Istar?
are no crimes greater. And now I live with that iniquity.
I don't think we've ever even heard that name
Take your
before.
regrets to the next life.
You will listen to me. I am ready to face my mistakes. For they are mine to bear.
So what if Istar was the name that they were censoring this whole time? Is that like they apparently decided to reveal the name without that being
As though you've seen the minds of myriad
like
hosts.
mentioned in
But you know
the
not
previous
what we
2 or
go
3
through,
chapters?
How we live. How could you? You are inhuman. Do you know my sister had a beautiful smile? Do you know the wistful look she
It would
gave
make
when turning her
some
head to the
sense
side?
almost
Or
if
Istar's grin, twisted by hardship.
Zessel
His light was
here
snuffed out by this cruel world.
was in part made from Istar or the sister.
Yet you are as hollow a creature as ever I saw.
But it's really too late for that kind of reveal.
Neither of you have ever acknowledged another. You exist only for yourselves. That I know full well. I was the same. For my own ends did I kill my sister. And for my own ends do I wear this name. But we are different now. Though we are monsters, all of us, I am human. I have my humanity.
These really are just boiling down
stand
into
against you, not only for my
pointless
sake,
speeches.
but for all those against whom I've transgressed.
Snapped! You finally snapped!
Snapped? What do you mean?
Fury! Rage! Gone mad with anger!
Then perhaps I have!
Glory be! I might find myself defeated!
Always have I felt that anger, brimming below the surface.
Yeah, there's really nothing to say here.
Tested this world.
I'm just like
Shillandrig,
twiddling my fingers as I'm
myself.
waiting for the story to move forward. Like, I don't care about Cecil. Don't care about Ilganu. They could have been interesting characters in their own story, but they are unimportant characters in the overall story.
Because it suits a demon like myself. Though there are none left that I'd hope to tell, still I will say this. I loved you. I won't forget you. Never! I hope you
The little
enjoy the
pauses
bitter taste
between
of defeat.
the audio playing and the attacks could definitely be reduced too. That's where good editing comes into place, is you really need to just nowadays take any pause out. If I edited my videos, which would be a nightmare for me to do, I probably should do it, though. I would remove every pause of me talking, and it would just be almost a non-stop deluge of communication. Of course, then I'd probably have to slow myself down for every pause to match the footage.
Thou art my hands, host of my power.
Your words are music to my ears, Vince. Positively spellbinding.
It almost feels like Vincent really can't do anything on his own.
Oh, yes.
He's unlikely to win without partnering with at least one of the Titans. Although he already kind of felt like he was partnering with Not before he changed and switched sides. So why wasn't he using his ward magic then?
My head. I hear you. My brain just started buzzing too.
So all these people were trapped in boxes? When did that happen?
Holiday do you insist upon now?
Did you forget my power now, I see? I can box up anything I like. A woman has a right to hide her secrets, but she can also unleash them.
And see, that's what I figured would happen, is she would have boxed and then freed all of the main characters. Although it would have been more interesting if she actually had boxed the original main characters and they just came out of nowhere.
But you never knew how to dance. Lucky for you, I've gathered a whole troupe of entertainers to help us
But by
put on a
bringing
show. Tickle
these
pink,
characters
yeah.
back, you've pretty much forget about Cecil and forget about Ilgano again.
Thy wounds be healed, thy magic overfloweth. At the very least, I see
It really doesn't make any sense at all. She would have had to have grabbed all these people after they had fought Serenity, which I'm not sure we really saw an ending with the fight with Serenity.
This headache. At least my body's moving fine.
Or I guess this is the other group of people that...
Like the end of the world is no match for us.
Even the prosperous must decay. That is the way of things.
Yeah, when did she grab these people?
Shillandrig, your reckoning has arrived.
Yeah, she grabbed everybody except for Bunny, Baron, and Alizard, who are still fighting Serenity, I think.
Not a single soul in Vervail will pray for your survival.
So you kind of know the story won't end until everybody is in the same place. Or at least you'd assume that's the way it goes.
God's doomed to walk his creation alone, is he? Fine. That's mighty fine. None of y'all are worthy to stand beside me anyway.
It's kind of funny, the background behind this character is still that like casino rich city background we've seen multiple times, but they're just like shaking it in the background, and it just feels like in this one instance it would have probably been better to just have black background behind this static image, particularly since I don't think we're gonna use the static image that often. I don't think in 2 chapters Icy in this form is going to show up again. Yep. I am left pretty confused.
I know you want to absorb our magic and take control of this land.
And that was a
You want
fight,
to gobble me up?
I
You'll have
suppose.
to get through all 9 of my tails.
That might have actually been the final battle. And the last 2 chapters may just be text.
Why must you defy me?
I don't know for certain because I would have skipped all the story just doing the battles.
Why this? Why that? Oh, you sound pathetic, I see. You should know better than anyone else there ain't no why in Reveal. A single life ain't worth a speck of dust in the desert. But I will allow you to keep blowing around in the wind on one condition. Kneel to your queen. Shouldn't be too hard. I even trained my favorite pup to kneel, to accept my orders.
I don't think it's much better if not.
Learned obedience, but I know you. You're too scared to look weak, scared to look your condition.
Yeah, I don't think it's much better if she's in charge or if Vincent's in
What
charge.
makes you pathetic, Shirt? You want to be strong? You look past the hand you were dealt, flip the table, and shoot the other players dead.
Truth be told, Shillandrig, I don't hate you. Considering my position, this may seem out of left field, but I get you. Who wants to die? That being said, you don't got the grit to face life's inevitables. Death
Sadly,
and pain.
they kind of made a mistake here because they showed that Vincent's spells will work on Not at least even at least if she lets it, which then opens the idea that his magic, his repayment magic after he's killed may let him steal one of the other Titans' bodies. However, if one of the other Titans kill him, that would kind of make sense too. If Icy took over Not-Not's body or Vincent's body, and then proved his immediate increase in power by single-handedly in one strike killing the third Titan.
What lies beyond death is a haze, and nothing frightens me more than naked mystery. My only escape is eternity, and so through eternity shall I live.
Eternity. No such thing.
If there's an end to today, then tomorrow must come.
The simplest truth, and yet you have missed it.
It is just like spouting platitudes at this point.
And there ain't nowhere you can
Just
stuck
give
your
every
tail in
character one sentence to say.
All shall vanish, sooner or later.
That's why.
We'll bring this to an end!
All 6 attacking at once, which gets really ridiculous at that point.
No, I refuse to let this to the end.
Did we get
So
him?
potentially he could then use this spell to now take over all 6 of their bodies. Or parts of all 6 of his bodies.
Floating about.
Preparing to take everything back we took from him, no doubt. This could spell trouble.
So what do? Throw him in chains?
That don't sound like the best option, does it? But I'm afraid it's all we've got.
No. I will put an end to the madness.
Wouldn't advise that. Person who deals the final blow will find themselves possessed by Icy's very soul.
Which I assume that's
But
what's
he
going to
can't be
happen.
left alone, lest the worst should
Is that
happen. Nor can
Ilganu
you
is going to
guarantee he will be
kill
sealed
him.
forever.
So what do you propose, Lil Miss?
The moment he possesses me, sever my limbs, blind my eyes, and crush my throat. That should be enough.
Now this dog runs. I'll allow it.
Not.
Vince, we don't
Of course, they're
have
not
the
going to really
luxury
show
of
that.
time here.
That would be
Do proceed,
horrifically
Shirley.
gory and
We'll let the
grotesque.
results speak for themselves.
I made a promise, and I fully intend to uphold it.
Finally, does someone come to send me to my grave, knowing full well what will happen?
And the whole glowing eye in the
To
chest
end, y'all were pathetic.
doesn't really mean anything.
Mere
It's just
pests,
that's what they wanted to draw.
unwilling and unable to grant me my single wish.
Shillendrake.
Mind the way you speak that name, human.
You called me a human. That is not correct.
It's funny she was calling herself
monster.
a human
A monster that
just
has slaked
like
itself upon
5
human
sentences
life.
ago.
In that regard, we are the same. Once, too, did I have the wish to continue living. No matter what I did, my mind clung to that wish. Live on. You can't die now. It was self-deception. I know what you feel.
Come on,
It is
come
an
on.
undeniable, unquenchable thirst. But if
I
you
definitely
give
understand
in,
why I was not using the auto mode
only
before.
irredeemable
It's so
sin.
slow.
So I will
So
devour you
slow.
whole, monster that I am. Farewell.
It burns down to my core. It burns so damn much.
I still would lean towards the sword spirit
I have
killing him.
to thank you for taking my life from me. I'll take your hatred and return it twofold. And for my death, I'll lay reclamation upon your vessel. Sublime! Ha! Now this is a real body. Eternity is within my grasp. Almighty perfection will finally be mine.
It would make more sense if there was some easy way for her to die. Some, like, severing of a magic link.
My arms becometh a...
Hold it, Sheriff!
Son, what are you on about? We have to deal with him before he breaks loose.
But Sheriff, I think she's fighting him.
Huh? What crap are you on about?
By now, his powers should have flared up and flared out, just like always. But that spooky little thing is still completely herself.
Which means she's fighting in there. I just
This
know
is some weird revelation that makes
Can't wager
Ilgano
on her survival.
somehow
My money's on Snake Eyes.
somehow makes her even more powerful than Icy.
7 at least.
Then that's how the dice will roll. Heaven above, come on and give us just one more miracle.
One more miracle. And I'd assume what's going to happen here is that we're going to stick with the Titan stuff and then eventually get back to the Nexus of Serenity stuff. And hopefully these last 3 chapters are fairly short. In spirit form, he looks like his old self.
Like you were hiding a whole lot of darkness inside, little lady. Too bad Cecil had to go. That wasn't what I envisioned. But this is consolation enough.
Did Cecil die? When did that happen?
Shall we begin? Gotta chip away at that soul before I
Wow,
can
stuff is
claim
just
you
like
fully.
happening and they're not even telling me. Like, I'm not missing things
I'm going to live
that badly.
without ever knowing death. You will be my greatest vessel yet.
Would
I guess-
only let you have your way?
I guess maybe the idea is that the body he was in before was Cecil's.
Many lives have you
Now we're
had.
having some kind of internal spirit battle.
Now I've come to deliver your just rewards.
Hold it. How are you still conscious? And I am the god here. Only I may deliver judgment. By my calculations, you killed me. That's a sin, I'm afraid. So I shall extract fair remuneration.
I am well aware. But when will you repay your own debts?
No need to concern yourself with my affairs, miscreant. Why must I make that clear?
You will elude retribution no longer.
I see your feeble mind has an overactive imagination. Retribution applies to those who carry blame.
Come on, come on, come
cannot
on.
bear
Did we
fault,
really
I'm
need this
afraid.
chapter?
Everything I've done, I've been justified. Cecil's creation, the seal on those fools seeking eternal life, it was all necessary to ensure I could go on living. And you're one to preach. Look at what you did to keep breath in your lungs.
What you say is true. I stole the life from my beloved sister.
There, a brazen
Another
transgression.
exhausted sigh.
So avenge her
Just
and die yourself.
go ahead and start playing on my phone some more.
I will bear the burden of
Waiting
what
for
I've
this to
done
play.
and see the wrongs of this world
Really, if a game
righted.
cannot keep my attention, it's not worth
Can
playing.
bear no burden. You refuse to claim your own sin, even though you exist only to raise hell and sneer at your victims. You've not so much as acknowledged all you've stolen, much less remembered your crimes.
And what of it? I am a god, rightful in my reign. With that damnable Floess out of the way, my rule is unstoppable. I am a Shillendrig. Who can stand
I guess it would be an
me?
interesting twist if her sister was Flowers.
Nothing. A mere puppet waiting
If that
for
were the
its
case,
master.
then that would mean she would be a keeper also.
Your defeat is assured, and with
A keeper
your death,
or a
my
vessel
victory is redeemed.
that
After I take
killed
your
Flores
all you petty humans
to
will bow before me.
keep herself alive, even though Flores
That may
seemed
be
pretty
so,
much alive for most of the time.
assuming they are human lives.
What makes you think you can withstand me?
I have already told you. I am a monster.
In the eyes of a god, you're still mortal.
We shall find out. For all the times you have accused me of ignorance, of ill understanding, you alone have failed to grasp the most important thing.
Get to the point.
Actually, I believe you have forgotten it.
What sophistry are you spouting now?
Have you not felt it? The countless repetitions of this world? And within those repetitions, the numerous times we have already lived this scenario.
This scenario shouldn't have happened.
Infected you. Now, usually when I infiltrate powerful vessels, every fiber of their being fights me off. But you run on magic, same as me. There's a chance we might be compatible.
Leave me alone.
Like, nobody should have gotten this far in the story, in the timeline. So they're kind of saying that in other timelines, Ilmongo has been defeated by Zessel, which is just as much as, which I guess is close enough to being possessed by
Magic at my core.
Icy also.
I am not what you have come to expect. And that's why stopping you has always been within my capability.
What absurdity!
I pity you, I
Maybe that was just a flashback of how Zessel died. But did we really need a flashback to see how Zessel?
I never would have become this horrific creature. Nor would I have the strength to banish you.
No, it seems like
Truly not realize that I
this would have
too
happened
am your creation.
later.
I have wandered so
Like,
long
this
to
would have,
finally fell you.
Zessel would have had to have
Manifested
created
your
her
downfall.
a long time
She
ago.
stands before you now.
Impossible.
There are no impossibilities. You may think yourself divine, but you are nothing in the face of my providence. I've heard your protests. Why me? How could this happen? It's because you made a monster in your image, and she surpassed you.
Nonsense.
If they were gonna go this route with Ilgano being
affect me.
a more important character,
I refuse to believe it.
I don't think you can easily also go the route of her being a mysterious character. Like you're just painting yourself into a corner in which you can't tell important storyline in.
Sake of your own meaningless despair.
Allow me to teach you one last thing. Despair is not meaningless. Yes, senseless violence threatens our safety. And this world is not a forgiving
And this really
place.
does come off as edgy teenager
Overcoming our burdens,
preaching drivel.
we are made stronger
Mm.
in both body and spirit.
In the sense of like an
Where
edgy
there
anime
is
fan
despair,
might listen to
there
this
is
dialogue
also
and think
hope.
there's a lot more depth in
the
it than there
true
really
nature
is.
of this world. If only there was
Not to
still
say
hope
that
for
some
you,
stories can't
but your
pass on
fate
some
has run
interesting
its
philosophy.
course. Now,
You have to
leave
actually,
me.
though, say something instead of just using big words or spouting trite responses.
Reject this. This isn't happening. I don't want to die.
You made your coffin. Now die in it.
No.
So, for what seems to me like no reason whatsoever.
Istar.
Oh,
Promise to you
I guess
is now
Istar was a character. We did not see him in the past 3 chapters.
sorry to make you wait.
It just seems like for no reason she just won.
Slap me upside the head.
So is she strong enough now to kill these other 2 titans, or are these other titans just gonna balance each other out and
to bring our Shillendrig to his fitting
and
conclusion.
somehow not
So it
end up
would
being so
appear.
bad?
But how can we be sure?
I am Ilga.
Although
He did not steal control.
I would
from me.
assume that even if Vincent and Not
That's some good
worked
news.
worked together and weren't too bad as leaders for a while, I just almost assume eventually they would get back to the point of fighting each other and using humans as
But we got our
puppets.
hands full somewhere else, don't we?
Yeah. Alazard isn't back yet.
Reinforcing him.
And I have to point out again, it's seemed very weird
Bring up your caboose,
that
right, Selena?
Flauess
we
seemingly just teleported Icy when it looked like she
Your
had
sentiments appreciated,
killed
but
him.
I'm not sure it's necessary.
Drock?
Come on, it's him, Aluzard. If our great general can't get it done, who can? Odds are we can sit our butts down and wait for him to finish. That's what he'd expect out of us anyway.
Speaking of going too long
Not all
here,
the chaos from this damn
at,
war has died down
as
yet.
we approach 6 hours
Got our own fires to
on
put
this
out.
video,
You're right.
ridiculous,
Let's get to it
ridiculously long.
Alazard.
Between having Shadowverse just left
nation's
running
tide.
and actually
We shall
playing
find
it,
victory in this land. I do not
the number of hours I have
I am the font of
on
harmony,
Steam with Shadowverse
instrument
is
of peace.
about
Wouldst thou seek to
3,005
sully
hours.
malefactor?
That is quite a lot. Now, in all fairness, I probably did leave Shadowverse running quite a bit, but a lot of that would have been also actual gameplay and live
So,
streaming.
You exalt those who do not err. You hold quite the hollow understanding of your victims.
Although, if you
It
would
is when the soul
to
comes
live
to know sin
live with the old
that it learns to live.
cliched adage
as you
of
will soon
you need
find out,
10,000 hours to
the
be an
living
expert at
can
something,
birth their own
then I guess
miracles.
I'm only 1/3 of the way there
Nexus,
with Shadowverse,
keeper
and
of
that's where I'm going to
evidence.
end it.
It is time we settle things once and for all.
And see, that wasn't a new chapter. It just jumped over to the Serenity fight to tease the next chapter. Hopefully these last 3 chapters are shorter.
my thirst! Blood arts!
It's
Know thy place,
too much. They
inferior
should
soul.
have fought Icy a lot earlier. And in defeating Icy, that should have been the thing that opened the door to Nexus of Serenity showing up out of the blue. And they should have really not hinted at it at all. It should have been a just completely out of the blue surprise. And then you could have had 4 or 5 chapters fighting against Nexus of Serenity instead of just jumping between the 2 fights back to back.
Hey Bear, you remember my motto?
And I don't know if there really is a fight in any of this.
Always double tap.
I don't think it is. I think it is just going to be 3 chapters of talking.
I am serenity. None eludeth might.
I don't know if there's supposed to be some kind of like crack in her skin there, or if that is just the way she's always looked.
Don't screw it up. Got it. I've chased you all this way, Nexus, and now I've finally caught up to you.
You also run into the problem where Nexus of Serenity, while she will monologue, she really doesn't have any kind of like new thing to say or any philosophy or perspective to have. I imagine they did add some kind of like
An instrument
element.
of supreme harmony brought down twice. 'Tis folly.
Well, we know that at the beginning in the prologue, Serenity took a vessel. So either that would have been her first vessel she's ever taken, or she maybe was defeated and had to take a new vessel. You would think this gate would be used for like a card pack opening animation. And there are some animations that look a lot better that are kind of around that idea.
And I shall see them brought to fruition once more.
Also makes no sense why you wouldn't just bring out Nerva and all the keepers at once.
Destruction and rebirth.
Seems like each keeper picks the worlds they want to destroy.
Brought to fruition once. Take heed.
Yeah, I don't know what the black flames are supposed to represent here other than she's just dying. Or the robot personality is dying.
She ran?
Sure enough. Not the worst thing that could have happened, but
Orisa, wait. What are you thinking?
But you have to jump through the gate to go to a different world.
Know that we will not follow you into the enemy's territory.
I can't let it end like this. Not yet.
And it would make a lot of
following an
sense.
ancient horror through a portal doesn't sound so wise, though. Who knows what'll
Yeah,
happen?
it would make a lot of sense for her to just jump through the portal and leave the rest of the world
She'll be licking her wounds
behind.
for a little while at least. I've only managed to come this far because of everything you've all done for me.
And hurting her and letting her heal something that potentially lives forever or at least thousands of years.
It might have turned out worse than all the others. But this is my chance. I'm going to see this through. You guys don't know how long
Yeah,
I've
you
waited for
definitely
this
should
day.
chase after her.
How much I've done to prepare for it. I'm going in. I'll bring down Nexus.
It'd be really irritating if she didn't go in as the player.
Mosaria. It's going to be okay now. I'm finally coming for you. Whoa. She really jumped in, huh?
Capricious as the wind, that one.
Just as the wind presses our backs.
I'm really surprised
so
Alizard.
Does that girl guide us forward?
I would have thought Alizard wouldn't have cared and would have followed. And it seems like the last time they jumped through it,
befalleth me.
they went to a different world. They didn't just end up in space.
Hath been made manifest. I deem this world irregular. I shall prioritize mine own regeneration, and thus between dimensions shall I rest. When my damage hath been repaired, I shall intervene once more with Verveil.
No, you won't, Nexus!
Just flying in space, apparently breathing fine.
This is a rift between planes. Creatures such as you should
And we have an actual animation here.
I'm no longer who I was before.
Of course, all the characters look very different now.
Watch as you stole my friend from me. But that won't happen again. Do you hear me? Because this time, you won't get away. I once looked to others for guidance, but now
Better voice acting and better sound editing here.
Lasaria, I hope this arrow reaches you. Fly true.
Boy, does this look like a million times better than anything else in the solo mode. And I would have been happy if there was just like a 12-minute cutscene like this released on for like a 5-year anniversary, and that was the only story you really got, or something like that. It'd be nicer if you got a short episode every year. But yeah. This is, I guess, the reward you get for 30 hours of going through a visual novel. It's just a brief cutscene. And then you can't even watch it without the skip button in the top right.
Can you hear me?
Arisa?
Lasaria, yes.
And I guess that blew the budget because they couldn't even go for more than a couple minutes.
This nightmare's finally over. I was finally strong enough.
I would also have to assume that that cutscene was probably made in part as a pitch to make a Shadowverse anime before they decided to make a Shadowverse anime that really had nothing to do with the main story in the game. And instead they just made it a Yu-Gi-Oh clone.
No.
Instead.
She's my dearest friend.
I also wouldn't be surprised if that cutscene shows up on something like a TV in the Shadowverse anime that did get made, because that's kind of how the Shadowverse anime works, is that the card game exists, and so I imagine this story probably exists also as a fictional story.
No wonder that you became the Lord of Darkness.
Huh?
It would be very hard to have made an anime based on this single-player story, though.
Thank you, Arisa.
It's just so poorly written, and it has so many characters that pop in and pop out.
We didn't do it for you. We didn't know about you till like a hot minute ago.
Just going with the flow at this point.
If you look at Larissa's outfit with her belly showing and quite a bit of cleavage and her thigh showing, it highlights the old art style when they first started versus the newer art style of Arisa in the background where she's covered up
You think it's
completely.
steak, Bun?
Or Bunny and Baron and Alizard, who are almost completely covered, barely
Works
showing
for
any
me.
skin at all.
I'll get Val's engine purring, so y'all get ready to hop in.
We're gonna put that pedal to the metal.
We've had enough of full throttle for a bit, Bun. Ain't no one gunning for the skin of our backs no more.
Now, Floris said she was going to do something to, like, take everybody back to where they belong. Which I guess that's probably what's happening here. And then there's going to be a tease of the next chapter in the other one. Would be my guess is how this will play. In the beginning, this world was empty, plain, save for a lone pebble tumbling through it, but a vessel, freshly freed from the grasp of her keeper, did appear, and upon her arrival, life did emerge. While the land bloomed generously, only for its ordained time could it exist. However, the vessel found natural order unacceptable and plunged the world into an endless cycle of rebirth. This is moving too fast. Time and time again, the world fell into despair and rose to darkness, yet it was from the depths of the mire that the chosen appeared. Through their hearts and earnest bonds, a miracle was born and the realm was freed. I wonder if this is all black because they don't have enough budget to animate. The world was split in twain by godlike powers of the vessel, forming two lands. As the heroes themselves, they vowed never to forget another and returned back to their respective worlds. Back to the freedom held so dear, back to peace, never again taken for granted. Back to normal lives, which, for one, could finally be lived in their fullest potential. Well, without the Dark Lord existing in Velsar, the history of Velsar would be fairly different, and you almost assume that it would be the original version of the Nine-Tails Fox in charge.
Whoa! You actually outdrank him?
I don't buy it. Something fishy's going on here.
Damn, Drock. Didn't know you had a tolerance made of brimstone.
Whew, man. You guys, stop spinning this stupid room.
Then we have the weird
Do not think it is them,
furry
friend.
characters coming back.
Don't tell me you're surprised.
Friends.
You emptied half of my reserves. What did you expect?
All these friends characters who weren't really friends.
No, apologies.
And in fact,
A
were just
glass
enemies that
of
you fought.
water, if you would.
Fine, fine.
So, after today, how many times have we faced off?
No idea. I lost count long ago.
You ready to throw in the towel, buddy?
I very much am.
Aha! I knew I'd find you two here.
It seems we have intruded upon your game.
Same. And they're gonna have to move fairly quickly in this wrap up.
Why are you wasting time here?
We are on patrol. We're making sure there aren't any dirtbags starting bar fights.
So I guess these four chosen are now the
People
people in
want to
charge.
lose their cool when they drink. And where do people gather to drink? You understand our logic, surely.
Your excuse falls upon deaf ears.
Hey, I was just doing my job. Bats over here was the one who ordered a bloodshot.
This
as
is
soon as
only
we
gonna
walked
get
in.
even weirder in Rydo,
Is that a crime?
because how many different people are going to be in charge in Reveal?
Bars
Like-
have bad lighting. You must have seen something else.
5,
Now
6
there's
people,
some
7
BS.
people?
Well, don't start a bar fight yourselves.
Here, drink up.
Thanks. Man, you guys are beyond help.
Wait, that was our water.
It is clear that you have both drunk your capacity for tonight. I fear what more liquid would do to you.
Way your smile doesn't change at all when you're pissed.
It's
It's kind of scary, man.
It almost feels like the Ninetales there
Whatever do you mean?
drank that not knowing what it was, and that's probably the joke, but also who would care? She's this magical character, even if she is drawn as a younger looking
These
character.
two gentlemen are picking up the tab tonight. So drink to your heart's content.
Yeah, you guys are part of the pack.
Let's go for Guido. He loves a good party.
Then I'll fetch grates. We'll light this place up.
Oh, drink up, folks! Ooh, can't forget the nibbles, too!
Kagero, I did not think it your hobby to create mortal enemies.
Yeah, I never expected you of all sword spirits to be so evil.
Whoa! You guys have no one to blame but yourselves.
Your punishment was just. I took the only course I was afforded.
Sounds like crud to me. Yeah, whatever. Alizar,
Yep.
rematch
At this
now.
point, it's getting like I'm trying to pay attention, and I'm liking most of this, but it's getting a little too long. Like we still need to see the wrap up for all the other characters,
May I join the fray?
and it would be fairly ridiculous at this point if any of the original characters that have been missing in the story showed up.
These are indeed delightful.
Hey!
So he drank
This is what happens when a
their
bat, a lizard, and a sword walk into a bar.
he drank their alcohol, which would
Fun. I want in too.
Yep.
Barkeep, I'll have a bloodshot. Hold the...
Absolutely not.
No way.
That I cannot allow to pass.
See, I don't know why they're all treating her like a
You
kid.
could look the other way if you ordered milk or something, but a bloodshot?
Not but misfortune awaits you at the end of the glass. Just look at these two.
Wait, I know.
But I guess technically she might
You're
be a
pissed
kid.
we don't invite you to our contests.
I know not of what you speak.
If he's not angry, then I sure am. You'd better invite me next time.
One could get used to a Velsar with this sort of clamor.
Yep, just a little too slow there. We have a whole bunch of other characters that need recaps.
There we go. That should hit the spot.
It's kind of
She should be
funny
back
that
any
she
time
went
now.
back to the
God willing.
church, but I guess she wants to probably take care of the kids.
You! My puppies are howling.
Tough case?
Afraid so. A real bummer, too. Had to patch up a leaky roof with, get this, 10 aluminum sheets.
And here I thought you were in the business of upholding the law, not construction.
With the town so quiet now, ain't much law work to be done. Just trying to help where I can.
Well, you've had a long day. Come sit down and eat
It's
dinner.
kind of pointless, though, for them to have the whole arguments and say they love each other,
Dang, Selena, you're a bona fide
and then also have this happy ending. The happy ending should have been when they first said they love each other.
mongrel if you want, but I ain't sorry for wanting to see
Of course, I am just saying the same thing over and over again. That they're repetitive. Ironically, I'm being repetitive and pointing out that the story is repetitive.
Ouch, Selena. Ouch. Anyway, I've got something I've been meaning to ask you.
What is it?
You think it'd be nice if we got married?
Oh, I don't. Wait, what?
Jeepers! That was not the reaction I was expecting. We love each other, don't we?
Tying the knot is kind of a big step, you know.
But why not? We've been kissing and...
Hush up.
Ow!
Mother, I just can't believe you. You fool boy.
Selena, stop! You're gonna knock my chin off one day.
What do you mean, nice if we get married? That's a mighty casual way of introducing the topic.
So that's a no?
No.
Now hang on.
I think I deserve a proper proposal.
Selena, would you make me the happiest man alive?
Yeah, it seems like you could have just jumped into that sentence. Just fade in.
But I knelt down and everything.
That dumb look on your face ruined the mood.
Oh, I can't change the face I was made with, Selena.
And I guess the nun and the
That was
the
a promise
kids
to
are
accept your proposal one day.
are just not living in this church anymore.
So what was wrong with my expression?
That mischievous
And why do they
grin.
need to fade
It's
out to show a
unpleasant for the
kiss?
moment.
Just because I can't animate it, I suppose.
Well, I guess your permanent frown makes us two peas in a pod.
We're gonna have a formal ceremony. Got it?
Loud and clear. I'm sure the sheriff's gonna be shedding tears of joy.
It's a little too slow.
Are you trying to make me cry?
Course, Shook. There are few things I love more than a man's tears.
Then you've officially opened up the floodgates. How'd you even spend all this money? And what the hell is this bar fee? Do you see this amount? It's ludicrous.
That's how much it costs to rent out Spurred On.
So are these two in charge?
Not, I'm asking. What possessed you to rent it out?
Or is nobody really in charge?
Didn't anyone ever tell you not to pry into a woman's personal life? I've got it covered anyway. Now stop your belly aching.
I'm making a fuss because your pockets account for 1/3 of Reveille's total budget. Someone has to bring fiscal order around here.
I assume she's rented out
Two can play
the
that
restaurant
game.
for
Why, look
Bunny and
here.
Baron.
What's this support fund you're always dipping your dainty little fingers into?
Thought it would be nice to have some savings for the not-so-distant future is all.
Humor me. For what exactly?
No need fussing over it, no. It's all coming out of my share.
Now look here, Sugar Plum. Your pockets account for 1/3 of Reveille's total budget.
So only 1/3 of the entire budget of the world is being spent by everyone else.
You just boxed up all the trash and left your cubes for others to discover.
Well, they're a lot better now, aren't they? What's your gripe? Especially when you're the one having yourself those frequent soirees in the 3rd District.
That was a town hall for the wretches. Official business.
Myself.
So are the wretches now not being treated like monsters? Apparently not.
No, you're
Apparently so. I mean,
if you were, I'd have
weird.
you stuck in the office writing reports for the next
And there
century.
probably was some storyline there, but it was a long time ago.
I doubt those
It's
lips would
impossible
stay
to
closed
remember
even
it.
if I boxed you up.
I told you last time to cut it out with the threats, but now you come back to my turf acting all high and mighty like...
Excuse me. I shall have my turn to speak.
What?
I would have thought Ilgana would
I
have.
came to report that the 3rd District is back to normal. Sheriff, just as you predicted, the wretches are regaining their memories thanks to your words.
Ha!
Oh. As for the sanitation of the back streets, the situation shows signs of improvement. Food distribution services have also been well received, thanks to Naught's efforts.
So she rented out the bar to give food to people.
Repair efforts have been largely resolved. Of course, this was due to the effective response of your deputies.
Huh? 2-1, not checkmate.
Quantity over quality, Vince. But I guess in your advancing years, any victory's a victory,
So it does kind of seem like they're trying to indicate that these two people have decided to be... they're somewhat trying to be good guys. Even though I'm not sure I really would trust them in the long run.
Finally,
But maybe...
Bonnet and Baron have sent word.
Maybe Ilganu is keeping them in line.
Weather's real good today, so we'll let Ilgano take care of the dumb stuff.
Guess we'll have to catch them at Spurred On. Saucy little monsters, aren't they?
Pain in our ass, more like. They ain't got no idea what it takes to be a Titan.
Preaching to the choir, Shug.
I would say the same about the likes of you two. Now, back to business, if you will.
I guess there might be some idea that these Titans are not somehow as powerful as Icy was. So I don't know why he would have ever even let them take on the...
Sure, it was a great idea skipping it.
It'll work itself
Yeah,
out.
I don't know why Icy would have let the other two even claim to be a Titan. Like the first time anybody would have claimed to be a Titan. If I was Icy, I would have killed them quick and brutally and made an example of it.
Turns out it's like being cooped up in a jail for crimes you didn't commit.
Yeah, and we were born to run wild and loose.
Damn Skippy.
So, what are we doing today?
Not a clue.
That's a first.
I'm happy doing anything, so long as it's with you.
Well, dang.
Anywhere you want to go.
It was really unfortunate they tried to make such a big deal about this car.
The barkeep at Spurred On told me about this place that gets real.
And she looks like she's about 5 seconds from being flipping off the back of the car.
Sure. But are you,
What?
happy with all this? We do whatever we want, whenever we want. It feels weird to me.
We ain't hurting nobody. Besides, we lost a lot to get up here at the top of Reveal. Didn't even have time to appreciate us a sunset. And that's why we'll take everything back. Bit by bit. You and me.
Hell yeah! Bunny and Baron,
Basically, starting the same way.
Good. And now the world's our oyster.
Basically saying the same thing that they said at the very beginning of the first chapter in which they were introduced.
Our only guide. What you want to do tomorrow, Bun?
Oh, everything, Bear! I get the feeling we missed out on a whole lot of living. But now, I'm ready to see it all.
Then let's get to it, Bun. We're gonna get everything back.
Little too long. There's definitely a sentence here and there that could have been removed. I also will have to say, I think these little dots and positions, if they're supposed to actually indicate a location on the map, they don't seem to be that accurate. And like this whole train was not used in the final loop, and this building, which would be the church, wasn't really focused on. Yeah, the positions don't feel particularly accurate. This could have been the church also. And they are far too crammed in together if the idea was for this to lay out some explanation as far as where things are. And again, they never did anything with the tower at all. Nor did 2.1 megabytes. Seems like this is going to be fairly short. Good. Like, they really didn't explain too much about Ilgano.
Good. But where are we going?
Back home, silly. I bet everyone's been worried sick about us.
They
Do
do
you
have.
know the way?
She does have the power to jump between dimensions.
Yes.
I think.
After all your adventures, I
They
thought you
they
would have
did get
become
that
more
power.
reliable, but you're still the same lovable Arisa.
Where they could jump between dimensions sometimes. I would assume they couldn't just always do
I
it.
guess we
Otherwise,
have
it
a
would be
long journey ahead of
very
us.
easy to just jump
Who knows?
in the middle of a battle if you're about to
Now that we're
lose.
together again.
Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way.
It almost feels like they want to get rid of Arisa as a character in the story. Because they want to get rid of the voice actress or something. But I bet that's not really the case. I bet there's just a realization that at the end of all dimensions between distant worlds, a faint light begins to flicker. Erase, convulse in a cycle of convergence and dissipation until at last they convalesce into a single sphere of luminance. So that's Nexus in her pure form. There lies a fragment, a mere cog of the mechanism. Divested of her vessel, the keeper rests, unable to form even wards. Spider condition, rage, and humiliation ignite imperceptibly within her being. You'd almost assume you can't kill the keepers. A small comfort, no matter how thoroughly the vessel was broken, the keeper's true form remains intact, albeit with harsh limitations. An instrument of serenity despises her stasis. When she reawakens, surely she'll bring harmony to worlds untold.
Nexus.
Here we have Nerva. Before that meager light, a greater brilliance manifests, Nerva of purgation.
Feeble your efforts ring. Your great machinations have amounted to nothing.
Nexus quivers revealed, relieved. That's what it said. She thinks where Nerva only lend me her power, regeneration would be effortless. Nexus floats gently towards her kin. Nerva in turn reaches out a hand to cradle the small orb.
Time to say goodbye, Nexus.
Takes only the lightest a squeeze from purgation to turn serenity to dust. I guess they just didn't have a voice actor for Nexus, so they don't give her a line. Naturally, the small light could not protest, for she had no voice. It was in utter stillness, her own domain, that she did dissipate, but not to complete eradication. Remained of her fell into Nerva's possession.
Ah, so this was what you sought in your envisioned worlds. The value of mortal souls and their toil. The senseless prancing of imbeciles. My dear Nexus, now I do understand. This is what brought you joy. Through your efforts do I finally understand the human mind. A pity, poor Nexus. You were the lowliest keeper of all. How ignorant you were, even till the end.
So she was like the weakest keeper, and it's taken us this long to defeat one.
The living are transient. Therein lies their tenacity. We without wills of our own are doomed to fall at their hands. We lack their flexibility and determination. But I am no longer without a mind. You see, I have felt the desire, the craving for a will of my own for some time now. And I will temper this mind by turning to my beloved, broken vessel.
So she's going back to this guy.
I shall behold your mortal idiocy once more, and the miracles you weave with such foolish thread.
And I guess they're just going to follow him in the story for a while. Then you've got another animation here. And you get this picture, which says to be continued, so you're assuming that these characters are back to the original world, which I don't think there really was a point where the original world actually was inhabitable. So, a very rough experience, to say the least. But eventually, after what was 4 or 5 chapters, they've given Arissa her story, wrapped it up, and pretty much eliminated her. So, and they're hinting that they would do the same for Ewan. It still leaves 6 other characters that are just being forgotten for an incredibly long amount of time. And yeah, we could like look here. And this would be the recap of what we just saw. But that is a lot. Like between chapter 14 all the way back to chapter 10. This was months in which it would have taken for all of these chapters to be released. Possibly half a year or a full year even. I don't remember. So there's just no good way you could have sat through all of that dialogue in one sitting. I couldn't even sit through this final chapter without taking a massive amount of breaks. None of the story has ever been that good. It's gotten worse, frankly, compared to the previous stories. And because I am playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Masters now, it's just... I'm not coming to this game and playing it in any consistent time. I'm probably never going to launch the app again after this. And I want to really just leave it at that, because I could certainly just continue to rant and say the same things that I've already said, but there's no point in repeating ourselves and making the same mistake that Shadowverse has made. That's going to be it for this series of Shadowverse. It's a very rough, very odd way to end it, certainly. Going forward, I will be extremely cautious in playing any visual novels or elements of visual novel type stories inside of other games like collectible card games, such as Shadowverse, because that was a huge commitment for very little reward. It wasn't a particularly good story. It's no surprise that the actual Shadowverse anime is not based on the solo story. It is a surprise, however, that they're still adding content to the main game. And they probably just have momentum, frankly. They probably make enough money every month from the whales, the people that buy the premium currency and buy the card packs, that they feel they have to continuously just add content. And I've certainly seen that in other free-to-play games where they just get overwhelmingly crammed with what is mostly junk content, just in the hopes that it keeps people playing and keeps the money rolling in. Anyways, that's going to be it for this series. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and give me a game off my wish list or a gift card. Also, I have a playlist tab, so there's plenty of other games I've covered. Check out some of those playlists. That's a real easy way to follow and watch a whole series. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.